Episode. First, I have to run the Olympics. If I pass 100, is it more than a mile? Like if I put up 100 hearts here for myself, right? Like I got to do what the program says. It says first like yourself 100 times to feel good. So I'm running up about 100 here. Did I get 100? 129. Okay. Whew. Made myself good. Got those hearts. The Matrix knows I did it. I'm playing the game. That's what I'm finding out about this. I hate it, but I have no choice. It's very sad. Very, very sad. I've been pushed into playing the game. Otherwise, I'm going to wait so long that it's going to be the next appointment. And eventually, I'll skip one appointment and two appointments and three appointments, not because I want to, because the time period that's inflicted upon going through one operation and going through another operation. The thing is about the 24-hour day and the one body, mind, and soul, it all goes together. You go, one goes to bed feeling good, the other one feels sick, the other one is tired. One is tired of this, the other is tired of that. But all in all, you live together. So put up with it. What are you going to do today? Do you want to satisfy your mind? Is it going to be about what? What one would say the ego? Do you want to share your knowledge? Is it knowledge? ABC? I've heard that before. That ain't no knowledge. 1, 2, 3? I've heard that before. That ain't no knowledge. What if ABC was all of what is and needs to be is 3? Okay, somebody must know that for a reason. I looked at this cube. I go, one corner's got 3 colors on it. I see only 2 dots. I see a face. I see a corner. I didn't give it these names. I didn't say face. I didn't say face to face or opposite faces. Or if it was communication, maybe it would be this one opposite of this one. And then at this time, we can have a 6 facing a 6. But guess what? If we do, we'd have to tell the other story. What's that other story? 1 times 1, 1 plus 1? Are you telling me it's 1 times 1 or 1 plus 1? Get your story right. I got to know the angle. What do you mean? See, here's the plus, right? Here's the multiplication, right? I got my head in between, right? Or when I go to the plus sign, am I going to do this? Where's the plus? Is it here? How do I contort myself? Do I sit myself straight up to create that? Here, this is so easy. I got the head right in the center. Is that the 5 hole? Right? And guess what? I only got the bottom V. I don't got the top V. So this tells the story itself in its reality. Now, at this conjuncture, with this said, when I begin to give you the numbers that fit inside this, we have to say, okay, never works. Okay, very easy to see. Right? It's got to be very, very easy to see. You see, at the end, I'm going to be talking about 9 area spaces. You want 10? 987654321. Okay. Who's up at the plate? What do you mean, who's up at the plate? One of you 9 are going up at the plate. Round them all up. Is the first or the last? That's a 10, right? Everything inside the rim is all of you. All of 9 inside the rim. 0 to 1, 0 to 2, 0 to 3, 0 to 4, 0 to 5, 0 to 6, 0 to 7, 0 to 8, 0 to 9. 987654321. That's 10. That's 10. So where is 10 hiding? Is 10 hiding in ABC 0, 1, 2, 3 equals to 6? Well, that's okay, but it's also equal to 10. How? With 0. How so? 0, 1, 2, 3. That's 4. 1 plus 2 plus 3. That's your 6. Plus 4 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. All in. Oh, somebody wants to come up. Let's do this early today. I never really do this early, but I haven't really started yet.
How pink is a vagina?
Okay, that's number 54, which is reverse
Okay.
23, reverse alphabet. Is that what you're talking about?
No, I'm talking about how pink is your vagina.
It could be, hold on. Pink is only one of the only colors is mixed with white, with red, and changes its name over to pink with pi, which is 4 by 4 and 3 by 3. It's an absolutely perfect equation. It's number 54, VAG, and with the penis itself, right, which is 63, and the 6 is 1 between 2 equals to 3, and runs the corridor from 3 over to 4. So that was absolutely, I knew you would bring this up. Noah, for nothing. Thank you very much. The angels, heaven, and
Wait,
1 and 8.
but
20 equals to what is 29, ending the birth. And I appreciate you bringing that up. It is also what is 117 on this cube, which is not 117, but the expression of what is 7 come 11, come meaning 315 and or 351, or what is 117, fish out of the lake, 3 times 117 equals to 351, which is 1 through 26 or 1 through 260 of the Tzolk'in 260-day calendar. That's what it is. That's the male and the female, as she said. And when she or he came in here, there is the 63 with the 41 after the death communication for the male phallus, and the female 54 may love sunrise into the sky through the communication, beta communication, CB codes running the code of 10, running the code of 10 through the 7th gate. What happens in this equation? Okay, is that the lower house joining with the heart or bridge 4, 5, and 6 to federation, cribbage and Saturn square. When you multiply it, 4 by 5 by 6 equals to 120. You add it equals to 15, 135, 135 degrees, and 225 degrees, which is 9 times 25 degrees, which is the angle right over here. The 225 and 675 angle in with the electric moon, spitting between 216, 2160, the hexahedron, and 234, 432 Earth vibration, each one telling a different story about this arrow. Why is it an arrow? Because it all centers to here. And when you stretch it from this point here all the way to this side, and this point here expansion to this side, this creates the arrow or the tie that sits on you right over here. We wear the tie. It's on this angle, which already shows you to the left and to the right, and Mars, it's for the bow tie. So the 117 is the phallus, PENIS, or proton, electron, neutron, connecting the 432 vibration between the fire of 1 and 5 when it shoots over from one side to the other side and landing in and squirming into the egg to lay there for 9 months. Why do they say 9 months? Why use the letter D? D is 500. M is 1,000. It's bringing it over from the left, down the center, into the river, over to the right, or is the left and the right coming together into the river of Aries before it leaves, right? Why did they call it tube? Why did they call what is for our look-alike better understanding, right? Is the penis for proton, electron, neutron? Does the 1 and 5 look like an IS, right? Don't look at me. That person started it, right? So here is the 5. No, that's the S, right? And then what's that? Is that the I? Is that the IS or the 1, 5? Because for me, if it's 1, 5, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4, fits in between. We were talking about the angle right over here. Here's the 225 angle. It's the double negative side, right? The double negative side, and it meets it meets a 225 over here. That 225 is what is 5 times 45. 135 remains. What is 135? What is the 135? What is the significance? Where will you find it? Where does it exist? What does it add up to? Does it add up to a total of 9 in 3 digits versus 2 digits? Is there a difference? Of course there is. 1 area space. How much is the area space? How much is this doggy in the window? And how much is this doggy in the window? 2 dogs, 1 cat, communication. In the 9 lives of the cat communicates between all sides. All sides of what is 7 is 11. communicates through 9. How so? Here, there are 9. Take away the 5 area to start with. There are 8. Let's make it fair. If there are 8, we're going to split it up 4 and 4. Which 4 will you choose? You can choose any 4, really, and truthfully. Of the total of 9, you can choose any 4. But I just want to show you that the 1 is the lowest and the 9 is the highest. So if you're going to choose 4, the low house will go to 4. The high house will go to 9. 6, 7, 8, 9. 6 and 9, 15. 3 times 3, 3 plus 3 upon the birth and breath, coming into life, connecting to 1 inside of all. 7 and 8 is 15. 1 times 7, 1 plus 7. Bring me a string and hook me up to the constellations. I am the power of 9. And when you connect 9 to the 12, what is 9 to the 12? Well, it has to connect to the alpha beta. So the 9 comes in connecting to the 3 equaling to the 12 in creation. Sagittarius, Gemini, enemy signs. How did they become enemy signs? Are they from 2 different circles? Are they never inside the eye? Or always when this is in the eye, this circle would be outside the eye? Is 1, 4, 7, calling them the fixed signs? Is 2, 5, 8, calling them, the fixed signs, calling them the cardinal signs, calling these the mutables? Do you know if Tesla came in here, this is what Tesla would say in the power of 3, 6, and 9. Here is the 1, here is the 4, here is the 7. Okay, that's what Tesla would say. He'd say, if you want to rotate, he says, we're going to rotate like this. And then he came out and he says, here's our basic rotation. And he went from 1 to 4 to 7 back to 1. And then they ran from 8 to 2 to 5 back to 8. And that was the rotation. Now what's missing and what did you do? You have 2 sets of 3 put together, creating 6 and leaving over 3 empty spaces. What is 3 empty spaces between what is 2, 1, 2 connect? 7 and 8. 7 and 8 is 15. 1 and 5 is 6. 2 and 1 is 3. But if you take the 2 and 1, right? The 1 and 2 and 7 and 8, that's a singularity. I'm going to explain to you the singularity is when connecting to all 9. When connecting to all 9, 1, 8, whoop. When connecting to all 9, 1, 8, 2, 7, 3, 6, right? Now that's the end of the hexahedron. That's it. It's over. It's over. This other side, the reverse side of the hexahedron, right? Okay, the reverse side is going to be, hold on a second. Whoop. It's going to be 4, 5. And then it's going to be 5, 4. And then it's going to be 6, 3. All right? And that's not me. I don't choose. Everything I've done here today at this moment, you can go on to, how's everybody doing? The return of DBZ, the decibels, the SIG test, the Dragon Ball Z signal testing system. D for dragon, half side, DR third world, AG silver cord. ON 29, what is the reverse of ON? They're running through the MO, right? The soul and the moon connect. B is like 13, it's a 616 connect. Right? Area space occupation of 40 is a 13 by 13 with 1 area space between 168, expansion of 8s, 8, 16, 32s, right? The SIG test, signal testing, Satan's test, that within 8, have you ever noticed that words, how they end up, right? The 8 ends in a T. It's the only one. When you write eighth, you only add 8. You only add an H, you only add 8. But when you say fourth, you add TH, you add 28. What's that T? It's a gateway. So why doesn't H need the gateway? And inside this design, just to let you know, I'm just going to do it really slowly and just really fast. I'm going to take it away. I don't want it to stay there. Here is one of the lines of that expansion, right? Now, only by having an opposite triangle of this can we have the other expansion, right? Now, if you look at the H expansion, do you see that we can't I don't know if I drew this properly, that it's going to be offset on the other line, right? And then even if I put the 3 in here, and then the 6, and then the 9, which goes over here, I'm going to do that after. I'll show you that after. I'm showing you a lot of stuff right now. So how the H is made, and that the expansion is on 2 different triangles, right? We'll have one here, one here, one here, and then we'll have one here, and one here. And you can actually recreate these in other realities that if I stop moving things around, I might know where I put this last piece. Oh, and when I look for things, I lose my head because I don't remember what I'm thinking about. Calm down. Don't get so loud. Don't get your mouth out in a roar. I can hear you screaming inside. I can hear you screaming right now. This is just so terrible. So terrible. I knew it was out of this world. You see, this is the cat and this is us. The cat is here and here at the same time. In fact, the cat, you see this hand and you see the other hand? No, the cat stays one part in this world, part of its mind, and the other in the other. Here's what I was looking for. Here is your flux capacitor. Here is your 3 connected to 9. The 1-2 creation, right? Your 6 plus 3 creating 9. When you go to sleep at night, your numbers change. You're never all 12. Does it resemble at all the tetrahedron? Understand how the tetrahedron always has a bottom. So no matter which way I'll turn this, I'm always going to have 4 corners. Every corner is 3. There are 4 is 12 plus the pole. The pole is 4. So if the corners are 3 and the pole is 4, that is 7. Did I get that right? The corners are 3. There are 4 corners. That is 12. The poles are 4. That is 16. But they duplicate because they go out to nowhere, which makes 20. Plus they connect in the center, and that center is blackjack 21. What does that mean? What does that say? That the ace itself, one of the legs of the ace itself, runs down the pole. Is there only one pole? And is that why they call ace 11? Does ace straddle horse the left house and the right house, and then coming down as what is 777? Not because of this. You see the straight line down over here? You see a side here, and you see a side over here. So instead of creating that kind of ace, right, we'll take the cap of the ace only. And with the cap, we'll run it this way and this way. And here we'll have a 3 triangle. And here we'll have a 3 triangle. And on the top, we'll have a 4 triangle. That'll make a 3, 4, 3, 10. a 3-4-7 and a 3-4-7. Call it Wednesday. Let's say this one's connected to Wednesday, and it's a 3-1-4 and a 3-1-4 equaling to 7. But in reverse, it's going to be a 3. And in reverse, these will become a 4. And that'll be 11. So I'm going to give you the design for that. You got to remind me. I don't remember everything. What does it look like? Where does this come from? Wow, I can't get out of here. Wow, I'm going to have to show you here. Tesla 3, 6, and 9 in rotation of the tetrahedron. It wasn't from nothing that he made the discovery, and I bring it to you. That 1 and 8, 2 and 7, 3 and 6, 4 and 5, okay? That 30, 63, 3 by 21, all the dots. That the male phallus, PENIS equals to 63, VAGINA equals to 54. 45 is Fox. 36, 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 is 18 and 9, 27. So we have 9 and 18. 27 bet, 72 money, 72 brown. There's a few other equations where 52 Earth's heart comes in at 72. Did I do that right? No, I think I'm wrong. Yes, I think it's Earth's heart comes in. The reverse of, no, the feminine comes in. The 54 comes in. Let me see. I have to do this right. Yes, the 5-4. Okay. The 5 is opposite of the 2 on the cube. Okay. There is no opposite 7 on the cube. But when there is an opposite 7 on the cube, you must include the 4. Because this is a void and this is a void. But there is no other 7. 7 only comes in singularity and 8 comes in singularity. 8, 7, 6, one side of the cube, 21. It comes from 6. Remember these equations, right? This is F and this letter is U, like FU, right? 6, 2, 1, 27. This one over here, it reflects 4, 5 over here. Now, I just want to see why I said the 621. Oh, yes, it was the addition, right? Over here, it's 15 and 12, and that spells L-O. Whoop. That spells L-O, right? But you know what's funny? Okay. I just want to see, is this possible? You see, because this has got to be, something is off, because the 6th letter, right, is also the O. And the 21st letter is also the V. So, the U. So where is the 22nd letter? Right? We bust with the 22nd letter, VE in love. 3, 6, 4, 5 in duality, it comes together. But I'm going to leave it out right now. I wanted to finish with the Tesla 3, 6, and 9. So what you can see is singularity in 1, 8. And 2, 7. So when we're connecting, we still have to look at this singularity. We have to understand the low 3 and the high 15, but also don't forget this number. This is a huge number. They all connect to the heart. The 1 dot is inside the 3 and the 5, and the word says ace. I don't want to lose the area space I am, but since I began, and this is one of my particular subjects that I'm pretty good at, is connecting these dots of Tesla, right? Undeniably, they're all calculable. They're right in front of us. The art is right here. Is this a rotation of 6, right? And the tetrahedron triangulates, so it runs inside of a ball, right? Obviously, the best way to move something is inside of a ball. So if you're going to make a motor run, you want to put it inside with a ball moving of some sort. And then because you need to have a little control of the ball, you'll create that cube like Rubik's Cube. And you can have that ball moving and the heart, right? And keep all the parts oiled and greased. and create a lot of energy, and hardly have any of the friction. It'll be more compression inside of it, creating that power. Can you see it? Go Rabbit Ace, yes. How you doing, Cynthia Thunt? Yeah, TH to T, you know, so 3 is the beginning of that last word, but if you're not going out to hunt, you took a sacrifice for a bunt. The Mayan talked about the ton. We talk about George Washington. We have tin that reflects like metal, like silver, reminds us of communication. Ton is a separation, or what is an arrival of what is. What is the arrival of what is a ton? How is the word ton put together? I think that's very important that I write that down. When I look at a ton, the measurable point of 2,000 pounds is what's divisible according to the measurement of breaking apart this. You see, in reality, one of the reasons of 454, okay, is because the center area space here needs to be split up if they're using the 9 system. But if you're splitting anything up, really, you can only use this system here. You can't use 9. You cannot use 9 within the system, but you can only use 4. 4 area spaces splits evenly amongst them. Here we have an interference. 4 area spaces equal to 10. 9 area spaces, okay, equal to 45. Here it's a 2.5 average. That's the Earth heart. It even tells you. Okay, over here's a 4.5 average. It tells you about a passageway. 4 and 5. The 5 comes over here, right? 5 and 2. And 5 and 4. So it's telling me 5 and 4, fixed and mutable, equals to 9. The feminine. I want to find all my ways to get the 45. I want to find all my ways to get the 54. I want to see it happen. And then when I find those ways, how does it go onto the alphabet? And if I do an alphabet shuffle and shove the alphabet into 36, right, instead of into 26, I move it over 5 and jump it onto the 6 side of the cube. Instead of multiplying the alphabet by 6, I just move it over 6. It becomes A6 and Z31. But now we have 100 numbers. Well, listen to these numbers. I have 1 through 9, okay? I have 10 all the way to 90. These are all sets of 9 numbers. So a set doesn't just mean 3, but when you're playing poker, I always assumed it was 3, but a set is an association that what is not a pair, and it's anything above 3 to be the set. Perhaps it's all of what is, like the game. And you don't need to ask it to somebody else if you're not playing with anybody else, if the game is not set up. But set can also be with bet, okay, and debt. But we're not going to talk about the house of bet, which goes with vet. In Spanish, B is a V. But anyways, irrelevant to that fact. We also don't want to talk about the 11s through 99s. And that's another 9. So we have 27 singularities inside 1 through 9, 10 through 90, 11 through 99. And within these singularities, 11, 22, 33, okay, and 44 are on one side, and 66, 77, 88, 99 are on the other side, and 55 is in between. And if we're going 10 through 90, it's going to be 10, 20, 30, 40 on one side, 50 in between, 60, 70, 80, and 90 on top. If we're counting 1 through 9, it'll be 1, 2, 3, 4, A, B, C, D, with E in the middle, with F, G, H, and I. Now, this is only a skeleton modality, right? It's only a skeleton setup. And now here comes the last ones. 12 is the beginning, right? And I think 89, I think, is the last. I think 89 is the last, and there is no really 9. The reason there is no 9th house inside the 10th house in its reflection is because we finished the reflection with inside the 8th house, right? With inside the 8th house, I have 81, I have 18. Well, that's really low. So let's go to something higher. Well, we have 89 goes to 98. We have 79 to 97, 69, 59. So I have all the 90s in the 70s, right? So when I have 70, so I don't have it at 70, but at 70, at 79, I have the 9, right? I have the 7, 9. At 98 or at 89, 79, 69, 59, 49, 39, 29, 19, and 9. And now there's a story that goes along with the 9s. So now, do I need the 9s? The thing about this in French, it tells me about that the 9th house is what is 4 times 20 parts. And, okay, and what is 11. And if it starts at 11, it's a 2 and 9, okay, to equal to 11. So that's my first association in the 9th house. But guess what? That in the 77th house and in the 9th house, we run the same reality. And what happens in the 8th house, okay, the 9th house tells us that is an association, an assembly of the 8th house in French by saying the words 80. In French, 80 is 80. When they say 90, it's 90. So they are now saying 10 and 80 is 90, bringing the first 9 of individuality inside, okay, of the 8th house. So they brought individuality amongst all the houses, except when they brought duality into the 7th and the 9th house, in which, okay, PQRS and WXYZ. PQRS, PS is going to be a total of 70, and Y and X is going to be 98. So what it is PQRS is going to equal a total of 70, and WXYZ is equal to 98, leaving the singular or value to, sorry, let me not say it this way. The total value in PQRS, 16 and 17 is 33. 51, Mars equals to 51. Look at that, 3 by 17 Q, 70. 70 divided by 4, right? Divide this by 4 equals to what? 15, 16, 17? It's 17.5. 4 times 17.5, 175. Wow, I love it. I love it. Wow, I think that's right, eh? That's right, because 3.5 is 175, 1.75 times 4. Yes, 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 yes. Yes, that's the interest. That's your tin man. You were looking for the tin before? So instead of tin, I have INT, association for interception or interest, right? So instead of the interception, right, it's an automatic interception when the tax is laid, when the interest is put on. So when you're throwing the ball, there's a cost for the delivery. There's a cost for the transport, right? What was the Tin Man missing? So the story I tell here about the alphabet and how it leads up and the little clues and the clues I use come from the stories I live with in my life, in which became Hollywood hits or any hits around the world. What sold at the box office? The box office, it's all about the cube. What showed up on TV, what showed up in your den, things that you can play with, these cubes, Monopoly, the story hidden or the extra stories in Monopoly. I'm not the final, right? I'm just an add-on. We add on and change games. When you have the game, tell the game. From corner to corner is a 13 by 13 area space. The Monopoly man comes out of the operations of the 169th area, or what is one of 169, or what is the 7th area where all the trains go. Look at that, folds into the trains. When I mentioned about the area space in the center of the 5-hole being shared up, I said 4 divided by something before. Yes, we'll do it again, remind me. I think it was 7 divided by 4 in the playoffs. Imagine in the playoffs, you get all excited. 7-game series. 7-game series. What do you mean 7-game series? You know what that means? That's like going up to the plate and playing baseball. Well, what do you mean? There's 7 pitches. Well, no, it's not. A 7-game series ain't going 7 games. Wow, 7-game series, just bought the tickets, just like you're going to the plate. What happens? They throw the pitch and you hit a ball out of the park. You gonna get any more of them 7 pitches? I told you it wasn't 7 pitches. It's 3 for strikes and 4 for balls. Yeah, well, there you go. That's 7. You'll get 4 of the balls and 2 of the strikes, but you won't get 4 balls and 3 strikes at the same time. Although what that is going to be one of the outcomes. You get 3 strikes, you don't get 4 balls. If you get 3 strikes, you get 3 balls. That's 6. You get 4 balls, 2 strikes. 3 balls, 3 strikes, you got a breath. I have to find a way to slow down, not to raise my voice, keep it harmonic. Then I sound like a preacher or a dancer, but not to forget what I'm going to say next. So far, the incoming needs to be just thrown out because it comes in fast. Is it something somebody else knows? Of course it is. It all is. Everybody knows. But now you're here, you might be hearing it for the first time. Maybe you don't know. Maybe you do know. And what is it you don't know? What do I talk about? A, B, C, 1, 2, 3. How the alphabet, where the alphabet can be found, why A is A, or what it can be in this reality we live, why we are living by the harmonics of A first. Why did they put the 1 dot, 1 meaning A in the 5th position, Leo, but kept it as a fire sign? No matter which way I turn it, A is the same, but not on the outside. In fact, this corner here is the only corner. Let me see. This is the only corner that is silent. This is a silent corner. So anybody that sees this corner, you will be in silence. At all times, you will be in the dark. Because no matter which way I turn it, okay, all you know is the truth on the other side, but you do not know see that? If I put it up, right, you don't know which way it's turning, right? See, the 2 is here, right? And then the 4 is here. You already know all that reality. You already know that the 6 is on the other side. But do you know where the 1 is in accordance with the 2 and the 5, right? With the 3 and the 4, sorry. You know the 6 is on the other side, sorry. You know where the 2 and the 5 is? No. Like I can keep turning this, right? And you won't know. But what you will know, no matter what I turn, when I turn it around, it'll be 14 total. 5, 11, 14. So when I turn it here, but I keep turning it, right? When I turn it, and then I turn it this way, we do know the 6, but it's 6, 12, and now it's 14. It's always 14, 7, 7, 7 on the cube. It's 7 and 14. It's G and N. The 2 letters come together. If it comes together with 00, it's because it came together with 77. If it comes together with EE, it came together with 55. Now 7 and 7 and 55 are 2 fire signs from air signs. Why? 7 and 7 is 14, 1 and 4 is 5, but 14, okay, is Taurus. So let me finish with the Tesla that I began, for those who are still here to remember what I have done. Now, I don't want to think this is an egotistical reality that's going on where I'm trying to make millions and sell books. Because by the time I sell this books, if you are on this channel, you can see that in a couple of years from now, the only people that'll be buying my books, that if I have them stamped, you know what I'm saying? If I'm fully plugged in to the system, I'll be able to sell something. So don't you worry, right? I'm ready. I'm ready for the new system. I'm ready. I've been bucking forever, but now I'm ready because guess what? The system cannot move in. The only way the system got here in this game that I play, right? Remember, this is a game we're on social media. It's a game I play. And the only way it got here, all this information, everything got built through labor, your labor and my labor. They paid you for it, but they never gave you the gold. They gave you their made up gold and said, here, take this, trust us. What is the importance of gold, the word itself? The word gold itself is taking hold of your destiny of tomorrow, of you going out to work, of you staying with your child. This is the silver, gold, and bronze. Well, what happens to the runner-up? That's you. They're the teachers. You have to take hold of the way you think and what you do to take care of the child inside, to be the one and only forever, and to look into the mirror. But guess what? The mirrors are broken. There are no mirrors. So every time you walk down the street, your reflection is on every face you pass. That becomes who you are. And as they mold and mend in each and every one of us and teach us, we start to teach ourselves, and the system begins to grow, and so on, and so on, and so on. From 2, there was 4 and 8. For when there was 1, in all 8 directions of the moon, they had 11. In all 11 areas, they had 8. They knew exactly what gematria was. Let's finish with this. So now what we have here is we had 1, 2, here's 3. And 3 comes down and connects to 6. And it goes over to 9 and back to 3. Okay? This is the 3, 6, 9. You will have this 3 with this 3, this 3 with this 3, this 3 with that 3. For you, it's just a mystery. So every time you have 3, you're left over with 6. And every time you got 6, you're left over with 3. And every one of those is a combination of the same cardinal, okay, of the same cardinal connect, except this might be able to change on question of numerics in counting 28 leap years and 12 leap years and understanding how the math works. 1, 21, 13, 25, 37, stop. 3 and 7 is 10. 1 plus 0 is 1. Back to the fire, back to Aries. 37, okay, over to 49. 1 and 1/3, over to 49. Then we go over to 61, 73, stop. Back to Aries. Aries brings in the air sign in duality with 7 and 3. 7 is going to connect to 1, 4, and 7. 3 is going to connect to 3, 6, and 9. And your Aries keeps picking it up. It's just too funny that Aries is your next position is here. If everything is 6, this is your 7th position. Now, the thing is, if everything is 6 and this is your 7th position, you only connected 3 parts of a triangle. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6. So that dot in there is actually the value of 666. In reality, is if you reduced every number's reality to the equilibrium of what it is, okay, bringing ABC 1, 2, 3 together equals to what is 666. Now, if you bring 2, 5, 8 together, that's equaling to 15. 1 and 5 is 6. And when you bring 1, 4, and 7, that is 12. That is 1 and 2 is 3. And 3 and 6 and 9 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. You bring 3, 6, and 9. What is 18? You bring 9 to the heart. But 9 divided to the all the dimensions, what does it actually equal? What is the center of this? Well, the center of this, because you only run in duality, it's 6 of 9, because you're only running in duality. So it's only 6 of 9. 6 and 6 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 3, 3, 3 is 9. You run 2 of them. You run 6 of 9. I said 6 of 9, 1 over here, 2, 3, 4, right? Those numbers, those 4 sets, here is singularity over here. So when you're running right? Your 147 with 369, or you're running your 147 with 258. When you run your 147 with 258, that is going to be the power station. That is going to be the two houses coming together. That is the feminine. I want to show you where this shows up. When you sleep at night, when you're awake, it's split. You're asleep at night and you're awake. Let me read. The Lamb is in one center. You can see so area ratio 33. Are you still here? Not even close. So I don't really know you were. So not only in Spanish is V is a V, but Hebrew goes bet for vet, which is 2 and 11, which is 2, 9, right? But it can't be 2, 11. It doesn't reach out. Now the V, I'm going to have to look at this for a second. The B2 and the V is 22. So we have 222 if I want to look at this, right? The reverse alphabet, the reverse alphabet duality is 1221. There is no 31. That goes with the months. So we have LU for 1221. And then we have 1331 is the month. So we have the 13th day and the 31st day and the 21st day. But the 11th TH is inside, but the 21st is still inside, but not the 31st. So that means man makes it out. 13, bringing 616 together. Unlike 6 and 6, where it's 606 in that manner. The feminine and the masculine. Masculine bringing on 3 numbers. We spoke about 5 and 4. And we spoke about, so when 5, 4 come together with 3, 6, okay, this is the duality. So it'll be 1, 4, 7 with 3, 6, and 9. And when we bring 1, 4, 7 with 3, 6, and 9, we have the singularity between the 1 and 7. I'm going to show you the camera and talk at the same time because it's going to be hard to do so, right? How's everybody doing, right? All those who are here, real, not real, doesn't matter. I transfer these over. I got to remember that I'm doing this for me. I'm out here for me. I've been coming out here for myself forever. But if I didn't share, how many more me's can I make like me, right? Go do what you need to do, what you see. Take this wherever you want. Make this be real. Set us all free for whatever it does. What we were given is the truth. We bring our children up to see what we see, to believe what we believe or think we believe, or give us a chance to open up and think for themselves. Let them ask questions. Why is this and why is that? Tell them you believe, you think. Don't tell them you absolutely know. Don't tell them Santa's coming. We're not sure who Santa is, but Santa was sent. It could have been the placenta. Was it the rain? Hey, dear? D and R. Is it in third? Is it the 4th and 18th letter? Is 18 calculable, and how? I calculate how other numbers are calculable. That's the story of itself. I exchange them for the letters in the alphabet for the area space they occupy, but not for the value that they are, because they change the value for different occupation of different area spaces within other realms, within other magic squares. So when I mix 1, 4, and 7 with 3, 6, and 9, I get the duality of 1 and 7. When I mix the 2, 5, and 8 with 3, 6, and 9, I get the singularity in 2 and 8. So when I mix the 1, 4, and 7 with 2, 5, and 8, I get a duality of duality, and the only way they come together is through the feminine. 1 and 2 creates the 3 in its singularity. 7 and 8 creates the 15 in its singularity. It creates 351. 1 through 26, the alphabet 1 through 26 equals to 351. 75 is part of EC, part of A, B, C, D. What is ABC? What is AB is like what is BC? So AB and BC. I'm going on break. I'm going on break. I'm going to show you this page after. I'm going to rip it off really quick on you. A, B, C. A with B is going to be 3. B with C is going to be 5. If I duplicate it, multiply it by 10, it becomes 60 seconds of 100% of BC before the Christ, after the death. The D is not there because the A is split inside of 0, 1, 2, 3. The 3 over here times 28 is 84. The 3 by 17 is 51. 7 by 4 is 28. 7 and 4 is 11. Minus 28 is 17. 3 by 17 is 51. 28, 84-day cycles. What is 4 by 21 inside the cube? Here is the feminine, 4 and 5. The masculine comes together in 3, 6, and 9, within 3, 6, and 9, and all that is created from what is division of what is the division of 7 of 999,999 equals to 142,857, and with it you have the 4 singularities, right? Within it you have the 4 singularities: 142,857, 1278, and within that you will have the duality of what is 3, 4, 5, and 6. No, I didn't. Hold on. No, you have the duality. Sorry, let me just erase one piece of this. You will have the 1, 2, 7, and 8, which is the singularity inside of this. And what will be inside of this that is not the singularity is going to be the 4 and the 5. Right. Right. Again, back to the feminine. And the 4 and the 5, when you multiply it and add it, it ends up saying the sun, the king, and the queen. It ends up saying Mars connected to 9 birth. It becomes what is 29, the reason for the 29th day, the reason for the IT system connect, number 29. What is 27? Did you know that 27 and 29, they work together? 9 is everything, right? It's all in a ball. It is what is the tetrahedron is in all. Why only 5 platonic solids? Well, 5 by 9, right? And what is 9 by 720 is 6480. They all fit together. So if you're going to ask about numbers, they all go together. And by the way, there's only 36 sets of numbers. So back to finishing off, let's just drop this, right? And hear what it was, right? We're going on break. Maybe I'll put on a little music. Let me put on a little music. I'm not going to put on, I have some corny songs. The other thing about this was I wanted to show this before I get to doing that and bringing back, I want to bring back the Tesla thing that this person started. They brought up the perfect subject. You know what I'm saying? So you can see the 2 moons on the outside. Now, I'm not sure if they're shining from the dark moons and then coming into the house, or they have something to do with the moons of Mars restoring, right, back into our moons. Does every moon have a triangle in it? Is each one of those moons, the proton, the electron, neutron, coming and working inside the light? I don't know. Is it the night light, right, that's throwing a frequency into the night sky? And when we reach the day, that's what we end up living. If we have to live, right, my frequency understanding is going to be 72 hours and 12 hours, 84 hours, and there's a transition, let's call it the Wednesday. You know, I walked to the store, and I'm not going to say I froze anything off because I'm non-gender on this channel. I take no part in this. I'm only the speaker. If the speaker makes a mistake, tell my boss. Since I also play the role of my boss, don't be hesitant to tell me. I'm playing the role, I'm playing the part, and right now, I think I have to let that part go. The last part I spoke about an hour and a half ago, I think is leaving the system. I'm going to sit on the throne and let them have it back for everything they taught me. It's on its way out. The package is empty. It's got to go. Number one or number two, I don't know, but it's past the system, right? Didn't it pass the system, the snake? I read it from inside of me. I can feel it. It's leaving. Came in through the breath, got mixed up with the food, the protein. They passed it around. They passed around the ball. And all of a sudden I feel it. Hold on. Let me connect the bridge. I can feel it from 4th to 20th. The 260 Tzolk'in calendar running its route inside the 360. I am that 360. I am the oceans. I am 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. I am running down for a touchdown. But at the end, why only the 7 chakras? Because guess what? I started off with an extra foot. They started me at the 30-yard line. Isn't that where God starts, between 30 and 70? Do you know that if you divide 70 by 4, what happens? Like 4 is the corridor for 313. So that's one of my new numbers. I really like it. Like Wednesday's the day. That's why they call it the hump day. So you know what I changed it to? The hump day dump day fell off the wall. So at 72 hours, if you don't sleep, you fall off the wall. And if you're sitting on the wall, are your feet on this side of the wall or your feet on this side of the wall? I mean, how thick is it a wall before it's a walkway? You may as well put up rails.
Well, technically, you are the wall.
So, and another thing is everybody talks about oil and stuff. So one of the things about oil and one of the things about silver is Ag, it's 1/7. It's the extremity of the cube. The expression of 1/7 is this on the cube. If I split the cube with 1, it divides its center. If I reach the center of what is 7, guess what? There is no 7. It's on this side or this side. It's all that is. Then what is 1? Is it all of 1 and all of 6? Is that all of 6 going to 6.9 reaching 7? Because if it is, I'll tell you one thing. When I see 60 on the highway and I'm driving 69, I'm over the speed limit. So I'm assuming this 6 ends at 6. So it's 0 through 1, 1 through to 2, 1.9. So 1 and 9, 1 goes to 1.9, starting at 1.0. So 1.0 to 1.9 is the O is what the 1 jumps out of, and you can't stand on the black hole. So you jump to the side. And all that side of what the black hole is, you coming through, and you need area space to divide that black hole to the left and the right. Are you 2 or 3? You're coming in with the heart. You may as well be ABC. So you come on in through the black hole. What's left? 7. And I've seen this before where 7 is the only thing left. 1, 2, 4 keeps showing up. 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4, 1, 3, 4, 1, 2, 4. When you get 2, 3, 4, that's your breath and vibration. 3 times 3 is 9. 3 plus 3 is 6. So you have 6 and 9 with 7 and 8. Now, 7 and 8 is the singularity. It's the power from the 88 and 77 in the Vatican where 98, 9 rotate. I'm going to show you this, and I know you know this, and I haven't given you a second to speak. Don't speak yet. Where is this? Please, where's my phone? Don't stop me. I can't see. I become blind if I have to stop myself from thinking. Oh, there goes 2 dice. I heard the phone ring. Yes, so, yeah, I'll remember that. I'll remember. How are you doing? How's the garden?
It's snowing.
Okay, I'm not talking about the Garden of Eden. That it's snowing. I know it's snowing, so I was talking about Eden.
Yeah, I thought you was going to drop your kids off at the pool there for a second. And that's funny about the toilet. I want to point out about the black hole. I have small children, and this is one of the things that they're afraid of with the toilet is the black hole. And you need to know that's kind of how it is in the beginning. It's a great, the throne, the porcelain throne is such a great metaphor of how things are here, because technically we are the little shits. We're also the little brats. You
So
know,
did
I know
you?
it sounds silly, but at the same time, you should understand all of this because of the beta rats and the beta star, and then,
Okay, what is
how
the
we're all
Beta
like
Star?
flushed
Because they
down
have
the
the Star of
pipes.
Bethlehem. Hold on, they have the Star of Bethlehem. So what is the Beta Star?
Well, Earth. Earth is the beta star. Earth is also the soul of the sun in a sense because all the planets, this is what I was trying to tell everybody, like we are pieces of a puzzle, a grand master. We're just a piece of it. But at the same time, we are whole. We are a whole piece. It's the same way with the planets. The planets and the stars, they're all pieces to the whole piece.
So
And
so
it's all
so
in here.
so right. So
It's all in your
before
head,
right.
literally.
Right before we go on with that, I want to keep like one thing at a time because that's what exactly what I'm getting out here to show everybody. Instead of just a story, I'm going to put that story. So with Bethlehem, and there's somebody I think Forbidden brought it up that Star of Bethlehem is hanging around. Nibiru is number 73. Very important 7 and 3 because your base creation is 1 between 2 equaling to 3. And what I have in the background here, right? I'm going to show you. This is the Vatican doors, right? And here is your 88. You have 2 doors, 2 by 4, 2 by 4, like I've been speaking about. The Giza pyramid is 42, 42, which is 4 times 2, 4 plus 2, 8 and 6. So you're connecting these doors. So the question is it a possibility for me easily to take Saturn square and connect these poles? And like I've done 100 times before, and others, I'd like others to try it, is that when you connect this 9, right, I left over this 5 and this 2. 5 and 2 is Earth Heart, but it doesn't matter. 5 times 2, 5 plus 2 is 10 and 7. That's a 17. Very important to create a 10. Very important to create the 10 with 7, 8, and 9. They reflect Mars. They reflect the sun. They reflect the moon. So take away this, right? And that's a 9 area. So, whoopee, I'm getting clumsy. The big jacket's still on. Take that jacket off, Frank. Oh, today it's Frank. Yesterday it was Larry Harry. You call me a different name every day. Yeah, I know the cat's sleeping. After the cat delivered its message, sleeping on top of my belly all night long, breathing into my soul. I know the cat has told me all this all last night. Okay, Mr. Cat, I'm delivering the message. Okay, because I don't work. That's why they use me. Okay, here I go. There's a 9. You have 2 doors of 8 and 8. When you connected them, you left over a 5 and a 2 on each side. Now I'm going to go connect another 9. So now I connected another 9 of 88. And when I connect them over here, right, I left over 1 here and 1 here. So I connected 7 and 7 on each side, leaving over 1 and 1. 7 and 7, 1 and 1. Look at all that duality, 99, 88, 77, 11. You only can connect a 5225, right? When you switch it over, it becomes 52 on this side, then it becomes 52 on the other side. Also, the 1 can switch, right? You can do it this way, right? And then you can do it this way. And we can clean it up this way, right? We have that 1 in the center, right? You know what this is? The door opens up over here. So let me take that off. See this door here? Hold on a second. Let me just choose another color. This door splits right over here. So when you see that, do I see the letter E? I don't know. How do the lines shape up? Should I count the squares? But when it does happen, you can see these numbers. 1771. Do you see it? We use 7 of 8 and 7 of 8. When we first hooked up, we left over 2 windows here at one time and 2 windows here at one time. 2, 2. We also left over an area space of here, 5, 5. So what happens is for the 99, it's only in duality and the entire area space. But for the 88, there's only 8 empty spaces. One and 8. When we're working at this, we're only working with one side. So it's going to have 4 rows, right? The 4 rows is 3, 6, 9, 12 for the constellations. When you run these over here, cardinal, 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 1, 4, 7, 10, 13. That's what I was speaking about. Yeah, that's what I was wanting to speak about, is that when you get to the 78 in tarot cards, right, you're going to go 72 plus 6. We're going to be in Virgo. We're also going to be in Gemini at the same time. When you add it, 7 and 8, 15, take away 12 zodiac signs for the completion, add 3. We're in Virgo. When you take 78, you go 6 by 12 for completion of the zodiac sign, 72, add 6 for 78. You can also use what is completion and given to us already out there. The deck of cards is 52. 1.5 decks is 78. So we have 6 suits, but we have to remember something. The diamond suit is not like the other suit. The diamond suit is an assembly and an association, possibly from this reality. From the duality of 3, 6, 4, 5 comes the extra suit. Only because we create the diamond center. And what is over here, if this equates properly, we create a 3, 3, 4 connect, which is what is 7 times 7 times 7 equals 343. 7 plus 7 plus 7 is 21, and 343 equals to 364, which is exactly 13 moons at 28 days. So Cynthia, I'm going on break. What if I'm hoping that you can bring up something, royal stars, their association through cardinal signs, fixed signs, because I can put numbers on them after. Different association between stars, zodiacs, their numbers, things others can concretely, I can concretely put some numbers on so others can see how perfect this zodiac is, that when they do get their life path read, it might not be the person who's reading it properly, but the truth is out there.
Oh yeah, well, what I do with the stars mostly is I just put them into numerics, you know. Each star has a name, you need to know that, and then they are assigned a number. But the number doesn't match the name, so then you need to take the name and put it into Gematria, and you need to see how that number coincides with the number they have given it. Then once you see all the numbers, then you need to see how the planets are rotating through these numbers, and the planets carry their own number because every planet has a number because it has a name. Anything that has a name has a number. All the numbers work together.
So link me up some royal stars like or Polaris, like this is what it is. This is what I do. I work skeleton mode. First of all, there's a constellation very important. 7286 has to be checked out. NGC 5281 must be checked out. Andromeda must be checked out. Pegasus, very huge, okay? P is a huge letter. Reverse alphabet. You see the alphabet switches. It always switches, right? It always switches. It's just so crazy. I never know where to start. So let's go to this one. 10 is the association of A, B, C, D. It's the association of 1928. So it's connecting all your airwaves, your air signs, and everything. So throw that out. Now, P is your first connection where Mars comes in. Why? Because the reverse the low house of Mars starts at 2. So it's 2-9. That's 11. The reverse alphabet of that connect immediately connects P. So that is Polaris comes in with a P. The O comes in as the 15th letter. The fire signs come in, but the question is it come in through Yod Hey? Because that's 3 digits. Why? 10 and 5 equals to 15. The
15th letter, even though it's a double digit letter, it can also be 9 and 6 15, bringing on the breath, 7 and 8 15, bringing on the power through the gates, 2 times 4, 2 plus 4, the communication center through the 2 houses. Is the 2 houses us being one of the 2 houses? Are we the 3rd house? Right? Because they mix the bronze with the silver in the tank and they're watching the fish swim. So there's a whole lot going on. So this is why I'm trying to bring up and one of the things about 5281 is it came up really, really early in my project. And 2005 from 5281 is 7286. 5775 was the cubic. So maybe if you look up 5775, because the electric hooks up everywhere here. So somewhere in the zodiac and then somewhere on this planet. How are all the associations between the 1st, the 4th, the 7th, the 10th? They're associated in each one of the elements, 2, 5, 8, 11, 3, 6, 9, 12, one of each of the elements. This is what is the association of what a cardinal sign is. It's 1, 4, 7, 10. We all know that, one of each, 2, 5, 8, etc. would be fixed. So we know that, you know that. Are there any other associations like that? Because we have to work with the 88 that they gave us. And it's 1 through 87, and then it's 2 through 88. Okay, now if I do that, what do I do with 3? Right, because if I go 2 through 80, should I do 2 through, because one of them makes it higher. What if I went lower in the full expansion and I couldn't go any higher? Like 1 through 7 is the highest. Can I go 2 through 7? 2 and 7 is in the same house. I know I'm talking out of my hat right now. I mean, even though it's all true, it doesn't matter. Here's 2 and 7. Here's 1, that's 1 and 2. So you can see the 4 edges and the 4 corners are missing. 4 edges. Every edge is 2. 4 by 2 is 8. Every corner is 3. 4 by 3 is 12 and 8 is 20. You can also see a heart missing is 21. So with 1 and with 2, right? Now on 2, right, you can see 4 edges missing is 8 and 2 corners is 6. That's 14. Plus the center is 15. So on this one you have 15. On this one, you have 20. 15 and 20 are the year 2015. Wow. Did I say that already once before? Hold on. This is an edge. This is a corner. 4 corners, 4 edges. 4 by 3, 12. 4 by 2, 8. This is the 1, 20. When you add up 1 to 5, it equals to 15. When you add up 2 to 6, it equals to 20. 2015 is the year 5775. The void is 7 and 8. It talks about the power stations. Wow, it works out absolutely perfect. Also to note that 315, again, back to Jesus and the fish. We need to divide and multiply. Divide and multiply to find every letter, every level. Just hold on a second. Yeah, you got to take it over. I got to take a break. I need to have a coffee, make a phone call. Sorry.
Yeah, so what I was going to point out is like with the constellations, the stars, they are what governs time. And the big time clock or the grandfather clock is seen in the above, in the waters above. It's seen in the mirror because the stars are essentially our mirror. Because we are in the beta world, we are in time. The stars are like, because we're in Solomon's brass pot, or the grand cauldron, or the grand well, the stars are going to govern what happens down here. And likewise, you're a star at play.
So
This is why you're an all-star. And the zodiac is what helps us see the time and what time it is. And so you have to know the stories and how the constellations got their shapes. You need to know why, like you were talking about Pegasus. Pegasus is special because he does carry the cube. He carries the grand square in the story. But if you never knew about the star constellations and how they form the square for Pegasus, you'll only see Pegasus as a horse with wings. So you must understand the star stories and then see their shape and understand why they got their shape. And then from these shapes of the grand zodiac, because it's a circle, it's been twisted into the figure 8 for the analemma. This is where the alphabet comes into play. This is where the alphabet, for the pieces of the English alphabet, and the English alphabet comes from beginning. This is something I have been teaching to the people here, that all the alphabet pieces, what people think are new, all of this stuff was written from the beginning. The clock was set, the stage was set, and we all rejoiced. And then we come into time, and it is time release. So you being here right now, you're supposed to be here. And I keep teaching people too how basically we're in the past in a sense, because the future has already happened.
So can you explain
We're the
the
time
alphabet?
travelers. We've come back to the past that is also the future.
Can you explain the alphabet a little bit and the numbers like A1 and how they line up, like in gematria, A1 and G7, and T is the same thing as G. Can you talk about that and associate it with the zodiac? Like, I'm on break for 5 minutes. I want to know if you can get that out there.
Well, I just take
Or the mother and the father,
I know gematria has rules to it. A lot of people don't understand the rules, but part of the rules is you have to know how things flip and twist, and this is what the alphabet shows us, how they flip and twist, and they do the rotation. So technically, the alphabet of English is the story of Ra for the rabbit alpha, and it's also the story of the white sun, but likewise you are the white sun. So you have your ABCs, and they go A to Z for the dog-god game, and then they also have the reverse, and then you must take your numbers and you must condense them, and there's lots of other ciphers to show you what to do with the ABCs.
So when you say we're the white sun, so did you do know that 1 between 2 equals to 3, so anything under 3 is going to be a part of something else. So the word white is 65, and the word black is 29. So black is black because it holds the 9. 9 will always retain, in every one of its dimension associations, will always return to 9, right? But will reduce back to the number that the other number is. For instance, 9 times 5, no, let's not use 5. 9 times 4 is 36, right? And 3 and 6 equals to 9, and 9 and 4 is 13. And 13 and 36 is 4 and 9, 4 and 9 is 13, 1 and 3 is 4, therefore 9 goes into 4. 9 turns into the other number, while 8, its reflection, its counterpart that it lives with, goes back into 8. 9 goes into the number it's associated with, and 8 goes back into 8. So if you're talking about Scorpio, if you're talking about Leo, they change. And the reason I say these signs is because I run from Pisces down and I run from Aries up in numbers. Did that make any sense to you? Can you follow me? Because I know it's 100% the way it works.
Yeah, I understood what you said, and for me, when I hear what you're saying, I just start processing about Saturn. You know, Saturn, even though he is black, he is the white, because black is also white.
Well, you can't become
The
black
story of the
unless
yin
you.
yang is a perfect example of this. You have blanco in Spanish, which means white, and you have negro that means black. So, you know, and I know you do French mostly, but French and Spanish and Italian, they're all connected. Um, just like a lot of the other all the languages are connected. There was in the beginning an original language.
Do you not see me through the darkness? Because I do not come through unless there's light from the darkness. Otherwise,
Yeah, for
you don't see
me
me.
to see you, I see through the black pupil that brings light. You see what I'm
Well, this
saying?
is all black. Everything you're seeing here is black. If the light didn't exist, you're just poking out through the black and leaving over what's not been taken over from the light. So it's the thick matter that, I mean, this is what I see. You know, there's a trillion, who knows how many molecules just between me and the screen. And like I look at this as a plasma TV set, and we're no more than that. Sorry for just interrupting you. Yeah, I'm going back
Oh
on
yeah, and
break.
see,
I
like
gotta be quiet.
with the white sun, I also see the black, because you must understand, when you stare at the sun through a different lens, it will appear black. That is the story of the yin yang, which is the two bull dragons, and this is concerning the white sun and the black sun. Then you must understand the red sun that comes through, which is the Venus, and the Venus, she plays a role with the rabbit also, because she is the 81 that turns into the 18, that is the R for the rabbit. So what I was telling you before, when you look at the planets, don't look at the planets as separate, although they are separate. They're pieces to the whole. You see, like we're the pieces to the whole. It's the same thing with the planets. So what I was shown in spirit was how the planets were constructed. They all came from a singular construction, you know, and then they're the pieces and parts that later evolved, but through their evolution, they have made what we want to call life here on this rock possible. But without them doing their mechanisms and their movements that they do, they are what help pull us into the moon and then further into the planet, which, keep in mind, the grandmother is also the planet. There's a lot of macro, micro, macro, micro when it comes to the teachings with the planets. And keep in mind, the word planet is for the play net. It is for the grand play in the grand net that we are in, because technically the well is also a spider web. This is where the story of the Great Mother comes in with your thread. We all come through the sun, and to understand what the word sun means, you must understand how words have evolved over time. The sun, when you say sun in English, everybody's thinking about the sun that's outside, like there's only just one sun, but you must understand the sun is the soul, and all the planets are souls. So they're all suns, they're all stars. This is why you are the all-star player, because all the planets come together for you to be able to play here. And you can see them in the palm of your hand. This is your deck right here. This is your deck, the palm of your hand, that shows all your cards right here. Okay, and then you have your further construction that shows like your literal deck of cards that comes into play. And everything that's here, this is somebody's house. It's all been constructed for us. Like the smell. The smell is a program. You know, just like the waves are a program. Everything here has been programmed for this grand house, and then we get to come here and play a role in it. And your role changes through each lifetime that you have, and a lot of it has to do with your name, your white stone, because when you come into time, you get your white stone with your new name, and that's your clean slate. And see, when I'm talking about your clean slate, that's also your clean jack in the box, because Saturn is pointing to the black slate. See what I'm saying? So you get your white stone, get your white sun, your white star at the same time, and keep in mind your star holds all your memory. So you can come into time and you might feel like you have forgotten something as a baby and then grow into a small child, but you must understand the time release settings that comes into play with your clock, because we're all in a grand clock. We each have our own personal clock, and your clock rolls out in your due time and your due settings. See, in your planets aren't the same in your houses and your mansions like mine are for me. And when I'm talking about my mansions, I'm talking about the zodiac, but I use all the calendars. I'm not using just one calendar. I see the grand multifaceted God that I am here in time. So everyone needs to know that our memory is never erased. This is why you must go within. You can't project without having the within there. So you must go within, and if you have questions and stuff, you must try to ground and go to your star bank and ask questions, and everything will come to you in due season. Everything is coming in due season. Everything arrives at the right time. And the word coincidence doesn't apply when it comes to your star settings. There are no coincidences here. But what I do with the alphabet, because I know it comes from the stars, I know how it links to the numbers, I know how the cards play, I know how the dice works, and how it all connects to the grand pyramid that I am. I am the grand pyro medium. I also understand how the earth is hooked up to all the pyramids. So a lot of people want to say just the pyramids in Egypt. You need to know there's pyramids all over the earth, and they're all built using the divine technology. And most of these structures I was shown, yes, they are built by the gods, because it's us in our higher forms. We just have to try to get back to that state, because a lot of us have been watered down in a sense. We must become the elixir. We must become the one who ferments. Then we must become like a tincture, a strong extract, So like you, I feel like when I come to your channel with your tack pans, you are channeling your higher self, no doubt. And pretty soon which I already feel you're at this level where you have truly merged with your higher self, complete in time, and you are here to, just play your role that you're supposed to be playing right now to help others come online further. Because technically we're all online from the beginning. We just come online further as we progress in the stages and ages that have been put into our birth chart from the beginning. We just have to reactivate. You know what I mean?
Well, a lot of people don't know anything. Like I'm still turning over and turning my chair around saying, this can't be true. I'm still doing it. I'm still doing it today, 20 years later. I turn my chair around, I'd still say this can't be true. It's like, it has become a total dream, absolutely dream. When people say this doesn't bother you and that doesn't bother you, I go, what does it mean to bother you? Where am I? What is the beginning? What is the end? When you say 1,000 years, they don't understand what it means. Yeah, I know I'm not going to be here 1,000 years. Okay, doesn't change the story of what's going on the planet. People can't distinguish between them personally and what's going on in the reality, and why it's happening, or whatever is happening, or why is what is as is. How did it become? What happens to all these intelligent people? Where does all the money go? How does it get there? Right? What happens? So this is only one little teeny weeny aspect, just to know that 51, area 51, or 5/1 creates a percentage sign, right? When you run it diagonal, it becomes the percentage sign. Things that run by 4 and 2 splitting apart. When you run it down diagonal this way, the money sign is diagonal. The money sign is not up and down. It's diagonal. Mars is 51, Earth is 52. So Earth has 2 lines, Mars has 1. Do you know why it's diagonal? The money sign is this way. Is it because of the angle we're living? Right? Is it because we're living this angle here? Right? And then I don't know how to draw that because that has its own line. So I'd have to there'd have to be like another bar down here. And anyways, we just connect all here. So anyways, I'm going to take that off. I'll do that again. So it's this angle. And the reason for that is when you're creating squares, hold on a second. When you're creating squares, yes. Here's your first square, right? Here's your next square. I'm just going to see if I'm doing this right. Here's my, no, hold on a second. Here's my next square, right? Whoop, that's not good. There you go. Okay, because of this, right, this sets in. Let's see if I got this right. I don't know if I'm going to get this right. Okay, I think I got it right. I'm not sure if I got it right. Now, as you can see, right, this here, it can be split over here, and it must go through it. And this over here can be split over here. It must go through it, right? So that's what it is. That's what it is. Okay. So when you create the 5, right? I create the 5 here, 2 areas. I go down 1 areas. I go over 1 area. I go down 1 area. Hold it. Okay. And then I come back to this area. When I do that, did I do this properly? Okay. Did I do that properly? No, this had to go from here all the way to here, all the way to here, all the way to here, right? All the way to here, all the way to here. That's the way that one had to be done. Sorry, made a mistake. Maybe I should do it again. I'll just leave it like
I
this.
feel like I can follow what you.
So then you can go here and here. And the reason for that, okay, is because this box here ends over here, but yet your starting line was here. So it goes through showing the bull horns. This is where the diagonal comes in. Do you follow it? You follow it?
Yeah.
I'm going to show it to you again, but this time I'm going to do it a little bit different. Good morning. I'm just going to show it to you, then I'm going to take that little break. Okay, so let me do this. Okay, let me see if we can see it. Can I put this light on? Okay, I'll take out this pin. You remember what I was talking about? Oh yeah, the 5-2. So what happens, and I still didn't do the 9, right? I still didn't do the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it was 1, 4, 7, right? Now I have to do this again and again. So when we do it, the next time I'm just going to do it in this. Then it's 2, 8, and 5.
Yeah, see, and you can do all of this with your astrology when you're doing your birth chart readings. You know,
Yes,
when your
it's
planets are
exactly,
on your
yes,
dial.
yes,
This is
exactly.
where your squares and your trines and your octaves and, you know,
So
all of
can we do
your,
something? Can you do something with me? Right?
sure.
If I had to go to Pisces, right? I can either start here, okay, here, and go to Pisces because 1 and 2 equals to 3, but there is no 12. So I'm going to tell you how I'll go to Pisces.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm going to start, I'm going to start Pisces as 15. I'm going to start Aries. Okay. I'm going to start Aries at 13. Okay. Then I'm going to go 14, 15. Right? This, I'm going to do this 13, 14, 15. And then what I'm going to do is 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. In fact, I shouldn't have done this. What I should have did, okay, is I could have started Aries at 7 and then went 8 and then 9 and just shift the position just like the alphabet goes to the other side of the cube. But if I did that, I still couldn't get the 12. So I'm shifting Aries over to 13, right? Now, if I count backwards from 13, okay, I'll only go back 1. So now we can have a new design to the zodiac to get the 12. I'll go back from 13 Aries. We know where we're going. But if this is 13 areas, then guess what? Look at this. 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Look at that. Over here in the 19th position. We've got Libra. In the 20th position, and 20 is used it as a gateway, we have Scorpio. 21, which is usually you. 21 is now Sagittarius. Sagittarius brings on the entirety of 21st, the power of Christ. Add 1 to 21 and it equals to 231, bringing 3 between 1, ABC, 77 by 3. Then we have 22, the Fool. But at the same time, the 22nd zodiac sign is going to be, again, Scorpio. But in this case, it's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 22 is Capricorn. And then 23 becomes Aquarius. And then the 24th hour, right, becomes Pisces in this. But they say that Capricorn begins the first hour between 12 o'clock, right? I'm just looking at what they say. They say Capricorn, right, begins at 12. So if I started my zodiac there, right, at 12 o'clock at night, it would be 12 with 10. And the next time 10 comes back here to this 12 here is in 24 hours. So this 12 now becomes 12, 36, 60, 84, 108, 132, 156, 180, 204, 51, 102, 204. Just to understand its basic code. 51 is Mars. This one comes out of Mars. Again, the feminine, the hash mark, the time on the clock, the cycles of the moon, the sun. 1 times 108, 2 times 54, 3 times 36, 4 times 27. Is there a 5 times? 5 times 216. Yes, 5 times 216. Is that what it is? Tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm crazy. Oh my God, is
Oh
that
no, I
you?
see. I see. Yes, your system would work correctly. Everything you said is correct.
5 times 216. This is the moon. This is 6 by 6 by 6, eh? Check this out. 6 by 6 by 6, 216. Did you know the 216th minute? You know what time it is? It's 3 hours and 36, right? You know what that is? That's on the
What?
336th day. You know what day that is? That is what is 12 by 28 equals to equals to 336. 12 moons are completed. The feminine moon ends. Did you ever see that before? How perfect this is? How 132 is actually 66? That the basics of this setup is 12, 24, 48, 96, where everything becomes 108. You see,
Yeah,
they
and
have the two
108 is operator.
Yeah, so they have the two basics. I'm going to get back to this. Like they have 3, 6, 12, 24. And everything here is going to be, 3, 6, 12, 24. 108, yes, 108, 72. So that's what it was, 108, 72. Just want to see if I get this in properly, right? And then this one over here is 18 and 36. Did I get that right? 72, 108. This one is 9 by 8. This one is 15. Anyways, each one of these have to be divided up to see where they fit and where they don't fit in their perfect denominator. Why in the perfect denominator? That when I need to divide, I divide up. My basic divisions are 6, 7, and 13. That's it. Just 6, 7, and 13. And each one of these, when you break it all down, is 1 between 2 equals to 3. So now I break it down between 3s and 4s. The split of the cube is 3 and 4, or what is 3.5? The tetrahedron, you know why, right? Right? It's the 7 by 7 by 7 equals to 343. 7 plus 7 plus 7 equals to 21 equals to 364. 4 by 91 equals to 364. 1 over to 13 equals to 91. 1 over to 6 equals to 21. Okay. And what is the seventh day? Equals to 28. The 28 is what is 13 by 28 equals to 364. So what is the 21? The 21 will be 21 by 4 equals to 84. And this will happen times 4 equals to 336. And it ends on the 12th moon. When does this cycle catch up again? It will not catch up again until another 84 passes by. So 336 and 84 equals to a total of 4 and 6 is 0. 8 and 3 is 10 is 2 and 1 until 420 is arrived. Now when you count from 4th over to 20th, they are all in the T20 and H828 realm. It is not first, it is not 21st, that is the string. That is the cubic string. 21 is the number that will fit into this here 4 times and then 3 times. Is that right? What's that? And then 4 times, right? 4 times and 4 times. So it's 16 times, what was that number again? 16 times, give me a second, I lost my number.
I can only see your pen. You're glitching on my end.
Oh, okay. 21. 16 by 21, is that what it is? No. Yeah, 16 by 21 equals 336, right? But we run a string of 28 years. Did you know that? We run 19 years. We run 28 years. And what is a 28-year cycle that we run? I'm not sure if it's 28 or 27 something. I have to look back at the calendar. I'm going to show you why and where it comes from. Then I'm taking my next break because I didn't take a break yet. I need to go to 2024. I got to go to March, the month of March, right? I got to go to month of March 2024. And no, yeah, month of March 2024. And I got to take a look at it. Just give me a second.
Yeah, I like how you pointed out how 7 times 7 times 7 equals the CDC. You know, I've been pointing out to a lot of people how a lot of the construction that is here actually comes from the die, the black square. It comes from Saturn. It's a Saturn square symbolism construction. A lot
So
of the
March
programs
1st is a
here, they all
Friday.
link to
Sorry.
the alphabet.
March 1st, 1996 to 2024. Oh no, I need 2024. It's got to be February. Sorry. It's got to be February 29th. I need to see this number here. February 29th. February 29th, 2024. We got to go to 1997, I think it is. '28. So it's not 1997. Is it 1996? Yes. So it is 1997. Okay. So starting this year over here, okay, all the days from this year, you see it? Start on March 1st or end on February 28th. But let's not end on February 8th, or let's end on February 28th, leaving this, okay, the last 2 weeks, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, the last day, and then the incoming day. The last day of the cycle, the new day of the cycle. So we end here. So we go from the 29th and we end in the 28th. For 28 years, we run that cycle. 7 by 4 is the God cycle. 7 months, 4 months, 1 month. 7 by 4, 28 cycle. 7, 4 is 11. The 2-9 cycle of Mars. The 2-9, the 8-3, the 7-4, the 6-5. The 6-5 and the 3-4 come together, right? The 3-4-5 and 6. The 3-3, Isaac. The 4-4, Abraham. The 1 times 3, the 1 plus 3 creates the 3 and the 4. Now from Jacob, you create the duality between Abraham, 44, Isaac, 33. Now, how do you bring that together? Through 5. 5 minus 1 is 4, 5 plus 1 is 6. 5 minus 2 is 3, 5 plus 2 is 7. Ishmael is 67. Running through the nickel over here of Leo. If we counted 12 up against these numbers, I'd have to bring 12 back this way. I'd have to stop at 9. Actually, I'd stop at 6 if I brought up 1. The zodiac stops here. I have to go backwards into the last month if I looked at it this way. You see the difference between this and this? It's a 4. Here, right? When it ends here, there's going to be 7 months that connect 4 over to 1. Those 7 months that end with 1. Did you know that 7 months by 31 days is 217? Seven months of 31 days is 217. Did you know 217 minutes is 3 hours and 37 minutes on the clock? Not like 336, which is 12 by 28. Well, this is not 12 by 28. This is 12 by 28 plus 1. Look at that. Or what is 7 by 31? Coming from that equation, we get 337. You know what that is? That is day 1 of the 13th moon. That is the first day of the 13th moon. It becomes the 12th month, the 3rd day, A, B, C in December. How many days left to Christmas? There's 21 days plus that 3rd day, the 24 days, 21 and 3, right? A, B, C. It runs that corridor of the lower house, bringing the cube in, and then Jesus comes all of a sudden, just like that. right? On the
Yeah.
first day of the 13th moon, Jesus arrives, okay? Remember, the third day is there. Day 337, the first day of that moon. You go 22 days later, the day of the fool, 22 days later is a string in the 88 constellations. 22 days later is two poles on the side of the cube, which brings on 14. Jesus is 74, Jesus Christ 77, 74. On this day, from the third day to the 25th day, 2 and 5 is 7, 3 is 7. Again, the air sign comes in. The 12th month, 1 and 2 is 3. And on how many days? 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Jesus comes in on the 7th day of the year. 31, 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Jesus comes in on the 7th day of the year.
Yeah, so you were showing like the leap year, right?
Right.
Okay, so the leap has to do with the bunny, and then the Jesus is the rabbit, the raw.
Yes, that works out. Absolutely works out. That
Yeah,
story.
and then when you have your Bible too, you need to know when they had leprosy, that's also for the rabbit.
Yes,
You know, a
yes,
lot of
yes.
the
Tell them,
words in the
explain why,
Bible-
where that comes in, because it's part of the rabbit name.
Well, it just because it has the leap in it. The leap connects with the rabbit. You have to think about, so like we're in the time mill that is also the hopper. Okay, so we are the time hoppers.
Right. I'm bringing up others to
The
speak
rabbit,
also.
the rabbit
so-
is for the raw, for the rabbit alpha. It's concerning the Son of God.
Hey.
Likewise, it's you.
Okay, Cynthia,
What's
just give
up,
it a
guys?
minute. We're going to give Pixel a chance, and I'm going to be
Hey,
taking
everybody.
a 5-minute break, but I want to hear you. How you doing? Wow,
I just
you
wanted
bring
to say
freshness.
I love y'all. I love
Yes,
you guys.
greetings. Sending love as well. Yes,
I
love it.
appreciate all the content you're making and doing all the
Thanks.
videos and stuff, man. I love you guys. You guys are awesome. You want to see something I'm working on here?
Go ahead.
Check
We
this
know
out.
you're always up here. We know you come up here to show us a little of that stuff. Let's go see it.
Yep. It's a cube of space here. I'm painting this cube.
Okay.
Oh, great. Yes, the Cube of Revelation. Good job.
Yep, it's a Golden Dawn magical tarot card cube.
Yes.
Do you know you can create a multi-dimensional reality by this reality that I will explain? That if you stretch out and make rectangles, you can make less area cube space, even though they'll be the same sizes. Do you follow me?
Uh-huh.
It'll give you a different algorithm, like the walkways we walk on when we walk up somebody's stairs. Oh, I love it. Is that the fool? That's me, eh? That's me.
Yep.
That's me.
Each color represents a tarot card.
This card is the card that says, I know the difference and I can show you. Like you have to be in the center in order to hang, right? In order to hang and not to swing, you have to be directly underneath what holds you. So there's a big story going on. And the H is what's holding I down, right? From that
yeah,
one.
yeah, because we're upside down in the well. We're hanging upside down in the well. This is why we must look up, which is also the floor. The ceiling is the floor, just like the floor is the wall with the writing.
Hey, guess
And
what?
It's funny how he named that the Golden Dawn, because you must understand the time period we are in too with the Golden Dawn.
Hold on for a second. This floor is onto him right now. And yes, the Golden
Guess
Dawn.
what, guys?
Absolutely, because of the Golden Duck. So we'll talk about that in a minute.
Guess what, everybody? The first name, or the first letter of my name is I, and the last letter is H. How cool is that, huh?
Yeah. So, but we have to. So you actually look like what you're designing right now. You need to make 2 of those,
Cynthia sent me a whole bunch of those. Remember, won't forget, I got them all the time, right? And you can paint them up any way you want. Any way you want but they all have to be, like you
Here you
see
go.
here, I made the 9 dots with the 4 spaces. And then over here, I made the 9 areas. See that? Right, that's it.
my
There
prototype.
Yes, that's perfect. Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. So the cut. What does the joint mean? The split, the 5. Aries comes in. What? Hold on a second, Cynthia. What would you say when? I don't know. Your mic's not working there. You can't touch. Cynthia's mic is turned off. Oh, okay.
Okay, I turned it on. It's on.
Okay. So listen. Do you see the hexagons he's got?
Do I see the what?
The hexagons.
Oh, yes, yes.
Okay, so for the first time, or not really the first time, but now you're adding the second part of my game. Wow, please be where I want you to be. You're not in the right place. Maybe you're up here. Oh yeah, here, because I didn't think I'd have to take it out. So we have to run with these in singularity and then run it with our duality. So here, right, where they show the pinhole, he's showing the fold for the V. The V can only fold that way. Now, when it shows the crossing hexagon, okay, it shows where the house must close down, where the house is no longer shared, chopping the top part of the card in half, but leaving the heart of the card intact, either to the other side or just completely separating the feet from the head, the ceiling from the floor. But remember, once you release the ceiling, you got everything beneath the floor. If this was an apartment building, this is the floor and the ceiling. This is the way I have to look at it. I have to look at the corridor. If this is an architectural theme, everything has to work the same way. So whatever you put into it, whoever creates, if you're doing the zodiac work, this is what I call international, whatever you want to call it, symmetry of everything that's ever been created, that everything fits in. I don't want to say the system I created, but the system that I work with is like this. And this can.
Oh, yeah, yeah, he's spot on with his creation here. I want to say his creation is not new, but at the same time, it is new. You see what I'm saying?
I don't know if anybody's put it on a cube, but to put those in-between cards. Now, I don't know if the in-between card is a dictation of the understanding between the 2 cards. And if they are, it's perfect. There's one other way that I see this being done. And here it is. Here.
Yeah.
These are 3s. What you have is 4s. This one is 3s. Now, what do you do in the empty area space? Only put a heart. You can put something or you can put a heart. But if you want a joker, put nothing. And what goes there where the nothingness is? The oceans or an area space unoccupied that everybody can dip in equally and use the toolbox for their own benefit. Inside the white space is everything. You make with it what you can. So leave it blank. So by doing that, you come in with this and create a void area space that everybody can go in because it's unfiltered. And guess where we are? Ta-da! We're that area space. Right? Why don't we fly the planes from here to here? Because we're living in zones, in different airspace zones. So you can't numerically, you cannot possibly do it. And I think Tesla said it. So you don't only have to connect. When I showed before the connection of 147,258, we can also do the connections by running with 1357. I think that's what it is. No, I have to think what it is. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we have to separate 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyways, I'll bring that up after. Yeah, that's
Hey.
nice. I like that.
You
So
guys
if you
check
put-
this out. I got another project I'm working on too. Let me see if I can set this up.
You know you can switch this up and make something for the roulette wheel? Yes.
See
Yes,
this
that's
book
good
I got
too.
here?
Yes. Yes, 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 yes,
Check
yes.
this out.
See it.
Front, we
Yes,
have
yes.
Saint Michael the Archangel, and here's the Tree of Life. Oh shit!
Yeah. That's good. Keep going.
Oh fuck! I'm
Keep
trying to figure
going.
out how to.
Yeah, so you can put, so somebody's already put the 26 letters onto the cube. So yes, you can fit everything onto there. Absolutely. Yes, yes, absolutely.
Oh
Now
yeah,
you
the
have to make,
letters on the cube is a very old construction that has been hidden away. It has been hidden away by the constructors, but in the same manner, we become the constructors because we take over the construction. This is why we are the Templars. We take over the temple. We have our torch bearer. We are the torch. We take the torch and then we pass the torch.
See that? And then on the inside, I've got all the tarot cards on it.
that's me. That's me. What number is that? Stop there. Hold on. Go back. What's that? Let me see.
That's number 0.
See, it's glitched you
Oh,
out.
who's 22 then? Because I'm 22 and 0.
22 is the world. Dancing Saturn.
That's 21.
Oh, well, I guess 22 is 21 too. They're both the same.
Okay, so no, that's what it is. You see, 1 connects to 21, 2 connects to 20, 3 connect, and then if you want to split it up, you go 1 over to 20, 2 over to 22. I don't know why they do it that way, but that's what they're doing on the cube. In order, we run the 1-7 cube, the low and the high, meaning the 2 of them connecting, and then the 1 is the low. This is 100% of itself, but the 7 is only 50% of itself. I want to see that in a minute. Hold on.
Yeah, I just can't. I'm sorry. I'm not going to be able to comment on. Okay, now I can
I
see.
can show you more cubes.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
going.
have so many
listen,
cubes.
Drifter. I'm taking a break for a few minutes, but keep showing it. I can look back at it, talk. I'm going to see it
Okay.
after. I have to do some things, but yes, this is what we need. I love the participation, even if it's in your own realm. Very important. This is very good stuff. This is what I'm talking about. We have to put the zodiac on here as well. All of this is huge, important, right? This is the alchemy of our creation, because everything only came here through the breath of all of us over the last thousands of time.
It's Jewish Kabbalism. It's called the Sefer Zahar, or the Sefer Yotzar, or something like that.
Zohar.
Yeah, the Sefer Zohar.
Yes, so that's the,
This-
so when
I'm
you
sorry.
say Ra, the sun god, the Zo in the zodiac, okay, is actually 77,778. It's the power source. I'll explain it. Z is the 26th letter. 3 times 26 equals 78. Z equals 7 and O equals 7 in Chaldean. And that's the teacher. Chaldean is the teacher. So if you want to really build the source up, I'm gonna have to start speaking more Chaldean.
Yes.
I'll be
This is
back.
from
I'll be
this is
back.
from the Sefer Yetzirah, where it's a text of Jewish Kabbalism. This is one of the first Jewish texts ever written, actually. It's one of the oldest surviving Jewish texts we have. And it's the what basically lays out in the Sefer Yetzirah is the planetary attributions of all of the Hebrew letters, the planetary and zodiacal attributions of all the Hebrew letters. So it's from there that we get the planets and the this is called the Sefer Yetzirah by Ari Kaplan. This one's called the Kabbalistic Tarot by Robert Wang.
I'm watching, but I can't speak.
There's another one here. This one's called the Tarot by Paul Foster Case. And it has the cube of life in it too. Or the cube of tree. See the cube of space diagram here. And if you DM me, send me a DM and I can send you all these books for free. Because I have them on
Yeah, I will do that.
Yeah, I have them on PDF. So I'll send you them on Google or something, or I can text them to you through
Yeah,
your
and
phone
see
number.
when you say cabal, see how you've
Uh-huh.
spelled it with it's been spelled with a Q in one of these. That is
Yeah,
one
yeah.
of the things with the text flips. It can also be spelled with a C, and it can
Yep.
also be spelled with
With a
a
K.
K for the magic. The magic goes all the way back to Babylon.
Here we go. something like this.
The Babylon goes back to the harlot, which is the queen. And the harlot is mentioned in the Bible many times, but it is also a Venus connect. So when you do your tarot,
Yeah.
or when you do the Zohar, it's always going to connect to your harlot, which is also for the hare rabbit. I've been talking about the rabbit a lot in this video, so I wanted to point out how the har will take you to the hare, which is
Yep.
also the heir to the throne. It is you. Likewise, all the tarot, all those cards are a reflection of you in a sense.
Well,
They
let me
come
show
from
you
the
something
phase
else.
4 for the rotas, for the rotation.
Yes, Rotas, Tarot, Rota, Orat, and there's one other one they use, but I got it on a card here. Let me see this here real quick.
Yeah, and I like these kind of constructions because the cube will show you, when you do your cube, you must be able to see the tree of life within it. Likewise, it is you. It is you as the cube, and the grand rotas
What do you
will
think
be
about
showing
that,
you
huh?
your grand spiral.
Hangman is salt, water. It's the moon.
Yes.
The hangman is salt, alchemical salt, water, alchemical water. The moon is dissolving. The hangman is to dissolve a solution.
Yes.
That's why whenever, basically in the hangman, the whole story, point of the hangman is that he's hanging upside down, right? And so in order to hang upside down, you know what it does is it creates all of the blood in your body goes to your head cavity. And so essentially what that means is that whenever you hang upside down, it enlightens you faster. You know,
Yeah,
it's
blood
kind of
rush.
like bringing divine light to your head. But I guess the main point is really that the hangman is to crucify your material desires, to crucify your flesh, essentially, the same way that Jesus did on the cross, you know, the INRI, essentially. So you can see his mem, water,
Yes,
salt,
and it is a
Neptune,
sacred story. They told the story
water.
in ancient days a lot with the pots. Because you are also the pot holder, you carry the top. The pots is concerning the top, it's the cap.
Right here. See, it's connecting these. Thanks for the gifts, guys. And it's also one of the foundational mother letters. There's 3 mother letters in the cube of space. One is sulfur, one is mercury, then the other one is salt, which this is hangman. Here, the blue one. And then the red one is judgment. And then the yellow one is the magician. So basically the fool and the magician are yellow. And then judgment is red. Here, which is shin. Let's see, what was I looking for? Looking for something else to show you guys. But yeah, I've got a ton of diagrams. I've made a bunch of diagrams around here. You guys got any questions? But here we can read. Let's read about the hangman. Why don't we? Let's read about him. See what it says here in this book I got here. I'll send you this book for free if you want. Okay. Mem, value 40. M, value, final letter in the word 600. This is the second of the 3 mother letters of the Hebrew alphabet. Its name means literally seas, but like many plurals in Hebrew, it designates a general idea. In this instance, water is the connection. We may note that all alchemists call water the mother, seed, and root of all minerals. In ancient Ascensi, what do you mean by Ascensi, my brother? In ancient books, neither direction nor planet is associated to this letter. In the cube of space, however, it corresponds to the inner axis of the cube, connecting the western face, connecting with the center to the western face. Ascended Master. Oh, you mean Ascended Master? What are you talking about? H.P. Blavatsky? Because I've got those books too, man. The Isis Unveiled, The Secret Doctrine. This is a good one right here, man. The
yeah,
Book
I think
of
she
Golden
was asking
Precepts.
about the deck.
Oh, the Ascended
If it's
Master.
for
Which
the
deck?
Ascended Master. I would say the deck is for the Ascended Master
Which
because
one? This
it
one
is
here?
your mirror.
You mean this deck?
Well, the deck in general, like a tarot deck in general,
Okay.
it is your mirror. You see what I'm saying?
Well, there's a bunch of
It
different
can.
kinds of tarot decks. I mean, you got the, this is the
Yes, but they're
BOTA.
all your mirrors. You can use all the decks to see your inner reflection, and you do this through algorithmic measures. See what I'm saying? Like if you need an answer and you turn to your deck, it's going to be reflecting where you're at that time and space. You're going to see what you need to see because it's your reflection,
Okay.
the deck.
Well, yeah, then in that sense, there's many different decks. But I'm just curious about what deck she was talking, or he or she was talking about, referring to. The Ascended Master can go, because essentially the tarot is considered to be book T, which would be working for the L's. L's is, life is what you make it, brother. You are the L.
Yeah, you're the
As far as I'm concerned, you are the L, man. So, because everything you experience in your reality is in your mind. And so you can't disown parts of yourself without disowning parts of yourself, essentially. So every time
in your book here, I'm sorry, you're glitching
I'm saying
again, but
every time you put somebody else down, you're really only putting yourself down.
yeah.
So to call them out and say the L's or whatever, the L's, you're not really going to get anywhere for that. It's much better to just understand something and then you can add to it or make it your own. Just because it is the L's doesn't mean you have to work for them. You can work for yourself essentially.
Yeah. Yeah, becoming your own master builder. This is what the Hangman is about. That's why he says mem on there for memory. You must remember if you have been dismembered.
Memory is water.
Yes.
It's emotion. It's also the Bina on the tree of life. Bina, which is Saturn. The waters of creation, essentially, where everything gets formed. Everything gets its form from water. Because what is water without the container?
Yes, and I teach people because I am an ascended master and I know all about this stuff. I teach people how we all carry the sacred drip drop. We're all an alpha.
Thank you, my brother.
We're all carrying the first seed. So when the planet was seeded, we are carrying a seed that has been passed down from beginning within. It's in our sacred waters.
We live their different lives and stand the sands of time. And yet I fight this battle all alone. Yeah. No place to call home. No one to cry to. No place to call home.
No,
Yet I
no,
find.
two-letter word.
Yet I
Victor
find.
29, 25. Blackjack.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Yay, great job.
That's Johnny B. Good. Going down
we're
to
all
the
Johnny.
Evergreens.
I like to say that we are all the same name just because we all carry the alphabet.
Oh, yeah. Well, we are the alphabet.
Yes.
A through Z. The Alpha and the Omega.
Yes.
You know what's funny? Help me understand.
Adonai.
Help
The
me
divine
understand
Adam
this.
Keedman.
If the alphabet ends on Z, even though others have said there are others before me, does that mean that 8 is the highest number and 1 is inside of 8? Does that constitute this?
Z before me, except after B.
Z also, as 8 and 1 come together to create 9, the 9th area must be pushed up here because it can't be in here. In order to have separation, do you want to see separation? Instead of coming and having 9, right? Because if 8 and 1 is 9, where do you put it? In the center? Do you expand it out and make a rim all the way around and say that's 9? Or do you raise it up like that? And you go 1 over to 4, and this one 1 over to 4, and you stop. You create a triangle here. Well, you can't create a triangle. You create a square or a triangle, 2 triangles, and the right side and the left side come up. They meet in the center, and they create a 1 zone. Call it the 5 area. The 1 zone between the 2 areas, creating the 9 zone, which is part of 2 areas equaling to 1 1/8, or the 88 constellations. By bringing them together, you create an area, space, and void to what is 4 by 2, 8, and 4 by 2, 8, and connect them together like we saw the gates of the Jubilee.
Now I like to say because you're the A through Z, you're the operator. You're outside of it. You're the 0. You're the 0 as the operator who operates the A through Z, and you see yourself again in the reflection of J as the jack, the 10 net.
Yep.
Then you see yourself again in the T for tea time for 20. So you carry the 1 and the 2.
To myself.
Oh, that's good. That's good. You see, that's why I like just when people just talk. Okay, Tiny Tim.
Because I'm your lover.
Yes, you are
I'm
Tiny
a
Tim. You're Tiny
zero.
Time.
So the
You're
Tim
Tiny Tim.
part.
You're Timmy. You're Timmy in the wheelchair.
Okay, but the
South
difference
Park.
between
You're
the
Timmy
M
in
and
the
the T,
wheelchair.
the difference between the M and the T.
Your prayers.
Okay, the difference between the N and the T is the separation is 13.5. The N is 14. Wow, I lost my sense in that. All right, the MIT is the M brings both sides of the house together. The N has a separation gap within the house. The M is a shift. It shifts with the N. Although the N is what is like the M, but in 2 parts, the M joins it together within itself. And that's where the split in the alphabet comes in at 13.5.
She's the one for me. She's all I really need.
I'm going to be back on in a second. Just give me a minute.
She's the one for me. That's a good one, man. Oh yeah, I hear you, man. I'm going down to got these CDs here, man. The world is a disc, man. Even Shakespeare said, "All the world's a stage."
Oh, so listen to this, and you're the center of it. So listen to this. If all the world's a stage and you're the center of it, the A in stage splits. I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna take. Just give me a minute. I'm gonna do that in a minute. I'm gonna do that.
Yeah, see, and because the world is a stage, this is why you can break a leg.
Yep, exactly. It's all flat disc. You know, and who's the show on? Who's we giving the show for anyway? Whose entertainment are we?
If you break a leg and you have one leg to stand on, and you're the Vesuvian man, who supports you? That within this world you're supported beyond. That the 6 feet under, as the Vesuvian man, with your 2 feet locked into the Vesuvius next to you, with their 2 and 2, as 1 and 1 goes between yours, as yours goes between theirs, leaving your 6 feet to your 5, 5, 5, 5, and 5, 5, and 5, 5, or your 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, 10, or 10, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 fingers on all the Vesuvians that are connected to you, right? This is the tetrahedron of 720 minutes. So bring everything out to the 6 eyes and the 6 ears and the 3 nose with the 6 nostrils and all the teeth of 96 of 33, 32. Sorry about that, 32. The Vesuvian man.
Guys, 2 books to check out: the Hermetica and the Kabbalion. You guys want to get these 2 books here: the Hermetica and the Kabbalion. These are both really good, man. You can get both these books for $10 on Amazon. I'm going to give these to my buddy.
$10. Do you know that every single buck? Okay, so I just want to, for me, what is 10 bucks? $10 can be found on the quarter. That means $2.50. That means Earth's heart is a representation of 10. 2 times 5 is 10. 2 plus 5 is 7. Living through the 7th gate under the breath of the birth. What was the biggest thing of life? And remember, another thing that brings symbolism is this:
Balance.
the thimble,
Ah,
the car.
yes.
We have to bring back Pegasus. Look at Pegasus. Look at that. We already know Pegasus is living on a nickel. Look at that. Look at that. Pegasus. And look at that. We got a nickel at the bottom, right? But with the car, we don't have the nickel bottom. We have the 4 tires. With the iron, we have the triangle. Look at that. We got a tetrahedron in the in that, right? And the C. We have the rectangular brick, and it comes with the cannon, right? We have the wheelbarrow that has 3 markings of, is that what animal makes the 3 markings unless they're walking? We have something that's new, so I'm not going to talk about it. We have we have the hat, the rim of the hat. Don't forget the rim of the hat. Oh my God. We have X-Man, your ex-wife, your ex-job, and things that go with X. But guess what?
So
It's only
secret of
X2C. Go
the
ahead.
secret of the rim of the hat is it's a figure 8. The rim of the hat is a figure 8. See here in strength. See how it has this figure 8 on top of the magician's head?
Okay, but it shows the band can be made into a figure 8. That's what it's showing me.
Right.
And now what you do with that band is what it tells me is that within the mind, you can go around all in that figure 8 and pick up all your oppositions. So if you have, how many do you have? Will you have only 2 bands? Or will you have that divided into 3 parts? Because some of them divide into 3 parts. The clock on the wall. What?
Check this guy out here. Look, see, that's a figure 8, brother. On the magician right there.
Oh my God, do not move. That is unbelievable. Okay. So now, turning of that, what does that do? Okay. Do you know what that does? That is the yin yang. It's bringing one side of the mind over, encompassing the other side of the mind, while this side is encompassing the other side of the mind. They're meeting at the flapjack in the center, which looks like a vajiji. So I can see the flaps like that. Oh yeah, oh yeah. And not only that, look at your fence. Wow, look at your fence and feet. You see, the fence is the obligation. The feet can be moved, right? I have to look at the, oh yeah, yeah, okay. So the crown, do you see the crown? That's two sides coming together. The E is an association, the E, the S, and a bunch of other letters.
Whoa, whoa. I'm trying to hold
The,
it steady, Captain.
that's okay, that's okay. I understand you got grass beneath your feet.
Okay, there we go.
Yes, so again, now you have the black belt. The black is number 29. So the black belt comes from Mars. The yellow is 92. So that with an
This
8 to
magician's
9.
cool.
What's that?
That magician's really cool, man.
Yeah, I like the book because I can read it. But I don't know what it means. I just know that what I see, I know right away that the black is telling me 29. I know 29 is, oh yes, I didn't run the cycle of those years like I spoke before, right? We have to run between the years of, we have to run, like, how do we know? We know because we're living
see.
it. That's how we
This
know.
is the yin yang too. This is the Vesca Pisces. This is your 22 right here, brother.
Okay, the turtle is done then. The Vesica Pisces is done
Yep.
somehow.
This
Because
is
that's
the
the turtle,
22.
right? It's running
Yep,
on a
yep.
turtle's back.
Yep. It's a golden wreath. Yeah, let me see if I can upload a picture.
Just trying to reset some of my stuff here. Like, I don't know what should go where, you know? Oh, I like the way that sits in there better.
You can almost see right there. It's too enlarged. I can't grasp
Okay,
it
that's
quite.
good. No, that's good. That's good. Okay, so
It's a
I'm
full
just trying to
picture,
see.
though.
Yeah, just leave it there for a minute. Oh, Cynthia left. Thank you, Cynthia. We've got others that want to come up also. I think Cynthia wants to come up, and Kisses maybe made a mistake. Cynthia, I'm going to bring you back as well. Hi, Kisses. How you doing? I call you Kisses because you got lips
There
on
you
the
go.
side.
Yeah, I'm good.
Just like that.
I wanted to show you the moon.
Okay, just one second. Just one second. We're just going to look at this last
See,
scripture
that
there.
one in the
So-
center. In the center, that's 22, brother. 22 in the center right there.
10, 1, 10. Okay, so when this card is, since you can't split the card has to go to the left or the right. To the right, it's going to be, we have to have two cards like this. One
It's
overlapping.
the one
or
on the
something.
left. The one on the left is the magician, and then the one on the right is the female magician.
Okay, so blue is good with the female. 2 and 10 come in blue. So which is one, hold on a second. That's the pool game. 1 times 10 and 2 by 5. Okay, I got to switch this over for now. I want to see this. We got to give a little bit to everybody.
Okay, brother.
So thank you. And
I'm gonna go
I'm
run
gonna
out
have
to
to
the
look back.
library.
And, what's that?
Okay.
I'm gonna go run
Are you
off to the
ready?
library.
Good
Have a great day. It was
afternoon.
nice to meet you.
Yep. God bless
Thank
you guys. I
Enjoy
love
the
y'all
library.
dearly.
LIB, right?
Good night.
Yep. Balance me out, man. You know. God bless y'all. I love y'all dearly, man.
God
Thank
bless.
you thank you for bringing me in part of your community. I appreciate you
Well,
guys.
yours and mine, I learned a few things also. I put a few things together. Somebody spoke about 22 spokes on the wheel. We'll get into that in a minute. Go ahead, Kisses. I don't know your name. What is
That's
it?
what it's all about, guys. See ya.
See, you know the world is more real than we think or know or anything about that, eh? Hold on to the silver cord for as long as you can. But when you leave, know where you were and are. I'm here.
Steady myself, steady myself.
Oh, that's insane. Which one is the moon? Are they both light bulbs or something?
No, that's the moon.
That is insane.
It's a
That is
very clear sky.
That is insane. I've never seen that before. Wow, that is insane. That is insane. Do you, Cynthia? Don't you see the fractals? The I mean, it's lighting up the area space. It's sparkling. It's
Oh yeah, it has a halo around it. This is the halo of the moon. That way, when you look at the moon, you can see it's holy.
Oh, but it's well, we live in a fabric. The fabric we live, I mean, we breathe it. We think we're fine with it, right? We don't think it's there, but it is there. I mean, everybody knows if you climbed up to Mount Everest, right? That there's something else inside of there. Can you hold steady for a minute, or I mean, hold steady, but keep the
Hold
heart
on.
beating.
Hold on.
And can you include one of those lampposts with it too? Wow, they got the same lines. It's insane. That is totally insane. How is that possible? Oh no, there's a little difference. I'm trying to look at it as two eyes because it's definitely something more than we can ever think.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It knows we're looking, I'm sure.
Oh, this entire system knows for sure. It's adjusting each and every one of us at the exact time. I don't know how it works, but once you know, I mean, how does it stop you from where you are? Right? How does it stop me from saying what I want to say? Is it because they said come up here and distort my what I'm working on? You know, I don't know. What I do know is I went to the store, I got something, but I didn't get the other thing that I wanted. I'm not walking back right now.
All right, then I'll see ya.
Yeah, that was really cool. So what part of the planet you from? Oh, did she collapse? They took her off the planet? You see, because in her world it was dark, in our world it's light. So we're not on the same planet. May God bless you. Star Trek might be in your world somewhere out there. James Kirk, 90 something years old. Maybe he'll visit you in the world of ashes. The LY at the end of a word. Why do we have LY? LY becomes the rotation of, I think, Aries. MY would be the rotation of Taurus. The rotation of Gemini would be NY, like in New York, 5 and 7. And that's where Gemini comes in. And the reason for that is very simple. I did a trick on everybody. Here's the trick. The trick is this. A, B, C. We all know it's 12 inches to a ruler and 12 to a zodiac sign. So just add 12. What is 1? What is 13? What is 25? Is 37. So when we do this, 1, 13, 1, 13, 25, and then 37 is back to here. So when you go 2, right? When you go 2, you go 14, you go 26, and you go 38, right? And 3 and 8, that's 11. It's also 1 and 6. How is it 1 and 6? If I take away one area out of 9, it becomes 8. If I take away 6 areas out of 9 on here, it becomes 3. 3 and 8 come together. So what is Taurus into 38 becomes all the masters on the cube, 3 and 8. Extending from 11. 11 is the extension. Why? 1 times 1, 1 plus 1, right? Equals 2. 2 and 1 equals the 3, right? So now we're going to go on to 3. 3. Or how about 11, right? 33 and 14 is 47. We have D dash G. 4 and 7, 4 and 3, 7 and 9, angels. Now 4 and 7 right? Or also 7 months of 31 days, 4 months of 30 days. But let me take that off. I didn't want to work on that. I was working on 3, 15, 27, 39. 3 and 9 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 12 is the feminine. 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 equals to 3, and 2 equals to 5. How am I going to get the 4, right? Apparently, the feminine part is the 5, 4, like the sun, the 4, 5, 5, 4. How do we get that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 is the way. 12 equals 3, 2, 5. 7 equals to 49 and 14. 4 and 9 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4, right? 4 by 9 is 36. 3 and 6 is 9. 9 and 4 is 13. 1 and 3 is 4. And hidden inside there is the 13 that recreates the 4. 4 and 5 comes together. The 12 and 13, feminine and masculine, come together, creating the 9 by 6 and a 9 by 5, 5, 4 coming together. And in the cube, it comes together with 2, 3, creating your 77. Your communication between what is AD, right, which is hidden inside the 63, right? 4 and 1, 6 and 1, 3 and 4 create your 77, 77. Both create the 55 and assimilate the alchemy between the masculine and the feminine through numbers. I got to take a 2-minute break, as you can hear in my voice. How you doing? When's this? So there's a whole system we live in, right? Pig farmer, framer, yeah, farmer, pharmacy, all the letters in the alphabet. We need a big, like, where would the letter A be, right? I didn't say AB. I didn't say A and B. You see, if you say where anything will be, I mean, oh my God, is B everywhere? I'm here. Well, if you're there, where will you be? What do you mean, B? Right? So why include B? And the design of B to any child is 1 and 3. So the design of the B letter is an absolute, or can be the lifting. Sorry. You
Yeah,
can't
and
create.
the B is for the 13 moon, because essentially we are all the man in the moon. The moon kind of governs us in a sense. It's the satellite for the planets. That's why all the planets have a moon.
9
But in a
planets
sense,
with
all
a
the planets
dwarf.
are satellites.
9 planets with a dwarf. Okay. Now, if I needed 8 planets to surround the dwarf, right? I would have that 1 planet in the center, and the 8 would be here, equaling to 9. Or what I can do is I can create an area space here of 3, and then I can create an area space here of 3 and connect it by 1. Now I got 7. You know why? Because Mercury and Venus have no moons. They disclosed that the dwarf was in Pluto. So we're down to 3, 4, 5, and 6, and 7, and 8, and that's it. So
Yeah, and essentially they are those planets that do not have a moon, they are likened unto a moon to the sun, because the sun is the sole operator, right? It's the white sun and the black sun again. So when I'm saying the sun is the sole operator, I'm talking about your white hole and your black hole that come together for the vortex. And then look at the planets themselves as the moon. You see what I'm saying? Like all the planets are essentially like a satellite for the main soul, the sun. Likewise, it's a macro for you. You are the sole operator of all the planets, and then they carry their moons, which are their reflections. They're mirrors in a sense.
what if we did this? What if I realigned and put Pisces, okay? Pisces at number 1 in the 7th position, but we have to look at Pisces as a double digit, right, in its reality.
Pisces is also number 71. We have to look at Aquarius is in the 11th position. But at this point, I would put Aquarius, you can do it in the second position, right? Or call Aquarius in the 8th position and Pisces in the 7th position. Like flip it around, because the thing is, even though we can count 1 to 6 and 1 to 6, right? For the 12 zodiac signs, even though we can count 12 down to 7 for those 6, the thing about that is that the 3 of the zodiac signs, the 12th and the 11th and the 10th are all double digits, right? This is 6 digits. Digits. When we start at 7, 8, 9, okay, that's 3 digits. Now we're using the total of all our digits, but if we count in the lower house, right, we're only going to use 6 digits. So we have to look at that the higher house with the 12 o'clock and the lower house with the 6 o'clock is exactly lined up that way, exactly like our clock is. So I want to look at that. I was thinking of that. What do you think about that? Also to note that 1 times 0, 1 plus 1 is 1 in between all. That 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is what 1 and 2 is. And that 1 times 2, 1 plus 2 is 3 and 2 equals to 5. So we've created a whole setup inside these 3 numbers itself. And it totals 33. 3 by 3, 3 plus 3, bringing on the breath. And also the hexagon is your first connection right away. Your hexagon is your first connection. The percentage sign, just taking the number 5, right? Like I wanted to show you before, we were doing this before. I wanted to, we did this before, right? I want to show you this. You see this? I'm going to take this off of here. And I want to show this. I wonder if I can hold on.
Whoop, he went off. Yeah, see, I know, I'll just fill the void, but I know that the Pisces fish, they're the pieces. So the whole zodiac circle, it tells you a story. It's like a combination lock. It tells you the stories. Whichever way you turn it, you're going to see a different story. So in some sense, Aquarius is the head of the house. Then when you turn it and you go to Pisces as the head, you're going to get a different story with Pisces as the head. Just like when you turn it and you see Aries as the head or Taurus as the head. Every time you turn it, a different story comes through. But all the stories, they are coherently tied together. Just like when you tell the story in reverse. There's so many stories that can be told. This is where the Bible comes from. You must know the original Bible is the zodiac. It's the story of the 2 bulls, Saturn and Sun. Likewise, it's the story of you, because you are the 2-bull dragon. You're the 2-bull cane-pole serpent. It's you. You are the Facebook. The zodiac, when you see it, you can see that all the stories from the Bible, they literally all come from the zodiac, wheel, and testament. And then man has also put their own spin on the stories. You can see this even in the modern Bible that we have all been writing. We have all been writing the story with the words that we speak, because we are the Bibles. We speak the word because we are the word.
Right. So do you see this building in the background? Whatever it is, that's JP Morgan. This is their next thing. This is their next thing.
Yeah, and see how they chose J and P together? They are using numerology.
Of course they
because
are.
the jack is the key. The jack is the key and the P is the key. They do this so many times. So this is the modern storytelling.
Right, but we have to know that when they are telling a story, everybody can hear a story when you're reading a story, but everybody wants to understand why the P, why the J. The J is A, B, C, D. Okay, A, B, C, D equals to 10. The lower area of 9 numbers, okay, is 4. There is 1 judge and 4 upper numbers. What is the P? It's the 16th letter.
They're a reverse alphabet of 27. The upper house only begins at 11. So the reverse of what 11 is P17. It holds 3 gateways. It's a 4x4, 4+4 to create in base, but anybody can do that. But also what is the 1 times 6, 1 plus 6 brings on all 3 gateways, and what is the connection between 616 and the spirit of 76, in which this brings over here. I like to show the base connection. I have to see
Yeah,
here
see,
it
and even
is.
your checkerboard that you showed just there in the background, that is your white sun, black sun, white sun, black sun. And then
No, but
all the
also,
pieces on the board
if
talk
you're going to
about
say that,
you.
it's good. Okay, you said that. I just want to tell you that if you're going to say that, I have to back it up how you can possibly say it. And I'm going to answer that question myself. Is that the number 1, the number 3, and the number 5 all fit into the A. The A itself expresses itself that it's to the left, to the right, and what stands out into the center. The sun is also ACE. So starting with 1, you start with all of them. So just saying the 1, you're talking about 2 of them. Dark and light, I will tell you that 1, 19, 55, 37 are all connections, okay, to Aries. Now this is going to equal to one of the suns. Where does this come in? I'm still trying to keep my vision in the board. First of all, the zodiac flips over on every 36. Yes, because the sun is 1 and you put in the black sun with the white sun, black is number 29 coming on the birth from Mars. White is 65 running the plank between Earth and Mars. The AC-DC between here and here, A and B and C and A and C, interference, or it's just me.
No games.
So you followed. I wanted to back up your 2 suns, right? One is a black, one is a white, because number 1, right? Number 1 at 10, number 1 at 28, number 1 at 46, number 1 at 82 and 64. These are all 2, 4, 6, 8s. The other ones of 1 and 9, what is 3 and 7? All right, 1 and 9, the fire sign. What is 3 and 7 is the air sign. What is 1 and 9, the fire, the air? I think I covered them all, the 5-5 fire. These are all reds. These are all 1 sun. They are the red suns. The 2, 4, 6, 8, that is the dark sun of the 3 suns arriving at the 225 mark. And that's where the moon power comes in. 225 degrees, 135 around to over here. Running this dimensional house. So yes, I can cover you with that. Number 1 for the sun has to be saying the ace is that sun. They also run the sun at 11 and its feet stick out to the left and the right. So I back you up with that. So we have to have a backup for every story because not everybody can just understand. Are you happy with the story? Or if there's a God, how can we back up this story in creation?
Yeah, and even this word Luna, it has the story to do with the rabbit because, the man in the moon is there, but so is the rabbit. The rabbit is the void. So when you look at the moon, you see the man in the moon. The void of that is the rabbit. So there's a rabbit in the moon, and this is where the tortoise and the hare come into play because the moon is also likened unto the turtle. And then you have your hare rabbit that comes into the moon, and then they race for the sun. And so in the symbology with the esoteric teachings, Luna also carries a nail. This is why it's also anal. It's the back door in a sense, because then you have the sun as your front door, and then you have your moon as your back door, your anal, your anal.
Okay, so stop. I'm going to back that up now. So 3 by 18. Okay, and the one part of the 360 equals 54 sun. 3 by 19 equals 57 for the moon. 111 is the heart or the gorilla, which is 37 by everything. The average of 37 reaching back into Aries is the heart of the cube. The other part, I was thinking of somebody said something, forward pathward, don't be black hole, white hole. Yes. So golden, when you add from the gold 2 times 19 to the EN, which is another 19, but in 2 digits running at 9.5 equals to 19, other than 1 digit in S running to 19 in golden, although they both meet the feminine masculine 13 and 12, 27, 25, equaling to the 2 quarters. Why did I say that? Because 12 and 13 is 25. That's a quarter. It's an association to the deer for the reindeer on the quarter. So the S letter is the 19th letter. The 5E and the 14th N are 2 letters. So I'm just telling you this story quick. So when you go gold 38, right, you can go golden at 57. So now the gold, the message is in the sun, which is 54. So 3 by 18 is 54. How do we get to these numbers? By divisions. Divide it by 1, divide it by 2, divide it by 3, divide it by 4. Stop at 3, stop at 1, stop at 2, stop at 3. We have to look at each one of these numbers. But irregardless, we have to keep dividing it. And now when we divide it, are we missing 1 for a perfect number? 2, 3, or 4? Stop. Any more than 4, something's wrong, right? Something's different. It's out of the ordinary, because 4 stops on the lower house. 5 brings in the ocean. So we know every time we're missing something, we know what it has to be. So I want to know, is there a possibility somebody can tell me about 1, 2, 3, 4? Do they have a definition of their own other than 5 and 5 is 10? 2 and 8 is 10. 3 and 7 is 10. 4 and 6 is 10. 4 and 6, earth, water. 3 and 7, air, air. 1 and 9 is fire, fire. So this is one of the definitions. A, B, C, D is 10. And what is 10? 10 is 1. 1 plus 0 is 1. So we know we have this. We also know that multiplications, 5 by 2 is 10. We also know, is there another multiplication? 2 by 5. What about 4? 4 by 7 is 28. 2 and 8 is 10. What about 5? We did 5. Did we do 6? No, we do 7. 7 by 4. We did that one already. Let me do 8. 8 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 by 8 is 64. 6 and 4 is 10. So we can always get back to that 1 again and see what duality or whatever brings us back. It's that story. So what other things do we know about 1? What else do we know? 1 runs with 8, but not in the birth of 9 or in the birth of 9. Is it 1 moon or 1 sun? Should we call the 1 sun a 1.5 and call the sun alone a 1? Right? Because, or the 3 a 1.3, because it runs with the moon, 1 between 2. So is 1 the sun and 3 any part of what the moons are, the singular moon and the duality moon, saying 3 versus 2, 3 including the 1 moon, but 1 just including the sun. What do you think about that, Cynthia?
Oh yeah, I like how you pointed all of this out because it does fit with the math very well. And what I was saying about the nail and everything, you know, when you pointed out the monkey there, the monkey is the moon key. And to me, this is where the Saturn square comes into play for high heaven, for the
Here's the
88
monkey.
window, because to unlock the moon, you need the key. And this is where Saturn square is just like the moon, basically.
So your monkey and your moon key, when you use 2 O's, can you use these 2 O's or these 2 and these 2? With the letter M, you use all 3. With the letter N, you use this one. But in Russia, they'll use this one. With the letter R, in Russia, they'll use this one. North America, they use this one.
Yeah, and you need the moon key to unlock the moon key. And I'm just telling this part because I have been speaking about the rabbit. The rabbit in the moon, it could face the nail. So in order to not face the nail, you must have the moon key to unlock the moon. And this is where the Saturn square will help us as a collective, because you need to know how far the dreadlocks go back. They go all the way back to the beginning. The dread
What does it mean,
of the dead
dreadlock?
rabbit.
What does that mean?
The dead rabbit, the dread of the dead rabbit. It is the dreadlocks that go all the way back to Pharaoh. I am talking about high magic when I speak with you about the black magic with the Saturn square symbolism and all the gang signs for the Iron Gang. When you have the moon key, you no longer face the nail or the red rum. Okay, and because we're pirates, we love rum. Okay. And we also know that Mary, she is a moon maiden and she is a maiden and she carries the bitter waters.
So
And the bitter
you do
waters
know
are
that
tied to the
hold on
death.
a second. When you say rum backwards, it's in French it's mer, which means wall, which is one of them,
Yes.
right?
Yes.
The
And so the
M.
man on the
Hold on
moon,
a
he
second.
also
I'm going
faces the
over. If you
wall.
tell too much of the story, it has to jive. You see, just your story for others and for myself is just a story. And when you're making up a story, even if it's a true story, and you're telling obviously a true story, meaning it exists somewhere, others can find it. Because normally, if you're going to tell a story, we want to make sure others can find it in order to understand it, because you have to follow. So when you say this, I have to follow it as well. So when you said the word rum is going to be also in French mer, which is going to be a wall. In rum, R and M coming together is 18 and 13. The 13 moons, the zodiac, 6, 1, and 6. The R is 18, bringing 6, 6, and 6 together. So when you're saying, I just want to be able to expand on how this all has to link, because for this channel, it all has to match into the numbers. That's what the channel's all about, right? So your zodiac, the zodiac that exists, has to exist in reality through the numbers in order to have any value here for me. And because every word has a value, it will match, but I want to see how it's going to match and what story it's going to tell. And it tells that story. I hear your story. I see it.
Yes, and I appreciate how you've spoken about the wall, because even in the modern storytelling, we see how many want to build a wall, and it is because they are wanting to control the moon. This is a psychological warfare that they're playing on us, but at the same time, you need to understand you are the wall. You were Humpty Dumpty in the beginning who fell off the wall, and likewise, when you came into time, you're sitting on the wall at the same time again. Then you must fall off the wall again, because it is a story of our rebirth once again. So in a way, it's telling you the story how death is not the end, it is the beginning.
So
See
you
what I'm
have
saying?
MU and H, and you have MU and D, because when you had the Humpty Dumpty, you had HUM and DUM. So in the dums of T, T is a gateway. So when you're talking about the hums and the dums, which is a 4 times 2, right? So you have 4 times 2 from your dum to your hum. I like to connect everything, for the reality has to exist in our upbringing from all of us. This is not a singularity,
Yeah,
right?
and when you're the DUM, you're the MUD. You're the mud, you're the earth, you're the bread tie winner, because you've inherited the bread pan. You've
And what is the
inherited the
bread pan?
manna.
What is the bread pan?
Well, Pan. He is the god of beginning. Likewise, bread equals pan. Pan in Spanish means bread. So when somebody asks for bread in Spanish, they ask for pan. And even in the stories of Pan, he is talking about sleeping. So in a way, until the moon and the sun come online for us in their fullness of our awakening, we are essentially sleepers.
Yeah.
And this is why they build walls today, because they want you to stay asleep. Once the walls fall down, and then we can truly see.
So you have bread, and bread is 30 and pan is 31. And when you said sleeping, for me it works. You know why? Because pan backwards is nap.
Yeah.
Okay, so 31, yes, go to jail, go directly to jail. The mer, which is the wall, which is also the law. French to English.
Yes.
French to English. The mer is the wall, is the law, creates the border.
Yeah, and you're the wall because you're the die. You're the box and you're the dice, and the dice form the brick, and essentially one life you are one brick, but when you have multiple lives, you are multiple bricks. You form your own wall. This is the story of the stars, who are never ending. They come into time to play over and over and over again as ascended masters, because you must understand, a baby is the highest ascended master. This is why we were called into time. All of us who are here have essentially won the jackpot, because this is your jackpot right here. We have won our bricks because we are the golden brick, and we form our own golden path. See, so this is why we are the wall. And then at the same time, in a sense, when you cross over, the dominoes topple over. Do you see what I'm saying? It's a lot to understand, but basically what we're talking about is how you're just eternal, but your vessel is what materializes and decomposes. It's a vehicle. It's a vehicle for the time machine. You essentially are the time machine, and you're the time traveler at the same time. Your time machine has a certain set period of time that it can operate, and then it becomes inoperable, where you must then exit the time machine, and if you want to come back into time, you must enter into a new time machine. But in the modern, I will say, in the modern symbolism that I see prevalent a lot, they want to build the wall mostly to hide the esoteric knowledge that they have had for a very long time, because they want people to stay asleep. But due to how the clock is set, we were all set to awaken at this time because we are in the age of Aquarius. It has all been predestined. So because we are all here, we all come into the new age, and the new age is also dealing in the new wine that will be placed into the new wine
Do you think it's
skins.
because it's predestined because you said so, because you think you saw it somewhere, because you read it and explained it through words? So we have to match numbers. So the zodiac, those who know the zodiac, who read the story, who read the Bibles, like Cynthia, right? All this in order for the rest of the people to come together to understand those who read the Bible, even for those who read the Bible can't even actually understand its reality other than the story it says. But where do we move forward? Because the only thing we can move forward in this world is moving forward your breath inside of you, and every action you take, that it doesn't interfere with anybody else just like you. So this is the basis, the end point of this. But to this, to prove or to disapprove or to agree with what's going on in the actuality, that ABC is ABC, that 1, 2, 3 is 1, 2, 3. The colors are the colors, the games are the games. And I read to you the ABC colors and games in the stories where things are fair. And let's see what this says about that. I want to see what the numbers say about the zodiac. I want to see what the numbers say about the speed of the planet. I want to see what the numbers say about area space. That's what I want to see. I want to know why we end at 36. I want to know why 180 divides. I want to know why 12 is the animal for the feminine. I want to know why 13 is the spirit times 7 equals to 91. Spirit 13 cards by 7 is 84, but the word 12 equals to a total of 87, connecting the source, connecting the soul in the source. Knowing that this side is cardinal and this side is fixed and this is mutable. Knowing 7s and 13s, understanding this existence before I understand the letter at all. And then from this, I'll always teach myself through what already exists in the formation of what is the word and letter. 23, 20, 8. It's a word, a word, a word. They're all words. I got 36 words here. 36. I'll say the third, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. How I'll understand the 25, the 26, the 27, and the 18, the 17, the 16. But if I went in French, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4, 14, 15, 16, 6, 17, 17, 17, 8, 8, 18, 8, 8, 10, 10, 8, 18, 19, 19, 19, rouge et noir, black and red, black and black, 18 into the red sun. The split of 36 is here. So I'm going to come back. I'm going on a 10-minute break. Somebody wants to come up. I'm going to bring them after the break. Or unless you want to jot it out, the two of you. Okay, you guys can splatter it out. Let's keep to the numbers. Let's keep in design. Everything is in design.
I know we have a Master of Designs that's coming up. I know both of you can make a story out of this. We live in the actuality of the totality. There's more stories, and none of us are the end of that understanding, other than the math cannot be changed. The planets are the names they are. The distances are what they are, but how they're put together is not exactly what it seems to be. How you doing?
My wonderful friend, it is an honor to be here today to see this and to see you two absolutely. I don't know. I fell in, and it's just wonderful listening to you two. And one of the words I want to give you now is full moon. Full moon is the only one in simple gematria, whether you go forwards or in reverse, comes up to the same and reversed. You can go forwards, reverse. You can do reverse, reverse reduced, and you can also do reduction numerology. It comes up to 10836, 10836. It comes up the same numbers every single time.
That's great.
I'll tell
and
you
know
one thing.
me,
Yes,
I love that
yes.
108 for the operator.
Yes.
Hold on, who just said that? Did you just say that?
Yeah, she said the operator. Yes.
Okay, because you do know that moon is 51 like Mars, right? It's a full reverse with Mars. Because anything, yes, it's absolutely beautiful, beautiful
And the reason
finding.
reason that also comes into play with what you're speaking on is on January 21st, Mercury went into superior conjunction to turn into the full moon phase. It will now go from the morning sky to the evening sky. So it now comes into the full moon phase. So this is creating an opening for humanity to have higher intellect. It's bringing in the intellect. It's bringing in the better understanding. It's going to take your understandings from understanding to comprehension, as you have already done, as I have seen.
Yes.
So when
Yes, and
when
see, I love that you bring out the astrology, because when we're talking about the stars as the 88 constellational windows, it is the window to the reality that plays out in the above and the below. So everything that's happening up in the stars, it's literally the weather.
And that's the thing that everybody forgets about when they say "as above, so below." There's more to that. There's as below. It's as the above is as the below, as the below is as the above, as within is as without is as within.
Yes,
Now,
it's all
yes,
together,
connected.
very harmonious.
That's the 6 points of that 6-point star that the Sumerians even used for as above and so below, or as in when you combined earth and heaven, or earth and air. And it creates both the synchronicities because it puts the line through it as it shows. Because the line on the bottom of the triangle, when the triangle's facing down, would be Earth. The line when the triangle's facing up with a line through it on the top is the air. Now, when you place those on top of each other, the way they symbolize, and then add the other four lines to it, that's when you get the 6 points hexagram, which is then the 6-point star. That's when you bring in as above, so below, as within, as without.
Yes. Yes, and it is for also your alpha or your grand pyramid in the above with the capstone, and then you have your grand pyramid in the below with the grand capstone.
Yes, ma'am.
I love how, we've all been wanting to create, and keep in mind 5D Earth is for the 54 sun, because 5D is the 54 sun house. We've always been in 5D Earth, but we have to get there mentally also. So I feel like with all the planetary weather, because I am an astrologist, I keep up with all the astrology and all the calendars. The year of Fire Horse coming into play in spring in the Chinese calendar. How I see all the planets lining up, just even in the weather that you just mentioned.
It was the invisible parade. It was also
it is going to be so amazing when we all get up to the same speed and we all become the torchbearers that we have always been.
Yes, because that is the original goal. And
Yes.
when we say people don't understand, it's not like somebody is above you or below you. It's the fact that we're just trying to get others to the height of us or beyond. It's not that we're above you or below you. There's not a height. It's not to fathom the hierarchy, if you would, if just humor me with that. You know what I'm saying? It's not like we're not like the dark ones saying, "Hey, we're always going to be above you." The ones that know these things are just trying to say, hey, can I have your hand, please, and pull you out of this mud so we can get out of this quicksand swamp and you can quit sinking and we can move on with our.
Oh yeah, because we're operating in high heaven. We have been for a very long time, but many are not there yet mentally.
Right. And
They haven't ascended, and at the same time I can look at people who have not ascended mentally, and my heart kind of aches for them because first off, a lot of them don't like me because of the programming that they have received, but at the same time I still love them and I leave space for them to change their mind, and I take everything with a grain of salt because I am the salt of the earth.
And that's like I even said to you, who cares what those people think? Keep moving with your work. Your work is more important than whatever they think. It don't matter.
Oh yeah, and I've had so many people laugh at me, but the people, and I do want to say, the creators who gave me all this information, they didn't give it for me to just hoard.
There's the only
I
reason.
have been sent here to share. It's my purpose, and no one can fulfill my destiny except me. So, this is literally why I share what I do share, and I don't care what anybody thinks. I've had so many people in my own family, outcast me and everything because I tell people we're Satan.
Well, I mean, technically, yeah. I mean, we are our own.
We need to understand this. We
Humanity
grew up
is its
hearing
own
stories
Satan,
as a children, and now we need to grow up as an adult. We
That's
need to
the-
become the adult tree.
And that's why I
see?
ask them all the time. If you're going, an adult tree is the only tree that can bear fruit. And
Yes.
if it does not bear good fruit, then you're just a sapling sitting there with like some buds on you, and we're trying to get you fertilized and moving forward. That's like
and now you can see the play on words that they have created too when they say do not commit adult tree.
right, right. I mean,
Just like I must master the beta world, I must master the bait box.
that's like
They've created words. You see what I'm saying? I try to look at the meaning of the words and the use of the words because I play with words all the time as a magician.
They even tried to fool me with trying to convince me that I was a rooster, knowing I'm born January 21st, knowing that the first of the Chinese zodiac did not start till February 5th. That still put me under the golden monkey sign. In January 21st,
And even
of
if you weren't, or if you want to look at yourself as both, that's what you can do too. See, I was told I'm an Aquarius, but then with the sidereal calendar, I am a Capricorn. So when I first heard this, I was like, oh no, I've been Aquarius for so long, and now they're trying to make me Capricorn. And I felt resistance, but I had to tell myself, no, I am both, because I am in both calendars. I see myself in all the calendars as all the characters I am. And then I realized, there's a lot of people teaching. They don't understand everything that they're teaching. They're just
They don't know that they don't
repeating
know
what
that-
they have heard.
Yes,
So this is why I must study and become a master reader myself. And I have done this. I've fortified myself with my teachings.
That's like when we were talking about the conjunctions of the superior conjunction of Mercury on January 21st, which also came in the invisible planetary parade, which Venus and Mars also went behind the sun. So now what is important here is to understand the esoteric meaning of behind the sun. The esoteric meaning of behind the sun means hidden information. It means things that were hidden will now be brought to light. That's what it means when I say things go behind the sun. So when we say everything is under the sun, could it not mean behind the sun? So we have to really contemplate on what they say with these things, because when we say people teach off understanding creates the chaos. If we don't give them the comprehension, which is the higher form of understanding, because they don't realize that. Like when I came to 81, 81 is also the servant. The number 81 is the servant for Ha-Havid in Hebrew, or we go Dam Yeshida, which is Dam Yeshida is the unique blood, is what it means, the unique blood. So with that coming into play is where I started seeing a lot of this, through knowing that a lot of this comes through my dreams and the comprehension of, as when I got the Hebrew words of Esh Ashelet, which they added Vav to this. It's Esh Vav Shalet. And when they take the Vav out with the modern day spelling, I had the dream of the number 747, the airplane, basically. The 747 is the true spelling from the book 4,000 years ago, originally written in the book without Vav, and that is Esh Oshelet Hazav, and that is the consuming fire of God, or the gold consuming fire of God is what that means.
Can you give us other meanings of that too?
It's also the consuming fire. It's gold. Zahav is gold. It's 14 in Hebrew gematria. Like the day, like I don't mean to put this towards, but like I found that through like learning about my own birthday, that this year was a 14 day. So that gave me a gold day, a Zahav. So I was looking at this, and this is why it was coming into certain things for me. And I was realizing that it's time to come out of hiding.
Oh yeah, and 14 is for
38.
high noon.
38
Hold
is
on.
also,
So the three
38 is
letters
gold.
were what? What were the three letters again?
The three words were, or the three numbers were 747, or the three
Okay,
letters.
so 747 in numbers is like this. 7 hours, okay, is 420. 47 minutes, so we end up getting 467, which is their letters G-O-D,
Yes.
God.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2 in 747, it's 12 hours, okay, and 27 minutes. So the 12 hours, okay, is going to equal to 720 and the 27 minutes. So you have the tetrahedron itself, 720 and the 27. So I'm just trying to see if the 27 is the actuality of the association of the totality of the tetrahedron itself,
That's why
equaling to the tetragrammaton as being the God, in which in tetragrammaton, the tet in Hebrew letter of 9 being tet, which is on head, which is the heart of 8, or you have risen above, because in order to connect, right, the third area of 2 areas, where will you create the connection? Right? And the connection has to be beyond in order to triangulate.
which is 346. 346 is 13, which is the
So,
unity.
so I want to point out with the 747 how it is the Saturn square diet.
Yeah,
It's
just
the
hold
head,
on,
it's
hold
the
on, just
boat.
hold on, because Forbidden was just talking with the 346. So I just wanted to hear, because I'm writing it down at the same time. Did you say 346 or 364?
346.
Okay.
346 is 13. 13 also comes to the Hebrew word for unity. I can't remember it right offhand right now, because this was all coming through me in dreams very fast. So
Yeah,
and
I
that-
work in my dreams a lot.
So when that coming into play, that comes into play along with the revelation that I sent you on March 12th, 2025, of the bishop falling, and then he fell 40 days after. It was
So
50.
which way does the bishop go in the game of chess?
The bishop goes diagonal. Either way.
Okay, so the diagonal, which is the 45 angle, feminine, 2 houses, 45 angle, the angle of the 2-4 gateway, the cat's communication, the cat in the lower house and the upper house, low and high. Hold on a second. It fell on May 11th, which is the 131st day, May 11th of 2025. That is the 131st day, running the cycle of 5, 31st day. So if no one's following, your vision of 2020. Okay, let me do.
And that's we can add that to the fact that this is when he says the 131st day, the 113th day after the day I was personally born, unfortunately. It was that's when John Paul II his attempted unalivement occurred. It was the 113th day after that, which comes like if you were to take the 11 and it's the 112th to the 113th if you include the day. If you include that day, The 1112 or the 11-2, which is 1112. If you take the 11, turn it to 2, and leave the 2 whole, it comes to 22. The 11 and 3, if you take the 11 and 3, it comes to the 23. That also comes to the 45. If you add those together, 22 and 23 is 45. Now, why is that important? Well, when the both popes randomly unalived in April, John Paul unalived on April 2nd of 2025 or of 2005, and this pope unalived 90 days after the January 21st, exactly 90 days, which is double 45 after and he like I said, exactly 90 days, and he was he unalived April 21st of 2025. So 20 years in between them, exactly. And I have this all written because like something got brought up to me like through the listening, the knowing and hearing with the eyes that see and the ears that hear. You know, it came up to that. He was also 60. It was 62 days after he unalived that I was in that horrible bike wreck. Now, why is that 62 important? Because when you put 62 with 28, you get 90 again. It's an interlocked cycle between them and the 90. The 999 then becomes each 90 becomes the lower of the 9, which then becomes the 27. And why do I bring up to 27? Is because I was trying to show Mr. TACPen on the ASCII computer keyboard diagram that shows how everything is written in binary code to operate through a computer system on a keyboard. The 121 is 11 times 11 is a perfect square number of 100 of 11 times 11 is 121. 9 times 9 is a perfect square number of, which gives you the 81. Now the 121 would be written 11x11, which if x in Roman numerals is 10, it can be 1 or 0, which we know that 10 does not exist, so it goes back to 0 then to the 1, so it's 0 1. So we go to the 0, we put 11 0 11, and you go down and you scroll on this chart that shows you how it's written in binary code. The binary code for the number 27 is 11011. It's also the escape key on your keyboard.
Oh yeah, the keyboard, there's so much in that. I have a friend, his name is Clinton, and that's all he does is the ASCII programming for binary. And listen, it goes, that binary codex works with all the ciphers.
Everything,
So
yes.
if you
It
do
works
the
with everything.
PC cipher, it works with your English, it works with your Hebrew, because it's all the binary.
So the
Ones and zeros.
So then when you go to the if you count each key, if you were to count the keys, just looking at the keyboard and count the keys, the 27th key, exact 27th key on the keyboard is the escape key.
Yeah.
So
Right,
when you
right. It's hard to just run by the keys on the keyboard other than the letters themselves association with the extras, just like on the calculator. Because when you look at the phone, it's not the same. So, you know, everything has to have its own realm. So you're working in this realm. That's fine. So you're telling me I need 27. So I have 10, 11, 12, 13.
Well,
I have
that
1,
doesn't-
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Hold on. I have what is the first line is 13 in the first row of the keyboard. Hold on, the keyboard, BOARD, a 5-letter word ending with RD. Next one is 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13.
So the
and
bishop fell,
one
and then
half.
we escaped with the gold fire monkey for the moon key.
Yes, ma'am.
That's what I'm gathering from what we said.
Yes, ma'am. That's literally what you're understanding, and it is beautiful understanding.
So fun.
the fact that my nickname is Rabbit and you've been working with the rabbit so much, I've been
I
letting.
know, and you have a fox. This is why I'm just so happy to find you again, that you are here. Makes
I
me very
giggle.
happy.
I giggle a lot when I see it. I just try to keep myself low key because like I can expose certain things that I'm not it's not ready to be exposed.
Oh yeah, and you know me, I just spout off whatever.
But it's beautiful. But it's such beautiful. That's why a lot of times when I see you get in despair, I'm always jumping in like, no. We're not going to do this. We're going to, sis, you need to keep going the way you're going.
Oh yeah, I had one lady. She just did a whole rant, and you know it really bothered me, and so I just blocked her.
Yeah, you should. And
So what
that's
was
not bothered
what was
anymore.
the total number on the keyboard? You said 27.
it is the 27th key on the keyboard, yes, sir. And then
And how many keys are all together on the keyboard? And are you going to count outside of the area of the letters?
You can't. There's only it's 100. It's 128. And the only reason they don't go to 129, well, 128 equals 11. So when you come to this as well, that shows the 11. Now the 27 plus the 27, the fact that it's the 27th number and the 27th key brings in your 54. That's your duality of your 54. Now I can show you that also where I broke down the 142857 and found that 54. I mean, a while
I have
ago.
90. I have 94 keys on my keyboard.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about like within the codes that they wrote. There's 128 codes total.
Okay, where's the 128 codes? How do I find these 128 codes?
You can go on any Google and Google ASCII keyboard binary code with decimal, and it'll bring up all the codes that you need. It'll bring up everything for you.
Okay, so there's a whole bunch. So the base really of this code is 64.
Yes, sir. 64
Okay,
bit.
and the base of that code is actually 32. So it's going to be on 32, on 64, on 128. Yes, 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is a Cancer code in the fourth area. Why do I say that? 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. It ends.
And
So
every
this is the
19
code
years-
of Cancer.
And every 19 years, from 1981 forward, every Cancer, there's a lunar eclipse that a penumbral lunar eclipse that happens every year with a full moon every year on January 21st. It doesn't matter what year, all the way up to the year 2038. Year 2038 is important because on January 19th, 2 days before January 21st, is when they're claiming that the Y238 will happen, when the computers will crash. So
Okay, so when is that date?
January 19th, 2038.
Hold on. January 19th, 2038. Okay, because everything that you see, that you learn, that you know, is all part of the system that's already been built. I wouldn't say that is it if I didn't find what you find every single time, because
Right.
you see the system, you know it, you can connect all these pieces and parts, right? That's your area. So I see it as well, but I see it in the numbers for why the existence is in the, in the gearing. So I want to go to January 19th. So the 28-year cycle, I think, is 2010. Let me see. January 19th, 2010. 2010 is going to be Tuesday.
Well, the last lunar eclipse cycle happened in 2019. The one before that was in the year 2000, and the one before that was in 1981. That's
2010 was the last cycle day of today.
Yes,
Does that match with anything with you?
a lot.
Okay, so January 19th matches. Now, that would be 2000. That would be, hold on, I have to go 365 plus 365 plus 365 Let me go. Hold on a second, because I need to start from March 1st. Okay, I go from March 1st. Hold on, I just March. Put this in March 1st. Wow, what should I measure to?
Don't forget to
Should I
add your
measure
leap year.
back? I'm trying to measure back. Should I go back the 10 years? Because
Well,
one of the numbers that has to be measured is not just because it's a 28-year period, but from 1998 was the end of the Great Cycle, which
Yes.
is 666 times 3 is 1998.
And you also have to add in your leap years. Make sure you add it because those extra days do matter.
Yeah, well, and you have to add in even more than the leap years. You have to add in more, and you have to take off, because they're telling us about 360, right?
Yes,
So, but they're
360.
telling us about 360, that when you create around one element here, you have here and take out your protractor, and you have here and take out your protractor, and you have here and take out your protractor, and you have here and take out your protractor. Here is rectangular. Now here to here and here to here, create an X, put your protractor in the middle X, take it out, and now you encompass everything.
And then you also and that comes to the 720, the full cycle of night and day, because the circumpunct, which is your clock with a circle with a dot in it, then takes 2 cycles to complete a full day of a full circle of 12, which then brings you to a 720 degrees of a full cycle of a day.
3 by 4, 3 by 4, 4 by 3, 4 by 3, 2 by 6, 6 by 2, 1 by 12, 8 by 1.5. And then everything else is 1.2 running in Capricorn. Everything else is the vibration, right? 11 is that vibration here.
It's everything vibrates off the 11, because even when you do those dates that I was telling you about for the triple grand conjunction of 81, if you look at those dates, they come down to the final reduced number is 7, 4, 11, or you get 25, 31, and 29, like we were discussing before. And
So here, okay, we're 20. What numbers?
They the dates for those dates were January 14th, 1981, February 19th, 1981, and July.
And what
30th.
happened on those dates?
This was a great triple conjunction that hasn't happened since 7 BCE. It's one of the rarest astronomical significance that we have.
And what is this date here?
Yes, they are the right ascension. It's the right ascension.
No, what is the number 14 you said?
The 14 is gold for Zahav.
No, but what is it? Because you said those 3 numbers, and what are those 3 numbers again?
The 3 numbers were for adding the dates for adding the date completely, like you would a life path, if you would.
Okay, but where did the dates come from? Who made the dates?
These were made by Harvard. These were made by the astrology, by the conjunction of these planets.
Okay, so if we went online right now, we can find it?
Yes, you can. You can
Okay, so
find
I
it.
can use them. Okay, so you said what dates? The 14?
It was February 14th.
Okay, February 14th. Okay, what year?
1981.
Okay.
And the first one before that one was January, or no, it's January. Sorry, it's February 19th. It was January 14th, 1981.
Okay.
January 14th, 1981, because it was 7 days before the birth.
Okay.
7 days. And then you go to, and that one comes up to 25/7. So that's the 7 and 7. And then you get the, then you come down and you come to the February 19th. That'll come to the 31/4. That's the 7 and 4 right there when they reduce, because the 31 becomes 4. What you said, 31, we were talking about 31 before. And 31 comes to that, which would be CA, the CA, CAD.
So this is a 616 connecting the zodiac inside 13, which is an AC/DC connect.
Yes, sir.
But irregardless to that, this is going to end up here.
Yes, to the 29. It comes to the 20. It comes down to the final 11. The 29/11 is the final day, and the February 14th is also 29.
Well, okay, we're getting into a lot of days, so I mean, we're losing the transcript of the whole reality here. So
I got you.
I just want to stop this for a second. I just want to get off. There's 2 more that want to get up. I just want to show something in here that your first numbers that you see go up to 9. Here are double digits. So when you see 18, when you see 27 more, right? 27 and 9, this is 54 digits. This is 9. So if every area was capable of doing 9, I would end up with 81. Because I have 54 digits, I can put 9 here and 9 here, or say 99, or say 18, just to show you what you can do. But just to show you this, these, okay, are all the fixed. These are all the cardinals. These over here are the mutables. Here is what we work with, but it doesn't stop. 10, 1 plus 0 is 1. 19, 1 plus 9 is 10 is 1. But like Forbidden mentioned before, showed the picture up, or was it Pixel who put the picture up, where we have the black and white, where we have the chessboard black and white, because it's all the one position, or the number 1 for the sun of the two suns, number 1 smidging between the black and white. The middle of this cardinal area in 36 equals to what is 16 and 19, 1 and 6, 10, 7, 1 and 9, 10, 7 and 10. Capricorn with Libra. We also have what is 7 and 1, the silver cord, or 35, 3 and 5 is 8, connects to the silver cord, the sun and the moon. Over here, we have a connection of this one and this one, 3 and 9. It just so happens 9 and 3 is here. It just so happens the lower house, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the upper house, 6, 7, 8, 9, is 30 value and 10 value, 3 times the difference. The same thing that we see with 18 and 21, a number 3 and a number 9, and the separation between the bottom 18 and the top 18. That the real separation is here between 16 and 21. It's 6 areas. It's the first 6, then the next 6 ends at 12, then the next 6 ends at 18, then the next 6 ends at 24. But we need 12 for the zodiac. We need 24 for the zodiac. We need 36 for the zodiac to mix itself up. We come reflective here. We're the trinicle of the 3 cubes, 6, 6, 6, 18. We're the halfway point between 18 minus 7, or what is the low house of 3 plus 7, separates between 10 minus 7 and plus 7, 18 and 3. Here is the same thing. 28 and 29 is the same thing as 10. 2 and 8 is 10, 2 and 9 is 11, same thing. But here, if I'm going to minus, I'll minus what? Do I minus 14 to equal to 14? Because here, over here, I minused how many? I added 7 to 3. I added 7 to 3 to equal to 10. Now it repeats again, okay? At 10, I minus 7 to equal to 3. Do I go to what is 10 here and minus 7? But this is 28 difference. So how do I see it? Is it 14 and 14? So what is that percentage? Let's just leave that out for now. Just know 10 and 11 is the uncalculable or a calculable that I haven't figured out. This is where the moon comes in, here and here. The next one comes in here at 37. 57 over here, 21 over here. The halfway value of those two, of these two, okay, convert to what is 10 here and 27 here, 37. That's your connection, 27. And your 28, right, is going to connect all the way. Sorry, I think I made a mistake. Hold on, let me fix my arm. Your 13 connects to, your 10 connects to your 27. Yeah, that's good. 10 goes to 27. That's good. Your 28 is going to go to the 9. Your 11 is going to go to the 26. That's right. So it's 1126. It's 28 over to 9. It's 10 over to 27. That's how we connect that for a better understanding. I need a break. I'm going to come back. There's two more that want to come up. I want to give away the floor a little bit. Okay. Hey, how you doing, Chris? How you doing? How you doing? Hope everything is going good. Hope everything is going good.
Yeah, see, and I like the pattern in that number sequencing behind you because it's 147, 147, 147, all on the bottom, and then the middle row is 258, 258, 258, and then the top one is 369, 369, 369.
That's right. So
Because
every
the
time
12
you find,
three.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yes, so Arthur said this is like the demented version of A Beautiful Mind. Does Arthur understand or not understand? I'm not sure. Chris wants to come up here, and Chris talks about hidden treasures inside of New Jersey, Roxbury, etc. There's a lot of things under the ground, a lot of stories going on everywhere. So the story I bring to you is the story of the alphabet itself and all the treasures that are within the alphabet, so I can better understand the alphabet itself, so I can understand the letters and words, so I can put together this game that I can put it out there so that we can all put entries into it and see how the mathematics work and see what the mathematics say by everything that was created. Nothing by myself. Zero. I did not put the stars in the sky, nor did I create the word. I did not name any of the planets, nor did I create the dice. I did not create or connect the letters in the alphabet. No, I was not the first one. I learned it in school from my teachers. I did not create the game of pool. I did not create the game of dice. I did not create the backgammon. I did not create hockey. I didn't create the hockey stick or the hockey pads. I didn't create any of the mathematics or the letters or X, Y, and Z. No, created nothing. But I bring you the equation that's simple: multiplication and addition and association of the games to explain how we can understand the letters ourselves, to understand the words. And when we use the words, we can better understand their directive before we begin. And in all this context, okay, bringing together the zodiac is to know that there is a creator out there. And are we in a game? It seems like we're in some sort of simulation. And guess what? We get out, and we're supposed to make it better for us. So we're supposed to understand what's going on. Why is this happening? What happened? Why did we call out in the 50s? Why did somebody rob somebody? What happened? What did society push this mind to do? Were there just one delinquent? Were they thinking somebody was robbing them? Why do each one and everyone take from what is not theirs? Why do we run from one country to another country where bridges don't exist to get involved, to help out? How far away is that of who is our neighbor? The system is chaos, living in control, where Agent 86 divides the seventh gate. Magic squares tell the truth of the numbers. This is the truth. That is the truth right behind you. The zodiac lies right here. You don't see 12. Here's the first 12. Here's the second 12. Association of 24. Right? But I'm not getting to Pisces here with 3. How can I ever get to 12? Is it 4 3s to make 12 or 3 4s to make 12? Is it 2 6s to make 12? And how we make up all of this before I even can speak a word. Yes, so what's up? Oh, so how you doing, Nathan? How you doing, Nathan? Yeah, we got to really stick to the subject. We got to stick to the, what's that?
Did you see my comment about why it's 365? You have your 360 circle.
Yes, because it's 73 times 5 is 365, and the power of the oceans and the 10 of the airwaves, where you run the air sign, the 3 Gemini, through the 5 Leo, over to the 7 again. That is 5 and 3 and 7. It is not 6. But what 6 does in this is 73 times 5 equals to 365, because no matter what you do, the 1 is what comes through the 5. It is the power within that creates the extra that you don't see, because when I flip this over, it is there. This is why I want to keep it on subject that when we have little scripts of something, let's numerate it. It must be numerated. If I bring anybody, if anybody new comes to this channel, no, this is not about you, not about you. But if you have something that comes from you, that is the gold, is the information, and the delivery is by you. Deliver the information from upon your breath, and your breath, and your breath, and your breath. And at the end, from all your breath and your slave labor, that we came together to build the machine, and we built the machine in the house that we live, and we're reconstructing it right now, right? But to construct within the oceans within us, we are the ones that move 80% of this constructive ocean that I am, of who I am. And to know is to support in the system, if it is the system at all, of the game, of the social media page that I operate. Thank you very much. Okay, TikTok, for letting me take this area, space, and time for all that is here to explain that if this is what you say you're doing, and if water is memory and water in the oceans, and I live upon the dimensions of what is above and below in the Beaver House 55, right? Rock solid Ishmael, Isaac, and Jacob, right? If that's who I am, the 80% water, then upon my breath, I decide to change the world upon my breath, and you can do the same. And how do we do it? By knowing where we are and knowing what this is, these numbers, the alphabet itself. And therefore we can understand. And then when we speak, we can actually know there's way more to it, pushing over the dirt that hides so we can't read it and begin to read what's floating inside of us. How do we speak? How do we hear? How can you hear me? When I knock on the door, you decide to hear. When you see me and I dress in something different, you might hide out and run. You might think it's nice, soft, and sweet like the little bunny rabbit. That when you hear the CB radio and see the truck coming down the road, for you it says one thing, but when I see the truck, I see the fifth wheel is pinned up to the tandems and the drive and the trailer. We've got an 18-wheeler. The Sunstone comes to town. When you say 18, I say 18, 10, and 8. When you say 19, I say 10, 9. It's on the other side of the 18, the other side of the circle. It's on your side of the circle, me against you. 18 versus 18, but on your side, my 18 hits it to your one area space, starting with 19 over to 36, while I'm 1 over to 18. So 29 and 28 ends in my court, and that's the menstrual cycle, beginning game of the cycle on the second side of A versus A, splitting it in the courthouse that we play. How's everybody doing? Wake up there, back down to earth, listening to some rock and roll, all that music that's out there. Pink Floyd, AC/DC, maybe a little bit, and all that jazz. You know, all that jazz is its own 111. How about we play the God? You know what you want to hear? I couldn't find this. I said, play me something from God. And this is one of the pieces I like to play.
And that's what I was going to show you, is how I broke the 142857 code, and it gives me the numbers 23 as well.
Where does it come from?
The actual, remember our code, or the pyramid code of 142857.
Okay, the 142857 doubling up. Okay.
Right. I broke that code like a couple years ago, and that's what I was trying to show you, is how
Okay.
I actually broke it. And when I broke the code to the 23 of Regulus, the Leo star.
Okay, hold on. Before you hold on. Regulus. Okay, is the Leo star. Now, where do these numbers come from again? 142.
The 142857 is the one we used when we started redoing your Mayan calendar. That's 142.
Okay, when did we start doing this? What do you mean by we? I want to understand that too.
Well, a couple, like, I think it was beginning or the year before. It might have been 2024, like right at the end of
Okay, because I wasn't sure what you were talking about. I did this 13 or 14 years ago or 15 years ago.
When I said that, I was talking about, like, I brought that. I guess you had forgot about that number, and I remember it because it rang a bell when I said it to you, because I said I had this number that I was brought to me. Like
Yeah,
through.
yes, okay, I'll just explain to you how I think, how I work on my channel, right? Everything that everybody's going to say to me, right? Why it's so important that I had come here live like over after like 17 years ago is if I didn't have something else saying something outside of my brain, how can I put something inside my brain unless I had delivery service? So if somebody says to me what you're saying to me, you'll say, "Oh, okay, I remember that. Okay, I'll put that on the list." So that's 1 divided by 7 is going to equal to 1, 4, 2, 8, 5, and 7. So okay, go ahead. Yes, I have brought this up with you a long time ago. Yes. Yes. So now we're with Regulus Leo Star. How does this connect to Regulus Leo Star? Because I don't only talk to you. When I'm talking, I'm repeating it to myself so I can understand. And everybody in here is everybody else like us. When you're talking, everybody here is listening and trying to understand so we can all put together to see that there's a main source, that we cannot deny that there is a creator of this house we live, that this moon is under whatever siege and the sun is under whatever siege. And when we speak, the languages come from the ancient. We're ancients. We're time machines. What did they say about us 200 years ago? Imagine they said, I wonder what my kids will be like in the 1700s in 1776. How many said, I wonder what my kids will be like 250 years ago, 2026? That's where we are now, 250 years later, 63 leap years coming in 2028 at the end of that cycle.
Well, I know I only incarnate every 2,000 years, so like I'm here to try to give some stuff, and if people don't want it, I don't give it. That's just how I look at it.
Well, you just have to share your heart. You're just sharing your heart. You cannot. What is to give? How is it to give and to take? We are here to listen, right? And how each one of us perceives, interacts, doesn't do. We shouldn't really have to worry about that. The audience is here. We have to just perform.
You're right. I agree with that 100%.
I am here over 22 years. I cannot look what my audience wants and doesn't want. I know what I know, and what I know is what the system knows that I know, and everybody else knows what I know. The calculator in front of me, in front of you, being sold at every store. The telephone being sold at every store. We know it. We know the zodiac is out there. We know the books have been written. We know that all the people that wrote the books have been scrutinized. We know all this. I am only rehashing everything we already know. Everybody that comes up here brings something together of something they know from something they learned from somebody else. We are the time machine from things that are in the past. You bring something up from 1,000 years ago. We have brought history to the table today of what people were thinking about 200 and 300 years ago. We are the future of what they were thinking about the planets and the stars. We know about the planet and the stars, and we don't know it for a fact. We know it numerically because the facts we don't know. We don't know what's been delivered to us on the plate other than the numbers and the algorithms that are before us. That's what I read. I don't read what the truth is about what God did. I read about the results, about ABC, what the mathematics and the calculator can calculate and tell me where I am in the alphabet and the words or associative words as the fourth planet, or Mars 51 and Earth 52, where Roman numerals say L1, L11, which is LII, or 9 and 18, right? Mars will be LI and Earth will be LII. II is 18. It'll be 12 and 9 and 9. So I have 2 births on Earth, but with Mars, I got 12 and 9, which is 1 birth because of 1 eye. But I can also put V1 and V11, and I have the spirit of what is 7 and 6. So there's a whole lot of stories going on, and the truth is there. And we bring forward through this breath that truth from beyond, right? We are the portals of that breath, and only through our association, right, that we wake up. And then maybe there's going to be one decision we're going to take. Maybe there's somebody in this brick wall that's going to fall. Because when people know the truth, and we are the machine, we are the one that bring birth. We labor every single day. Only 1% or 2% are not in this labor district.
other than to how to control the laborers. The V that you see up here goes down to one section. It's this 119 that connects and controls everything above it. Everything below it works with the 19. I'm just using this as a board. You know what I'm saying? And at the end, 3838 for the spirit of 76 in control of T, R, and Q, U. In control of the quatrain. Yeah, I need a little bit of a 2D break here. Okay, I'm out. I'm hope to catch you. This guy is not cohesive. Okay, Caviar, what is there? What do you see? Zachary Port, what about Regulus? Okay, go ahead, Forbidden. Zachary Port wants to know. Caviar says we're not comprehensible. If Caviar, you want to ask me something, what you don't understand, you can be here for with whatever reason you are. But if not, you don't come up and say something in 2 seconds. We're going to move on. Forbidden is going to continue on to answer Zachary, and I'm going to listen myself as well, and to keep my mouse trap closed, TRAP, and sit down for this part.
They just don't understand what you're saying, but I mean, it's a lot of info. I mean, you give a lot of info very fast, and and a lot of them don't really understand what you're saying, so it's understandable how they could.
Oh yeah. So the basically thing that when people come to this page, when others come to the page, this is a game theory. It's social media. I use the alphabet. I want to understand the alphabet. The letter A is first, where the letter A is itself. How does it design? I want to understand the numbers and the colors. I use and have rules and regulations. I use the hexahedron. I can use the tetrahedron to understand there are 6 sides. I understand that on this, okay, can I find a happy medium that we can all understand? There's 9 areas regardless where the numbers are, right? But can we move the numbers, right? Can we move these numbers around? We sure can. If we want to move 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, 7, 8, and 9, I'm going to move it by 2. So 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. I'm going to show you this once and show you I'm a number manipulator. I also want to see if it's possible that it's been done elsewhere. For instance, if I want to go to 36, if I go to 36 and I start nowhere, I'll be at Pisces, but it will add up to 9, and that's Aquarius, but it will show me 3 Gemini mixed with 6 Virgo. That's that story. If I multiply it, 3 by 6 is 18, I end up here, and that's Virgo. 3 by 6 is 18, but it mixes up Aquarius over here with Scorpio. 18, 1 inside 8, it actually does, okay? It's 10 and 8 in association. 3 and 6 is 9. I now have, look at that, 9. Okay, that is Sagittarius. 8 and 9 come together in the alphabet as they look the same. That's number 36, 360 degrees. What is that? 1 between 2 equals to 3. And with that, the reverse alphabet is 24. The alphabet ends at 26, so we go from 3 to 24. If the alphabet begins at 26, what happened to the Tzolk'in calendar of 260 days? Did we do the same thing? Go 10 between 20 equals to 30 and run 30 over to 240? The same thing. Run C over to X. We have sex, a single and a double digit. And if we shift the alphabet, 3 would move into the 8th position. And the 24 moves into the 29th position. 29 is for the birth. And on the 29th day. Yeah, did I interrupt some kind of conversation going on here? Sorry about that. Yeah, you take over there, Forbidden.
No, you didn't interrupt nothing. You were giving your information. There was nothing that.
Yes, so the crossing is 8, 1, 3. 8, 1, 3 is this crossing. Why? The belly meets between the lower and upper house. At 19 is 1, 16 is 7, silver gate. 2 and 8 through the moon, and when the 1 and 2 meet, becomes 3 and 9 by the virtue of the birth through Gemini association, the heavens of Scorpio inside of what is Aries. But can we call this Aries in the 10th position, or is it the association of 1, 2, 3, 4 equaling to 10? Is that's why the French say 10, 7, 10, 8, 10, 9 in the association of 10 is 10? Is it the reason why 11 is black is because we need to associate 1 and 2 first, to that 1 and 9 equals to the 10, full throttle, 2 and 9 equal to 11. So why 8 black? Why the 2, 4, 6, 8 black? Is it because the duplication only becomes on the edges? That on the corners are 3, but on the edges are 2. Is it for that reason? Not by my virtue. I built nothing. I only show you where it is. That's Rubik's Cube. See, this tells me, look at that. This tells me what lines up. I can just show you that, and then I got to take my 5-minute break.
Let's keep on subject here. Let's not go too far off base. Let's keep it here directed towards, this is the game science, right? So how does the heart work? If it's got a ventricle or not, where does it link up? How many are there? 1 or 2? Because we know Nathan's coming in, right? How does the mirror flip around? You know, how do we mirror out into this world, right? We have the mirror, we have the ventricles, so the whole body is going to be included. How are you doing, Nathan?
I'm well. It turns out I think the heart is a twin 2 system. Each side is a plasma charge engine, and it pumps down twice, pulse, pulse. That's repulse.
Well, it's
Okay, so I have a question about that because my project keeps telling me we are running with a heart that's beyond that, either or. They removed it from us. We never finished growing something from it. Like there's a cutoff instead of a continuation and missing your breath. Because if you do not have the pressure, we should be living under a higher blood pressure. But because they removed the missing part, and it doesn't take much because a tetrahedron, all you need to connect is 7 sticks onto it, the second part of the tetrahedron. The first part has 10. The second part has 7. Okay, so it shows me the second part of the heart can be the same size, okay, because it connects the center part together. So they cut this off. Therefore, our blood pressure can no longer go as high. We cannot process as fast, right? The process of Earth and the thing with 1,000, it's 1,000 times the rhythm within inside moving and shifting the numbers. It's a gearing system.
Yeah, the microwave background of the universe is like 6 million cycles, and our mitochondria, the house of the zodiac, they rest at 6,000. There's 1,000 there. That's the day in the Lord cycle rest.
Well, that's a key. It's a key to what you're wanting to understand as well. And when you get into this, is where the book of Elijah comes into play. As I was talking to them in the comments about, the book of Elijah tells you of the 4 beasts that he saw when he went to heaven, which is the face of a man, face of an ox, face of an eagle, and the face of a lion. Those are your 4 royal stars that they speak of in Chaldean numerology, all the way back to Babylon before the Bible was ever written, all the way back to Sumerian tablets, all the way back to the Babylonian marsh people, if you want to look at them that way. That goes all the way back to those people, to the ones that are telling you that you were invented or created by a different race of beings that came to this earth and played with your DNA and decided to create you. And an aspect of what Mr. Tagpan was just talking about, something missing from your heart, comes through what we know as heart math, which can actually be looked up online as well as heart math. If you look up heart math shows you that your heart actually is the only, I don't care what nobody else tells you, you can do the research on this yourself. Your gut does not have the same neurotransmitters as your heart or your brain. Your brain and your heart are the only 2 organs in your body that have the exact same neurotransmitters that create thought or process thought or thinking. Now, your heart only has 40,000 of these, which is way considerably less than the brain, but the heart also sends more signals to the brain than the brain does to the heart. So if you have an internal monologue, could you consider your internal monologue maybe being your heart talking to you? Interesting concept. So when we look at this, and also knowing that through the heart math, that whenever
your heart reacts with an intuitive nature that there still can't explain this part, because it reacts up to 10 to 15 seconds before your brain even realizes it needs to do anything. So then your brain reacts, and then your brain causes your body to react. So there is an intuition inside of your heart that acts outside of time and space and does not understand time nor space, or does not comprehend these things to the point of that it is giving a reaction time to anything that you might do or know before it happens. Is this where your abilities could come from? The ones that we call our special gifts, our dreams, our anything of this nature could come from this place. Knowing that your heart is also, as we have discussed many a times, Nathan, as it is a vortex. It is wrapped. It is not a ball of muscle like your bicep or your tricep or anything like that. It is literally a muscle that is rolled out flat and then rolled up into a centrifuge, if you want to call it a centrifuge, and it becomes a vortex of a beating pulse and creates more electricity in the body than anything else. This also is to understand that your body does not create electricity. Your body does not create electricity. You need to understand that. And the fact that you are a energy retaining generator. You bring in, like, the things that you eat, through the food that you eat, through the things that you eat, you bring off these energies off of these things that you eat to allow your body to function normally and healthily. That's why it's important.
Undeniably.
And that's why it's important for us to eat these things. And this is all able to be researched online in any way you want to research it for yourself, if you're taking notes. And I spoke it really fast like Mr. Tackpan would. I learned from the best.
Yeah, and we're water batteries. That's why
Yeah,
we're a water
water
battery. This is why we must ground.
Water baby.
Come in further.
Yeah,
They
water
say
baby.
we can also live by the breath, and somehow
Baby.
there is some kind of
First
truth
baby
to that
dolls
as
was a
well.
water baby.
Water
Without
baby.
the breath, you cannot live.
You're right. Without no breath, you cannot live. And this return is also the return of the cycle through the, like any other engine would have to have is intake and combustion. You know what I'm saying? You have to have
Your
intake.
motor run. Yes, everything is combustion. You can't take off. A plane doesn't take off without combustion. So we have to learn, understand, or see, or envision that what is that combustion rate. I know the air brakes go on. I know the tanks go up to 120. I know we need 3 times for 360, for 36 for the hash mark. I know we need the 12. I know the 13 is to the other side. I know of the 12. I know the 14 crosses the, how do I say that? The 14, or what is the 190, crosses over the 360. So the circle starts to close. And when the circle starts to close, but yet you've got more of a number, you begin the compression. 1, 2, 3. Do you follow what I'm saying? Because the 360 closes in if we follow the circle. Only the 18th mark and the 19th mark on both sides, okay, are going to be the mark of central non-combustion area. Once you close it off, there will be no combustion, or the highest. You follow what I'm saying? Because that's
Absolutely.
the meeting point.
Absolutely, because that internal combustion engine is just literally your heart, and it's the heart valves, as the valves of underneath the intake valve.
Yeah, and
You know
I'm
what I'm
trying, and right, like what I'm saying, like with this, it's got to be 1,000% this. It's 1,000% when I talk and when I speak in this channel. Not me, not you, the machine. If I'm building a computer, I have to know the geometric shapes of 45 degrees. I have to know what is 100% is not 90%. Because if you give me 90% of a dollar, you're giving me less. So I have to know that 100% is all. I have to know that 60 is less than 100, and what is 10, 20, 30, 40 is 100, and what is 10, 20, 30 or ABC is 60% of the 100% of possible of the reality that we live is less than by over 66.6% living at 60 instead of living at 100. Or sorry, is it? Go ahead.
And correct, that also brings in the fact that, like, when we look at these numbers as well, if we look at it just strictly upon numerical values as we speak, like a lot of times, like that's all we really speak on is numerical values. 91 and 19 are no different than each other because they both equal 10. They both equal the same number. It's 9 plus 1 or 1 plus 9. It's both the same number. It's the beginning is the end and the end is the beginning. That's
So I have
all
a
that
question for you.
symbolizes.
I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
Is it better for you to have 9 groups of 1 or 1 group of 9?
I would rather have one group of 9.
Okay, and me, I'd rather have 9 groups of 1 where I can send 2 out and keep the other 7 for safety.
The reason I would rather have one group of 9 for myself personally, is because we have the rest of the groups that are out there that can be the safe.
But there's only 9 total and $9.
If there's 9 total and $9, then that's the ones that'll make. That's the ones that make that's the decisions. That's where it starts. Nine minds, 9 minds, or one, or if we look at it in a strategic aspect, as what I would see you using is as a strategic aspect. As a strategic aspect, then it would look like this for me. One person with a well-aimed aim can arm 90 people with one good aim. So with that being said, it can bring in more to the populace. You can turn the one of 9 into many. And
You can take your 1 mouth in the middle of 8, turn it into the 9 and speak to everybody.
that becomes the 13. That becomes the 1 + 2 = 3, which is infinite, as we discussed, or the 21, which is
So
the 2
are you
+
saying
1
if you put your mouth up to a speaker, that your mouth becomes the value of 3? What value would you give your mouth speaking?
Well, if you can only reach 1, then you've only reached 1. Then you've reached that's 1 and 1. It's 2. Then that
Wouldn't
next
that be a complete area space because you're casting out from a singular area, taking up the 2 sides of the central area of the encompassment of what is the rim of that speaker you are speaking into? You are
Absolutely.
one. What's that?
Absolutely, because it's a full area space that it then has created a multitude. It has doubled in size at
You
that
have
point.
cast out from within.
Yes, and it has doubled in size, and that is the goal, is to double in size. Even if you start with 1 to the 9, it's still going to double to the size of 9 + 1. It'll still double all the way back to the 91, which will still be 10 at the end of the day. At the end of the day, the values will still remain the same. Same as the 13 and the 31 become 44. You put them together, become 44. It becomes the 8, the infinite possibilities of what is.
So, but you can only do this. The completion only comes with the femininity. That's how these designs are made. All these designs cover with the femininity. That's the
Absolutely.
yellow line.
Absolutely. That's the Vesca Pisces. That's the 1 and the 1 coming together to make the Vesca Pisces. That's the center. That's the center eye in the middle of the Vesca Pisces. That is where birth and creation comes from. That becomes the 3.
So the blue red over here, okay, this is only these are a continuation. You see X1,
Yes.
and then you have X1 again. You can see the way it's a perfect reality. These 2 come together, right? These 2 join. So we would eliminate this space and this space. This space is the holy space between them. It's just that I didn't square them off. But if I did square these off, I wouldn't have a heart zone. These have no heart zone. They're all in singularity. They are the ventricles. Yeah, I gotta get a phone call out here having my coffee. Give me a minute.
I'm about to
I
get some
lost my
coffee.
phone 9,500,000 times. Just give me a minute. I'll be on the phone. I wanted to show off.
When I do my Gematria, I've been working on the file cabinet. I've been taking like all the triple digits, turning them into double digits, seeing how they process as they go down from the triple to the singular, and then I file them away. And then when I get all the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7s all the way out there, then I take all of those and I file them all back away into the 1 file. And then I take that 1 file and I put it in the cabinet that's representative of the 0, the whole.
That's why I loved your post about the number 137. I loved that post. Like, I could not stop staring at it. Like, the 137 is the most magical number in all of physics. It's perfect.
Oh yeah, see, and I'm a part of a large Gematria group. And basically we all post about numbers constantly because, it's our thing. And once you start looking at mathematics and like even in the basic designs of these, well, I don't want to say basic, but like the pyramids and their construction. When you see the numbers that take place in that, and then you see how powerful those numbers are when they come into other spaces, like things I do with the ABCs and stuff, it's all like nicely just all linked together to tell a very cohesive story about the numbers, because the numbers, they do speak.
Right, and that's the thing, and that's like a lot of people don't even know the largest pyramids, the Great Pyramid of Giza is actually 8-sided, not 4. It has slight concaves on each side that give it 2 extra. It's 2 sides per side, so, and you can only see this at a certain time of year. When you fly over it, you can look down at it and you'll see the concaves, which creates the eight sides of that pyramid. And a lot of people don't.
And that's the 8-spoke wheel.
Correct.
And this is why they have the mummy, because it's the story of the octopus. The die is also the story of the octopus. It's the story of the kraken, because it is the cracked egg. It's the story of you as Ra, because notice the word Ra is in the kraken also, but it's the octopus who has the 9 brains.
Correct.
So when you were talking about like your heart space as a brain, I've taken like all my organs and essentially I have given them a brain also, like I speak.
I mean,
I speak my organs through the colors, through the chakras, through the planets even, because each planet in the Tao, they teach about how, green is for the liver. And then they go in to teach you about how the planets, you can channel the planets to help certain parts of your body for your inner chi.
And that's where I bring in the conversation of with bringing in the books of Thoth as well, and to understand what this being, entity, person, whatever you want to see this thing as Thoth as, is a very high teacher, a priest king is what he was considered. And he would come and he would teach, as he taught divinity, he taught that humans had lost their divinity through the useless use of words. Now, where this comes into play is the aspect of your body. You cannot be one without your body. What you show within your body is really who you are. You are this. This is your entity. This is your being. This is your identity. Identity. So when we look at that, we see the word play inside of what we're talking about.
Oh,
and
yeah.
When that comes into it, to know that your physical vessel cannot operate without its entity, so it gives it the ID. So when you have that, you know that this vessel works for you. Only
you basically, and see, when I say this, a lot of people have gotten upset with me, but I want to speak my truth. You basically inhabit your body in a sense that you have taken over your body, or you have what you've possessed. You've become the one in possession of the body. And when you do this, it's talking about your higher status of the mind, or you understand the power of your vessel here. See what I'm saying? Because you are the UFO walker who now identifies. You see what I'm saying? The flying object that is you, because your body is the time machine,
Correct. And it does flow through the time of spatial time, not linear time. Not linear time, spatial time. I mean, that's like, and that just makes you special. I mean, it all comes down to the wordplay of the mathematics that they've given you, that you don't even realize that even if you go off this Gregorian calendar, which what we hold here on Earth, they hold there in the aether. The majority of what is held here will be held in the aether. So if we can't fight a majority, we can literally have 1 billion of us say that calendar is wrong and we need 13, and you got 7 billion other ones that are going no. So
oh yeah, and see, this is why I still use all the calendars. I even use the Mayan calendar because I see how the Mayan calendar links with the moon. All these calendars, we need to understand, they are talking about the sun and the moon as the great ones who carry us through. They carry us through the grand story of the zodiac because we learn in ages and stages as man upon the land. This is why I am the time traveler also, because I'm in different spaces within the wheel that are all tightly linked together in the sacred circle, but at the same time I understand the spiral, how I grow throughout my grand ages in a sense, because Earth is essentially likened unto a schoolhouse. This is why you have the skull here. That's the skull. It's the grand housing. So
And
yes, I like everything you're saying, and I really like how you're always pointing out the numbers too when you do your zodiacal numerologies with even the codexes, because a lot of people want to know about the numbers, and basically you and I, we can talk, we can hear the numbers.
yes,
That's
that
what
literally,
talking.
no, literally, like we know. I can't speak for you, but I know that numbers are living. I know they're a living thing. They're factual. There's a truth. They
I don't
won't.
even see in letters anymore. I'm seeing numbers.
Numbers, yeah, literally. You go to the gas pump and you pump gas, and then you look at how much gas you pumped, and you're like, aha, now that makes sense.
Well, the
Yes,
first
and
symbol,
see, you can see this syntax.
Yes,
Yeah,
I mean,
symbol that unpacked was the Yod Hed Wad Hed, and it was pi to the 7th power divided by pi times 7 gives you that 137-ish, where the spoke wheel looks like it stops.
that's part of my zodiac as well. Is like when we put into that for my own self personally, just so people can understand how to put it into themselves. I speak upon myself because I can't speak from yourself.
But the other symbols
Yeah,
that
and
come
you're
in
all
are-
telling the same story, but
Yeah.
I can understand what you're saying because it's not the same. Like I hear what you're saying, and I'm like, wow, I needed to know that, and I'm so thankful that you're here. I want to listen some more, so I'm going to listen, okay? Because I want to hear some more about what y'all are talking about.
I sit on that fixed cross of the zodiac, which is the Aquarius, the Leo, the Sagittarius, and the Gemini. It sits on that a perfect axis of the 45-degree angle that we discuss of the 45. That's why whenever if you look at astrology and you look at planet ascensions, you want to look for the right ascension. The right ascension, and most astrologers will agree upon that, that is the correct and most accurate ascension of the planets. It's not what they say, oh, it was this date over here. No. We're going to go with the right ascension because that gives me the most accurate, most corresponding planetary alignments that where they would be placed in the sky.
Yes.
Yeah, because the sun, he ascends to the right. This is why he is Ra, or the right ascension. This is also why the alphabet of English is concerning Ra, because it ascends to the right. It goes from left to right.
It should be on a 9 base or 90 base, and the letters should be shaped different. There shouldn't be only 3 letter sounds of the I, the stretch of the O. A J shouldn't be there. There's a lot of words we use that are just dictatorial.
Like my bro said,
and it also has a lot to do with pronunciation, because if you notice, the English alphabet is also the alphabet for French, for Spanish, for Italian, and mostly it all depends on how we say the vowels. That's why when my game with the vowels are all interchangeable, because sometimes in another language, the A may sound like an O, or it may sound like a U, or it may have an interchange with the E. And this is where I feel like they had this intel in Babylon for the Babelfish, because this is the story also of where there was the one language that all understood, and then it was broken up into the other languages. And I truly feel like this was done by means of the teachers who understood this, and it was for more divine intel to come through, because keep in mind, all the languages are for teaching us a story.
And that's like my bro mentioned in the comment, the astrology is a tensor field, and he's correct in this. And the fact that the tensor field is what aligns your inner being to your outer being, as within, as without, as without, as within. You can't have what's without without with what's within, and you can't have within with what's without.
Yeah, it's all one.
Yeah, and that's why I try to explain to people that, like, if you get into a live with somebody and they're speaking on spiritual aspects and they're telling you to forget about your physical vessel, they're teaching you self-abandonment. That's not okay.
Yeah.
Now, you need to understand we're in heaven at all times.
Yes, we
Doesn't
are.
matter if you're here or there, it's all heaven. This is
The
why
low-
I
the
feel like
low-
we are in such a low state of mind as humanity because
they're on the
the
25.
tea house has been poorly brewed. We
They're
must
on the-
brew the tea stronger, less watered down, so that all may drink the true brew.
They're only on the 25 earth. They're only on the
You only
25
get-
earth. If you take two 25 earths and you put it together, all you're going to get is 50%. Now, when you take the 52 higher earth of the higher number of gematria, and you take these numbers and you put the 52 earth with the 25 earth, you can get a 77 earth. Well, that
Oh
sounds-
yeah, because that's
sounds like
the
the gate.
deck.
Yeah, that sounds like
This
the
is
gate
why we're
stuff.
pirates. We must swab the deck. We must clean house.
Now, see, pirates also go with Knights Templar. See, pirates and Knights Templar also carry the same number if you break it down through simple gematria. Pirates, Knights Templar, Freemasons, even yes, unfortunately, Freemasons. When you break these names down into the cyclic numbers of ordinal, reversed, or ordinal, reduced ordinal, reversed, and reduced reversed, you're going to get the numbers of like 7, 7, 11, 11. You're going to get these numbers like, and when I broke, and until you break it down to its absolute smallest number, will you get the truth of what you're looking for. That's when you start finding the correlations. And when it makes the net, the aether net, is when you can actually come into contemplation of what you're seeing. As I did with the names Thundercats. I did Thundercats. Yes, the cartoon Thundercats. I did this to show this as correlation with what I'm saying. And when I do this, I bring in Lionel. I bring in every single good guy character of them, and it shows this Aethernet that I speak of. And through Thundercats, you actually come to find that there was, I guess Lionel would be your Jesus in that.
Oh
type
yeah,
of-
yeah. Yeah, it's the same story over and over and over and over to teach you the story.
Absolutely.
It's wonderful, and I love it. Yes.
And what they don't understand is, yes, there is an incarnation that comes every so 1,000 years to try to help with this aspect of understanding and comprehension. And that's not that it's better than you or it's higher than you or it's whatever. It's just, it's like when you, Miss Cynthia, you literally plant gardens. So when you open a pack of seeds, sometimes there's a seed in them packs that's just a little bigger than the rest. It doesn't mean it's any better. It just grows the same fruit. It grows
Oh
the
yeah,
same.
and it all depends on your watering.
Yes, that right there.
I'm an Aquarius, and I know all about the watering. And I will tell you, watering too much is not good.
Right. It isn't. It's not. No, it's definitely not. It can drive some crazy. It can create great harm. It can harm it. It can harm things. But an aspect, some things can take a little more water.
Yeah, and it taught me something. That's what I've appreciated about every single seed I planted, because I put my DNA, my spit on it, because I wanted it to tuned to my body. So when I grew it, it was specifically tuned to me, and I could eat
Your
it.
family.
There you go.
It was
And your
wonderful.
family.
Yes, everybody got to do their own. I don't understand why we don't have more fruit trees, because in my dreams, I inherit the fruit trees. I need trees of free food for me to eat here, so I can get healthier. But at the same time, I try to grow my own stuff, and I've even taught my children how to do this, because I was not taught this. I had to learn this basically on my own.
Let's per se, like if you were to grow.
Because I started asking questions. Me as a child, I thought all the food came from the grocery stores. And then when I saw other people in my family actually growing their own food, and they had their little animals and stuff, I was like, wow,
Yes, and that's like it's like the person,
amazing. How did they do that?
and like the person said in the comments, it's our fruits and our love that we put out. But the reality is to comprehend what we see as unconditional, this love that we consider as unconditional. And I see that love is strictly a word of action. It's a verb. It is strictly a
Oh yeah,
verb.
you have to
It's
learn love. This is
yeah.
what I feel like the whole program is about. So you can learn what it means to love. Because think of yourself as an observer to the TV only and not someone who gets to come on and contribute. This is kind of how it is after you leave your body too, in a sense. You have your life review to where you're just watching yourself, you know, and you can't go back and you can't stop yourself. You know, you're just there watching yourself. I've had many near death experiences to where I've literally had my life flash before my eyes and watched myself. And there was so much I wanted to change, but I couldn't. And when I got to come back to my body, I told myself, yes, I'm going to change this because I can.
I found my NDE that I had back in June. It was a necessity. It was for me to go back, basically like a check-in.
Yeah, you're kind of, yeah, I know exactly. I know
I
exactly.
was broken and I
I'm
was
just so
hurting
thankful
so
to be
bad.
here.
Yeah, it was,
Physically,
it's almost,
Yeah,
Learn.
hold on a second. Let Nathan speak. Give the floor to
Sorry.
Nathan for a minute. Thank you.
well, physically, I was done. My back can never have a surgery. I have a mechanical valve in my heart, so I have a blood thinner on board. But I was doing everything I could, just one last chance to try not to have a surgery, not to. The medicines quit working, and they were giving me more and more doses just to keep my nerves calm. Well, in it all, I remembered my grandmother kept coming to me, and she was an herbalist and a crazy woman to beat that. But I went back into base corn, the flavonoid, the tarpans, what is actually in that'll signal the tea, the parsley, sage, rosemary, thyme, or nervines. Adaptogens like sassafras, be very careful with, but cacao, that's all the time. I still have the blood thinner on board. I have to be careful with that. But diving in the cold water, the ice, after being too hot, was just something that flashed for me. And so knocking the cortisol off, all these things has increased my base battery up. And I swear my hemispheres are tied. The Tehuti Sheshet connection they call Thoth or whatever. Probably a pronunciation problem with the Greeks. Still, there's so much we don't know. Period. I don't know anything, but I know how everything relates. How it relates from a spark, a potential from a jump gap to a thought to a biofield growing something.
that I have written in my 16 fundamentals of the human existence as well. And
Yeah.
that is, where does a thought come from? How does a thought find you? And why did it find you? And that is the key to creation. And to understand that is to contemplate on it, like, why does a tree fall in the forest? Or does a tree fall, when a tree falls in the forest and there's no one around to hear it, do you really hear it? Or does it make a sound?
It
So
does make a sound, but it doesn't make a noise if nothing's to hear it.
Did you know when a tree falls in the forest, the whole forest knows?
yes, it does.
That's the grand truth, because they're not connected as in the above as much as they are in the below.
Well, they
They
worry
will
about a
even
black hole.
cover, they'll cover each other.
They worry about a
help
black hole coming and
nourish.
messing up the earth, but hydrogen is a black hole. It only has capacity to be hydrogen.
If you talk about area space, are you talking the hydrogen area space, that when you take away that tree from standing, that tree is still a fallen, and the splinters and everything of that area space is now going to occupy more area space? Instead of occupying it in the air, it'll be still occupying it on the ground. But the vibration that used to be fulfilling the air and the minimal vibration will splinter out and talk to all the trees. Even though it'll talk to two trees, will all talk to all the other trees. Even if the vibration has ended, it will continue on through the roots.
Yes, because that right there is what they studied with aspen trees. Because aspen trees are one of the only few trees that they know in the world that actually grow an interconnected root system. An interconnected root system through the whole forest. Like, they are all interconnected and touch each other in every single way possible, every tree. And what they found is that whenever, like, somebody cut down a tree and the scientists did that, and then now they got to the point to where they were putting the electrodes on, as we have seen when they put the electrodes on these trees and they create the hydrogen frequency, or what we call the hydrogen frequency. And when they put off that hydrogen frequency, as soon as a chainsaw is started up, they found that the trees began to vibrate, that they felt fear.
Yeah.
elephants will
See,
go
I feel
to
like the
Yeah,
water carries.
hold on a second. Hold on. I brought somebody new up. You know, I really have zero, set control of who goes next. But so I'm just going to jump in the odd time. And right now, Kether has joined the group. Him, her, or she, it doesn't really matter. It's you. And your avatar is up for the road. Speak.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good yourself.
Yeah, I'm good. You know, I was listening to y'all. Yeah, I always listen to you for real, bro. You always be spitting some game. I learned a lot from some of the joints you put out so far. But in regards to what y'all talking about and stuff so far, like when y'all was talking about like astrology and stuff like that, like I understand things from the basis of symmetry and geometry. So going from that, right? Um, people was talking about like what's important with astrology and stuff. One thing that's really supposed to be considered is the aspects because like everything is about relational geometry and stuff like that. So aspects show you the relational geometry between things. And the thing is with astrology, it shows you like the feng shui of shapes, so to speak. Like each like when you look at certain aspects like what's that shit? Like opposition and all that shit, the square, like they tell you the energetic qualities of shapes, not just the like um not the just with like the degrees and positions where they at. Because I know it's something with astrology and the signs like where aspects like every second fire sign matches with each other or something like that.
Yeah, like
Fourth.
chirons or squares or sextiles and shit, stuff like that.
Yeah, it's because people always practice astrology on a 2D plane and they miss out on it when it's really supposed to be practiced on a as a tensor field through a like how I do it is through a 9D hypercube combined with a enneagram and not an enneasphere and a deca orb, I think it's called.
Yeah, are super important as well. That brings everything into aspect of what you're saying. Well, literally, that's why I look into those as well because that tells you that can tell you where you're going to have difficulties, where you're going to have where you can have your successes, things of that nature. It brings all that into like you said, the perfect cube.
Right.
Or
Because
the calculator.
You said by 4. 159 is by 4. 4 to 8. 2 over to 6. By 4 is the earth sign. By 4 is the water sign. By 4 are fire. Up here, 3, 6, 9 by 3s. 12 on this angle by 4s. 4, 8, 12. By 3s, up and down, you stay inside the same zone. I think you said these are the royals. 1, 4, 7, 10. Even though you have fire and water and air, and then 10, you have earth. Right? You have the 4-pack and they're all cardinals. These are all fixed. But here you'll start with earth and fire, and then you'll go to water. And we're going to finish off over here with 11, and that's air. 7 over 4, 11. And Aquarius, 3, jump 3. Thank you, Ashley. Jump 3 equals to 9, right? So this way is earth jumping over. But when you go the other way, we've got the teddy bear in the house. So Teddy is E.T. A.D. is the 10 of which in the house we live. T-E-E-T DNA. I have to keep thinking from the ashes that we came. The ash in French is what is the H letter, and 8 is everywhere. So the movement of fire to fire, 1 and 9. Water to water, but water to earth, 2 and 8. Why did I connect this and not water to water when I did the fire? Because I'm following this. I'm following down here and up here, 2 and 8, 1 and 9. The corners, the 4 corners, right? But we're not going to go there. We're going to do the 4 bit. 1 over to 9 is 4, 4. That's fire. 2 over to 8, it's not 4, 4, 8. It's only 6, 8, 6. We got earth, water, or how about 4, 6, 2, 8? 2 times 2, 4 times 2. up 6, up 2, up. So hold on a second. What is it? 2 times 4 is 8, right? So how do we get to 9? Well, 9 times 2 is 18. 1 and 8 is 9. But anyways, let's leave that out. So now we have what we have off of here. 7, 3 is the only other way we go. Even though it goes by 4, it's the first 4 that goes the other way that captures the last sign, in which actually it's your first duality that comes together. When 1 and 2 comes together in 3, 3 connects over to 7. Now, what is 7? Is it 3, 1, 3, 7? Is it 1, 2, 4, 7? Is it 5 and 2, 7? What 7 is it other than 1 between 2 equals to 3? And now if I get another 1 between 2, it equals to 3. And if I get just the 1 before I get the 2, we'll just keep going in rotation into what is 2, 1, 2 equaling to 7. Eventually it catches up.
7 is the ladder.
Yeah, the 7 spot. Knock, knock, who's there? What the heck was that? The hecka. What was that? And you put a throttle on that. So then the next one, the 8, has to be labeled on the lambda that way, I think. Everything hits the lambda on the okay, all right, or okay, let's go for direction.
And for Nathan, whenever you say, if you were to say Thoth, if you were to use Thoth for Greek, the Thoth in ancient Greek was Hermes Trismegistus.
Yeah.
Hermes thrice the greatest.
Yeah.
Well, you can write threat with that. When E and A are assemblies, so Kether, I don't know if you've ever been here, how long you've been here, if you know what I usually repeat 1,000 times. I try to understand the reality and the dots and the dashes. And then when they refer to a dot and a dash as a 1 or a 5, like the Aztecs do, I like to know where these 1s and 5s are. Also, I want to know, what is 1? 1 in its entirety is 100% of itself. Or is it 6 and 4, 10 to create 10, which is 1? Is it what is 9 and 1, 7 and 3, and all the ways to create what is the equality to 1? The other thing about 1, where can I find 1? And I noticed that on here, the 1 is the heart of all that surrounds it. So if 8 surrounds it, right, the 1 equals to what is 1 and 1/8 times 8 equals to what is 8 that's around, and 8 times 8 is 64, and 8 and 8 is 16, and 64 and 16 equals to a total of 80. 8 plus 0 equals to 8. Adding up 0 to 8 equals to 9.
Dang.
1 and 8 and 2 and 7 run in singularity. The reason for that is they're not repeated again. If I flip it, I have 5 and 6. That runs in a duality. Where does it run in a duality? With 3 and 4. The 4 will be missing 5, and the 3 will be missing 6. 3, 4, 7, 6, 5, 11. This entire cube is equatable to this. The exact same thing. Each face is the same.
Yeah, the heart has the 4 chambers that each crack, and then there's a pause. 5-9, Goku jumps every time.
So there's 2 chamber runs between 5 and 9, between 1 over to 5. You'll run 2, 3, 4 here. You'll run 6, 7, 8 there. But if we change over, right, instead of running 1 over to 5, can I run 7 over to 5? But if I did that, I'm going to have to run through 6 by 4 and 8. See, in this one, I get the full encompassment of 2, 3, 4. But when I run it in this corner and try to use the same method, right, it doesn't happen anymore. So where am I? Between 1 and 5, between 7 and 5, between 9 and 5, I can get 6, 7, and 8. So like what is 1 and 5 is 2, 3, 4 is like what is 9 and 5, 6, 7, 8. So that means if 7 and 5, okay, is not like and is not like, maybe 3 and 5 is. Well, with 3 and 5, I have 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or I just have 4 that's left over here. So when I have this, I have 5, 6, 7. Over here, I only have 4. How do I do that? I'm trying to figure this out.
See,
You know what I'm
one thing.
saying? I have to create 10s. You see, the association is going to create 10s. So my 10 in the first one, right, was 1 and 5, right? Will create 9 and 1 is its 10, 5 and 5 if it's 10, 2, 3, 4 is in between. The high side does it. The in between in which we can work the math is not the same calculable reality, but you can see that 2415 is 66. You can see 6253, right? That is, you can see what is 42. You can see what is 53. See 5 with 3, 2, and 4 with 2, 6 is 5, 3 with 2, 4, right? Is 6, 2 with 1, 5. See, it's what it is it's these two, the 5 and the 2 will connect 5 and 1 to create 6, 4, and 2. And then the 5 will create 3 and the 6 will create 2. And it's just the opposite stories here on this cube.
Mm.
You,
See,
you
one thing I learned, as that pattern you mentioned it, I learned in another way as far as like with vortex math, right? It's governed by powers of 2. But I always figured like what happened if you change the powers, and I figured that 2 and 5 are mirrors, and 4 and 7 are mirrors.
3, 1, 3 equals to 7. 2 and 2 is equal to 4. And it shows you that they come from below and above. If you call this 3, you call this 7. You call this 1, you call this 9, always plugged in. 4 and 6 switch here and here. There are 6 sides to this. I brought in somebody else. I'm going to let them speak in 5 minutes or in a few minutes. But anyways, where was I with this? I lose myself often. Understanding how things work. I like
The
to go
rotational symmetry.
to the lowest. When you start at the lowest, okay, in the first 2, that's 3. The highest is 17, right? If you wanted to start, okay, this is in numbers, but on the cube, the highest is 6. The lowest is 1. If I have 1 cube, it's 1. 2 cubes, it's 2. 3 cubes, it's 3. 3 cubes, it's 18. 18 minus 7, 3 plus 7 equals the 10 and 11. Therefore, the split is between 10 and 11 at 105. It just so happens there's 3 7s on this cube, reverse dots. The halfway point is 3.5 times 3 is 105, the same reality as if I had 3 cubes. But instead of having 3 cubes, I had 3 sides to the same cube to come out to the same result.
It's just Saturn squared.
If we want to do this, let's switch over to doing this. I want to show you what we can easily do because everything, first of all, the background. Let me explain the background. There are 26 letters in the alphabet. The first 7, the 7th area here is 1, 3, 5, 7. The 2, 4, 6, 8 are the ribs that join. The in-between, counting by ones, okay, counts is a count by a half area space. 1, 2, 3 is not the proper way really and is the proper way, but it counts by area space of a division of something. The completion is 1, 3, 5, 7, but 7 is the completion of the 1, 2, 3 in creation. 1, 2, 3 equals to 6 and 4 equals to 10. 1 plus 0 equals to 1. 7 joins the left from the right. When you look at the deck of cards, the 7 card is not like the 1 or the 3 or the 5 or the 9. What are they alike? They all have the ace position. Not the 7, the 6, 7, and 8 partake within the 6 and show heart positions, but above and below and not at the division of the card. In here, we count 6. Even though I'm counting 1, 3, 5, and 2, 4, 6, the 6 connects to the 7, joining 5. The 6 connects to the 7, joining 5, or 5, 7, 5, or 6, 7, 6, connecting the pyramid 19. These 3 cubes. Although they get a number of 7, I'm automatically obliged to say 7 times 6 for the cube that it is, when really it's just 1 cube. And the 6 is itself, although it's just a cube of 6, I'm obligated because of the numeric to say 6 by 6, 36, 36, 72, plus 6, 78.
1.5 area spaces being brought together. Irregardless to that fact, it's 61613 and 61613, counting the alphabet of A through G. And then when you go up 6, 7, you go down 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, ending at M. M is 1, just like A, as N is 1, just like Z. As when you get N over to Z, is 1N and 1Z as M1 as A1, but N is the 14th letter. And when you run 14 over to the 21st letter, the 20th letter, that is where G and T are now 7 and 7. But when we run this over here, we run 1 over to 7, that's AG, and 1 over to 7, that's AG, and that's your silver cord running through. But when you run all the way and add it up, 1 through 13, that's 91. 91 times 4 for 364. 364 moons. And this side over here, sorry, let's finish 7 and 13 into the Sumerian or the Tzolk'in sunstone. 7 and 13's running that 20 day. Over here, and also the 20th number shows you what it is. It shows you overlapping circles. The 7 over here, well, when we go through this one, 14 through 26, sorry, it equals to 260. The average is 20 times 13 letters. 20 and 13 again, back into the 13 of the stone of the 7 that it is. This is the second half of the alphabet. 7 and 7, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6, 1, 6. That is this piece over here. And where else can we find this in games? Can we find this in games? Guess what? It's located in this game over here. We can see the 3, 4, 3. 2 triangles of 3, 1 of 4, 7 by 7 by 7, 343. I talked about this over here. And how can we find that in games? 5775, 5775, same design. I need to find that game. Where's that game? Sorry, it's taking so long. Here it is. 5775 in the game of Monopoly. 40 days and 40 nights and take me to jail and waterworks and go and etc. I'm taking a 5-minute break. Go ahead, everybody. What's up?
You seen what I said? 6 by 6 by 6 is 216, and 216 is the 6 cube number.
Yeah.
And 2160 is the tetrahedron. 2160 is 2160 is the hexahedron. But to get there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 times 2 times 3 times 4 times 5 is 120. Times 6 is 720.
That's why like when we look at the angel numbers, what people say about the angel numbers, and it's all the numbers that are squared. They're not added together, they're squared. They're
all numbers are shapes and operated. They unfold
Uniforms,
under
yeah.
measurement.
That's like the 6 and the 9. If you put the 6 and the 9 and put the O's on top of each other, it creates what we look at, like if they were to show like the symbol of a vortex or a cyclone on a radar map, that's what it would look like.
Shoot, the number 8 is just a 2D projection.
Right.
Like those like it's supposed to be layered on top of each other. Like the way they show 8 is kind of wrong, but also right.
That's what we were talking about the other day in here a while about 2 weeks ago, Gareth, with the 2160 to the of the diameter of the moon to 2160 years. It is in a house cycle for each house to be in its planetary alignment, such as we were in the house of Aquarius. So now we are in the house of Aquarius for 2160 years. So 2160 is the diameter of the moon, 2160 as in the years. There's also 2160 for the 4K, for the HD 4K television. So that's HD. So that would be H and D. So that's what ABC H.
Harley Davidson, burnt orange.
Right, it's the HD.
Your first crossing Trinity with 12. What is 4 1/3? What is 8 2/3 of 12? The 12 zodiac signs are pieces and parts of 8. They've been cut apart because 8 is the end of everything. The ninth one is what brings the heart together, or 19 if you want to look at it that way, depending on how you look at Rubik's Cube. Go ahead. Sorry to interrupt.
No, you did perfect. Thank you for that, because I was waiting for, as soon as I said HD, I was waiting for the one that I stopped and kind of giggled, because you have the Harley Davidson with it, like you said, the HD. So then you have the 2160, which is the 4K or of D or DK Drift King. You know what I'm saying? So then you have
Right.
the DK of the 11 of the 11K is also the 11. So then you have, I mean, it brings it all into play. So like when you enter into your 4K HD television eyes, you see more than what others will see.
Real shit. And when the divisors for 216 equals 600.
Yes, or 360 times 6.
Mm.
What if you take 25,920, or hold on a second. I'm going to get with that part in a minute, right? But take any number and divide it by every number to see where you get. 25,920. It divides into 2160. The isocodron, 2160 by 4. 2160 by 3, I think, is the dodecahedron, which is 9 times 720, which is the tetrahedron. And one of the reasons I believe they call it the 5 platonic solids is because we must stop at the multiplication of 9. I mean, it's not we must, but what happens when we achieve certain numbers? What does it tell us? That's what the story here is about. That's what I do. This is what I look at. This is what I've been studying for 20 years through games, even the game of roulette, blackjack, soccer, baseball, football, and everything else. And Ibis brings in, he talks about the Royal Stars and all these other connections from wherever they come from. These are existence right now for every man, human being on the planet. I bring to you games, and every single game is equal to every human being, and you can't cheat. It's not black or white. And just to tell you that there is a difference in black and white in the numbers, they tell it themselves, but it tells a numeric evaluation. This is a money house. It goes with Brown. It goes with 7227. 1 between 2 equals to 3. 3 times 6, 3 plus 6 is 18, and 9, 27. And that's an obligation we live with. What is 270? You might say it's less than 260 to 360, but it's whole in its own when working with nines, but not when working with the association of the rim that encompasses us.
That's like we were just talking, like the 2160. If you take the 21 plus the 60, you get 81. So that's 21, 60, and 81. That's still 369. It still breaks down to the 369 of the 18 of 18 and 18 and 81, which they are mirror numbers, become 99. The 9 times 9.
So perfect. Good. I like that you said that. So now what I believe that I have to understand is that if I have a B of life, a circle, an area space, is that if I occupy the area space of 2160, what is my size that I should be able to fit in every corner of that dimension? If I'm the size of 6, what size am I? Am I 66 by 6 equaling to 2160?
You could be the 99. You could be the 1881. You could be the you can come all the way down to the end product of what you need to be. And then
I'm the 36. I'm the 36 because 6 by 6 is 36. And I am 36 by 6. What is that? That's what it is. 6 by 36 equals to the 216. 6 by 6 by 6 is 216. And on the 216th minute, okay, it is the 336th hour. And on the 336th day is the last day of the 12th moon. On the 337th day is the beginning of the 13th moon, which is the 217 minute of what is the 3 hours of 37 minutes, 337, 336. The 7 is for Earth, equals 52.7. Mars is 51.6. And where does the 217 come from? The 7 times 31 equals to 217. And the 713 is the 91 for 1 through 13 cards, brings on the Mayan sunstone. So the 713, all of it just links all the way up right into Christ's birthday.
And not only that, the number 216 itself has 72 multiplicative degrees of freedom. That's like they got 72 up to 72 numbers that are co-prime with 216.
Absolutely.
Meaning that's like 72 points in 6 by 6 by 6 cube space.
Absolutely, yes. Absolutely, yes. Everything that goes into 108, which is 1.5 times a 72, because we live in a whole space and a half space of another space that makes up all of who we are, because we are all of who we are, and one part of something we are, but we're not because it's not here. It's somewhere else.
And that's where I bring that into play right there for full moon in simple gematria of the 108, 36, 108, 36, which is ordinal, then it's the reduction, then it is reversed, and then it is reversed reduction. And it all equals the same thing until you get to Chaldean, and Chaldean makes it the 43-7.
What was that number we were working on again? 27, Kether?
72.
Okay, here it is.
36 and 36 is 72.
Why? Because there's 7 missing here. So it works with 5. 5 and 4, 7 and 2. The 7 you don't see, the 4 you don't see is 7 and 4. And guess what that says? 74.
And that's like when you come around your clock twice for your AM and PM, you end up with 720 rotation. That's 360 and 360. So you have the 720 rotation of the spatial time, not linear time.
And it's also 6 times 120 because we're working with 3s and 4. 3 and 4 runs the same corridor. It's 3.5, the heart of this. 3.5 by 3, 105. Earth and fire, fire.
And then we just look at it as physics.
You see, the 10 number occupies 2 area spaces. That's the difference between what is 10 and why it could and can't be, and what 0 can be. 1 0, 2 0, 3 0, and 9 0 equals to the occupation or an area space encompassed. So you would have 1 area space encompassed, and you would get 0 through 0 through 9 equals 1 through 4. No, 0 through 9 is 0 through 4, and then 5 through 9.
Well relaxed. If that's Nathan, I'm gonna tell you right now. If Nathan looks like the first caveman ever made, that's Prometheus. He's the one that brought you fire, so you might salute him and give him some of that respect because you got heat because of him, buddy.
Shoot. I be wondering sometimes if motherfuckers is like fractals of gods from over time.
So do you see this board over here?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen it before?
Yeah. I remember you saying you could use that to make a Bitcoin operation.
Yeah, well, this is really the Monopoly board. The Monopoly has 40. You have 36 to the 1 by 2 area. You have the corners to the 2 by 2 area. It takes you to walk the outside skirt of squares. There are 88 like the constellations. To walk the inside skirt from corner to corner, okay, is 13. To walk the inside skirt on the corner is 3 spaces and 3 spaces, or what you say is a 4 cube. Just count what's along the wall is 3 and 3 is 6, and 9 here is 15. Your 3 and 3 is 6. Your 3 by 3 is 9 for the breadth 1 wall. So when you walk from here to here to here, the number of area spaces is 22, 22, 22, 22, or the 88 constellations. Donald Trump's number was 22088-022. Go to jail is 31 over here. Here is jail. It's number 11 in terms of monopoly. When you count from here to here, it's number 13. When you go from here to here, it's 7. When you count from here to here, this area space is 6 by 6, 6 by 6, 6 by 6, 6 by 6. Can you encompass a 6 by 6 here? No, you cannot. Here is a 1 by 1, a 3 by 3, a 5 by 5. A 7 by 7 is to the outer rim. To the other rim, a 7 by 7, where you can go. What is a 2 by 2 over here? Because on the rim of a 2 by 2 where Mars comes in is where we join the other cubes together. Here we play inside the house. This is 6 areas to 1 area to 6 areas, or what is a 13 by 13 area space. Riding the monopoly numbers from here to here is 2020, and our 2020 obligation of the reality of what is 193720 or 2468 2020 to run the center of what is 5 2020, which is TT, and what is E5 equaling to Y. So did I explain that properly? Because I'm going on a 2-minute break.
Sure did. To us, you did. Maybe not to others. If they have questions, go ahead and take your break. I'll try to give it to them the best I can.
So I
Because
just want,
you broke it down
Kether?
really good.
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, so here is going to be your 1x1 area. Outside is a 3x3, 5x5, 7x7, going both ways. One, here's another area that'll make up here a 2x2. So when I'm talking one, I'm talking 3x3, a 5x5 around it, a 7x7 around it, and you stretch it out to 169. So when I'm talking about 7 is a half area space.
Mhm.
And that's what I'm
13 creates the entire area space upon the moons we live. The house has been chopped. And now they put us here in this area, which each one of these call it the 4 seasons. In this area, it's a window. We go by a 2x2, 4x4, 6x6, 8x8. Here we go 1x1, 3x3, 5x5. Here's when we join all these boards together. In order to encompass Rubik's Cube's area singular space, one area block, to encompass this entire board, I must put 4 to the edge area and 4 to the corner, which makes up this board here. In this corner will connect to this board and this board. And this board and this board will be the passage in here. The only way in here is to go through here and here. To also understand that here and here also has a corridor in rotation here.
Magic angle.
This is 13 by 13, 13 by 13, 13 by 13. What surrounds this and what the answer of 13 by 13, 169, is 1 is in the center. Take away that 1. This is 168, or what is 84 by 4, or 168 by 2 to equal to 12 moons, or 336. Or how about all the moons over here? Over here, 168. This here will be how many years? This year is 168, 12 moons, 24 over here. And I'm not complete. How many of these do I need to complete? Remember, one of these, okay, has 26 cubes. It is 12 edges. It is 8 corners is 20, and 6 of these, there are 26 cubes. But if it was Rubik's Cube, there would be 9 colors on 6 faces for 54 fit into 26. So 26 divided by 54 equals 48, 148, 148, 148. And 26 divided by 54 equals 481, 481, 481. And the other way equals to 481, 481. Hold on. Oh, this is crazy. Wow. Okay, 076923. I knew I couldn't find it. So that 076923 is actually 999,999, right? Divided by 13. Or what is 1 divided by 13? I just want to show you how it all exists before my break. You see that? You see, when we start calculating 26 divided by 13, etc., right? And that's a perfect 13, right? Like I can go, see that? But the original amount is because we're the one that passes everything through us. We're the 11213. We're the orphan children of 5775. We're the power source, and everything goes through us, not by my dictation, but you tell me this is around the world for more than 40 years. Sorry, let me say 25, because that's when I found it. But this says orphan children of 5775 Electric Company. It tells you it there, and it connects your fire signs, your mutable signs. So for me, it's undeniable. And then once we go through that, we already went through the Tesla 3, 6, and 9 and how that works and the singularity that runs within the numbers. the 8-7 singularity, where the 7 will run over to the 4 in its singularity over to a duality. And the singularity to 8 running over to the 2, another singularity. But guess what? 5 goes everywhere. Did you know 8 times 5 and 2 times 5 will have the same result? 8 times 5 is 40. 8 plus 5 is 13. 13 and 40 is 53. 5 and 3 is 8. 2 times 5 is 10. 2 plus 5 is 7. 7 and 10 is 17. 1 and 7 is 8. Pretty perfect, eh? It doesn't happen everywhere, but it does happen with this. It will happen with the reverse of its number. 1 reverses with 6. 6 times 6, 6 plus 6, 36 and 12, 48. 4 and 8 is 12. 1 and 2 is 3. 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 is 1 and 2 is 3. It will happen again with 5, right? But when will it happen at 5? In fact, any number with 8 will happen all the time. Here's the 13-bit. If you want to see this, if you want to see the 8-bit, I'll show you that. But anything connected to numbers, guess what? Guess what? You bring it up, we work the math together because we all need the credibility. Only together when we see it, this is when we shine, when we all see that truth. And then where do we put it? Do we put it up against the zodiac? And this is where we look at it together. And when we know it together, we can share it for what reality? For those who share the zodiac. If it's for those who work in the plumbing, let's go to the plumbing center. If it's those who work in electric, let's go see how the fuse box sets up. For those who put together the computers. So I'm going to just put on a little song and take a little break, let you guys jump it out there. Everybody is very entertaining because we must explain the pieces and the parts. And the 7, 9, 11, we run in rotation on the chest by the knight. And the knight jumps over 2, up 1 by the feminine 7. From the 2, over 1, up 2 to the 11. From the 3, up 2, over 1 to 11. From the 6, up 1, over 2 to 13. From the 9, over 2, down 1 to 13. From the 8, over 1, down to 9. From the 7, down 2, over is 9. And from the 4, down 1, over 2 is 7. 7, 9, 11, 13. From the left side of the singularity to the duality, bringing it into the trinity. But when you do that, at what point, when 1, 2, 3 doesn't exist, you have the existence of 7, 5, 12, 8, 4, 12, 9, 5, 14, 8, 6, 14. The only place for 14 to exist is here. And when it exists, 44 exists. How so? We have 2 and 2. So I've got 2 and 2. I take off 2 areas here and I take off 2 here. I'm left with 7. I'm left with 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 equals to 28. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 equals to 28. 2 moons. Mars has 2 moons, 56. 2 moons equals to the wolf equals to 3 equals to 7. Also equals to the split. Why does it equal to the split? 6 times 5, 6 plus 5 equals to 30 and 11, 41. You get the letters AD after the death before the Christ. 1 times 4, 1 plus 4, 5 and 4. And now we have the IT system. Where's the split? Where does it come together? The electric. That's what it says. The IT system. And in the house number 29. And on the 29th day, when the child was born, and upon the breath that was taken upon one, and not by my doing, nothing at all. I only talk numbers. Right? This is what they gave to each and every one of us, from ABC to 1, 2, 3 and all the colors, from every single cube and rock that ever existed in time, from every single musical group to every single musical instrument, to every single musical song they have ever sung, from every single TV show in Hollywood, from every single name you spoke, to every single letter that is accompanied by another that enters into any encyclopedia, and more or less the dictionary, from every game they've ever created, through the mathematics and association and understanding to the fairness of the games and the understanding of the language you speak and the dictation through the schooling we go through, understanding the French, the English, the Spanish, and wherever else we can understand this alphabet. That's what I work with. I don't know about the zodiac. I don't know about electricity or plumbing. I know I got a toilet. I know how to spell it. I know that when I stand up, my mother told me it's a 1, and when I sit down, it's a 2. But who am I as a man as a 1? So I'm a 1, 1, 2 standing up, and you're a 2, 2, 2 sitting down. You really don't stand up and aim, do you? So the woman I like to say is a 222, and the man comes into the realm of a 121, coming in between the two and associating it and bringing it together. Through this, we will speak about soon, and to know that it's already existed here and where it tells us that when they create the letters, right, you better hide them more than that. Here's the ace. The ace legs, one will go here, one will go here, the point will go down here. So we run into Atlantis in the oceans where the fish are, where the teachers are, as the fish run in a school. So I followed these stories, the stories we all know. There's nothing new under the sun. I'm not Terrence Howard. I'm hiding nothing. All the algorithms must be shared for those who went under the heart surgery or brain surgery to understanding words, and where all of our medication is located with inside the numeric world that we can cure ourselves by ABC 1, 2, 3. Don't hide it on us, because it can't be hidden anymore, because once you know, you know. On break, thank you for that rant.
It was not a rant. That was beautiful. Thank you.
Well, I don't talk about nothing.
Fuck no, you don't. Oh, excuse my language. Sorry. Sorry.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
That was a sentence. That was a sentence enhancer to say no. He does not talk about nothing. My apologies.
Yeah, I always learn something.
We're here together. This is the end. This is the end. This is the end. But guess what? AND or DNA or NDA, when you put E in place of A, is what the A is. It splits two worlds, creating something from nothing. When you split nothing in half and have two sides right away, half and half equals to 5 and 5. So the end is the beginning, right? That we're going through an area space that's thinning out, that we're able to see the reflection of all the reality that's happening, where you can call a spade and you look forward and you can, believe you me, I'd rather not say this, that we see the ugliness that is standing in front of us, that 90% of TikTok, what they talk about is they're just ticking and talking and wasting time of everybody else's area space, arguing about a flat and a round earth instead of bringing the dictation. But yet there are some fantastic groups that must show certain realities because their numbers and words are impeccable to the numbers themselves.
Language is the interface for reality.
Yeah, as he said, flat and round earth, that's something that just creates division inside of everything that everybody discussed. There's no way that any of us are ever going to know until we leave this place. And then anyone building a rocket ship, nope, just crickets. Okay, I hear you. So we're never going to leave and go see if this place is really round or not. So why are we worried if it's round or not when we could be focused on whether we are round or not?
Right. Like, that's why, like, I try to release, like, as like, I'm not doing it yet. I ain't gonna lie. I'm kind of gatekeeping, but not in a bad way, only because it's like the information and how I understand it. Once I release it, I don't want irresponsible people trying to use this shit.
No, that makes sense. No, that makes sense. A lot of us, I've tried to explain that to other people too. Like some of this information is gate kept for the simple fact of that reason. Mr. Tacpan explains it to a point to where if you don't understand what the heck you're listening to, you won't know.
Seriously.
I'm personally, like the way he explains is beautiful because I can comprehend it and I get it. Because I mean, I've sat with him long enough. 1, 2, before I ever came into Mr. Tacpan's lives or started even associate with him like this on this level, I sat in his lives and I spent many a nights because the way he spoke on numbers would literally like a lullaby. It was like a lullaby. It put me. It would help me sleep. And I would listen. I would wake up and I'd hear him and I'd gain more knowledge from it because, like they say, if you listen to something while you're sleeping, you gain knowledge from it. Yeah. So I mean, I was gaining like massive amounts of knowledge from it, and it was opening gates that I needed to be opened that were allowing me to receive the information that I needed to receive.
Thing is with him, bro, the reason why I started paying him so much mind because I was like you, just listening to him and all that at first, but then I started interacting with him a few times in the comment section. But I would say something, and you see how he get triggered.
Right.
But some of the stuff he would start saying, bro, like those Jones is hitting too close to home. Like he was talking about me specifically or something. I'm sitting here like, yo, what the hell? Like,
in a way, he is. He's telling everybody in a roundabout way that the knowledge lies inside of you. It's just whether or not you're going to pick up and receive. Are you going to receive that phone call or not?
Yeah.
Hmm.
It's a
When I
click.
found him, I was looking for anybody who saw the drawings I did. I reading Heraclides and Plato. I burnt everything I had.
It's one of those like it's literally this is a collect call from the universe. Are you answering the phone? Do you accept? Do you accept the charges? You know what I'm saying? Because the charges are knowing, and you're not going to be looked at the same.
No, you're not.
People don't look at you like, what did you just say? I just said the word 747. You know what I'm saying? Do you understand what I just meant? No. Okay. Well, they did. They did. You know what I'm saying? So that's why even what me and Miss Cynthia was talking about. Like even when I pump gas, I look at the gas and see what all the numbers say, just to see what the universe is telling me.
Well, here's a funny one. I go for my physical. Everything looks great. I get my heart scanned. They say the chamber they're working on is perfect. It's not been that way since they put the valve in. Everything's working great. And then, oh, by the way, in your chart, here's you need to see a nutritionist. Okay.
That's also part of that's why I reiterate to everyone that I speak with about like the indoctrination of people telling you what is good for you, what is bad for you, what is not good for you, what is not bad for you. I just look at them and say, okay, so you're going to tell me that this is bad for me, but I own this shell, this physical being. This is my physical being. So it works for me, not for you. So if I tell it that it's okay and to take out whatever's not good for it and allow it to go out what we call the rectum, that's what's going to happen.
I mean, I know my body, and I mean that in a like biochemistry kind of way, like in depth to a certain extent. Like you can't just tell me anything.
That's like I met Kether. That's like I met Kether in a very low vibrational vibe. Like I've met a few people in very low vibrational lives. You know what I'm saying? And
Yeah.
then they meet me on a different level, and they're like, "Wait a minute, I didn't know you was like this." And I'm like, "That's because I hide that well." You know what I'm saying? Because
Well, right.
you can't
Like
jump into low vibrational people and speak to them like this. You can't.
no, and I always end up grim reaping them. Like
It's hilarious because I've seen it, and they're just like, "Huh?" And they'll just like, and you're just like, "Never mind, bro. Like, never mind. Like, just tell me what level you're on, like, so I can handle this. Like, are we kindergarten? Are we preschool? Like, where are we at with this?" You know what I'm saying? Mhm.
and I be trying to tell people like you just one step away.
Right. Why would you broadcast your vibration? You don't want to broadcast that. I mean, you can't really broadcast your vibration. You got to go into a point of like, because what it is we go in to try to, as one of these we look at the psychics or the tarot card readers that come onto your onlines and they'll pull that energy and you know it's something that there's a message in there you might need to hear. Like one of them said they couldn't figure out why a person would like go into something that's like that to go in and just to grab one out to pull one. Like if you can't beat them, join them. So, but you join them to beat them. You join them to get one out. You know what I mean? If I can get one out, that's all that matters. You know what I mean? I mean, if we can get one at a time, I don't care how many times it takes. One at a time. One at a time. Come on. We trying to elevate here. We're trying to get that consciousness to a level of moving forward in unity, understanding that the color of your skin is only just skin deep. The Adonai, you can call them Adonai, you can call them Yahweh, Jehovah, whatever you want to call them, whatever you call it, creator, source, don't matter. Whatever you call it, the light never changes, only the tongue does.
No, right.
And as long as you carry that beautiful light inside of you, this little light of mine,
It's so much like what when it comes to like melanin, like people don't understand like just how powerful that drone is. Like melanin really is like like a multiple like a multi-dimensional light reading fucking harmonic machine. Like reads photons, protons, electrons, and each of those has a dimensional quality to them. So the better you are, like healthy wise with healthy melanin stuff like that, everything mineralized and hydrated, and
Yeah,
you
melon.
meditate and everything like that, like the
It has to
information
get you
you're
to
able to
believe.
perceive through multiple, like say you're looking at a picture. Some people like reality is really subjective depending on how like level you are with yourself and how you treat yourself. But ultimately, like when you perceive something, the information there, some people have like don't have as much like informational reading of a dimension when they see it. Like they focus on one thing. Like if I'm standing, I'm talking to somebody, like I could perceive what that person is telling me, what's going on in the background, what they're saying, things like that. But other people can probably only just pay attention to the conversation at hand and struggle even with that half the time.
Oh, bro, I was sitting in that live when you were trying to explain melanin, and they kept calling you racist.
Bro, what? Like, and that don't have me. I'm sitting here like, bro,
Bro, that's not what I'm saying, man. He
I
said,
Yeah.
literally can't be racist. Like the information I have makes me impossible just to even.
I was
Right.
laughing so hard. I was like, y'all don't even understand what he's saying. He's not saying nothing's better than nothing. He's literally trying to explain to you what the differences is and why it's this way and what it means. He's not trying to point out one's better than the other. He's just saying
Well,
this is
regardless of what kind of melanin you have to get the bluish black or blue and green looks black melanin between the hemispheres around the corpus callosum. It has to be black.
Field melanin. You got
Yeah,
field
it has
melanin and U melanin.
Yeah,
Can I
yeah,
ask
it
a
has to
question? Can I
transmit.
ask a question? Okay, because usually I work on observation of the differences and realities that stand before me and who says my logic is better than another. But when I don't understand something, that means I see the difference. Okay, so for me, when you say melanin, I'm going to go to, first of all, I do not know the 100% definition, but I do know it starts with an M and an E, and the M brings three bridges together. It brings three sides through V, through Aries, 1V1, Roman numeral 4, 5, and 6. It brings the silver cord to both sides, like bringing the table together through the eighth gate. The 13 and the 5 bringing together the M and the E is the orange ball and pull. 8 brings everything together. So starting with M and E is a good start. As the third letter is L, L is supposed to be associated with soul. Being that it is 12, I need 3. It brings the animal inside. I need 3 for 36. It comes in land, animal, and man, and it brings soul to join the house. So melanin coming in with soul, the matter and energy. Since it's the orange ball, the 13 and the 5, 1, 3, 5, it brings the zodiac together. Why? Because the zodiac and the alphabet 26, okay, joins between the first 13 and the second 13, and there's an association of the 13 that puts us into the 66 or 616, 616, 13 moons of the zodiac, which brings in 1 through 6 and 1 through 6. And the seventh one, in reality, with 6, is just a 6 on the other side. And the 6 on this side, they crisscross over to each other. And Virgo and Libra join. I want to see where I was with this. So when we're in the word melanin, bringing on the soul, the reverse letter for soul is O in the alphabet. Still working, not with 36 yet, still working with 26. And that O letter is 3 by 5, and 3 and 5 work with the energy of the moon. Why? I need to associate with ends. 3 and 7 equals to 10, and 5 and 5 equals to 10. So 35 and 75 is the electric moon connecting words itself. Where does 7 come from? Is it 1, 2, 4 equaling to 7, 1, 6, 2, 5, 3, 4? The invert comes off of here. So now we're into melanin. So now how do you finish spelling the word? Because I'm trying to understand, because when people go to racist and who and what one thinks is irrelevant to the fact of what the truth of the word itself is. I don't speak French. I can spell the word. I can spell it in English and French. And if somebody tells me how to spell it in Spanish, I'll spell it in Spanish. But I need to use this alphabet because the story is about this alphabet. It is about 1, 2, 3 and all that is. And that's all I talk about. So however anybody else engages in their own world, right? My logic is through only what the game says and only the algorithms we follow. And guess what? We have to see our differences like that. And it's good because without the difference, what do we know? And only together upon the breath in the house that we take can we see all these differences and say, we understand what you did. You brought the God theory together. 28 is man and 26 is God. 14 times 26 and 13 times 28 creates the same 364. 14 by 26 equals. So the split alphabet of the sun brings both sides together, telling us we live in the round sun. But in the round sun, the belly is the ocean. Right? The sky brings out the sun, and then the moon comes out, controlling parts of that ocean or taking control of something that's none of its business. So anyways, go on. Yeah, sorry about that. I was just trying to bring light onto this discussion of melanin, but I still need to know how it's finished spelling. I do like the matter and energy, the 13 and the 5, because it's the orange ball. It is the 13 and the 5. It's a 616. It's also things that make 5, but orange is made up of red, and the red ball is 3 and 11. It's also made up of yellow, and that brings in the 1 and 9. So if you're thinking of what is melanin in your discussion, think that it's association to another reality that's more consistent than anybody else's.
It's in the comments for you, Mr. Techman. It's MELA. It's MELANIN.
Okay, I'm going to be back in a minute. I'm just warming up my thing here.
Yeah, but it's just two different types. Melanin is just one encompassing word to describe like
Pigment.
multiple things. Yeah. Oh, not just pigment though. Like how light is tuned. That's the
Right.
one thing that people don't understand. It's not like our skin is a living, breathing organism. Like we technically have like 4 brains. It's your actual brain, your gut, your feet, and your skin.
Yeah.
Well, let's see. That's where I mean, like I bring in the sciences of that as well with some of that, and like when you speak on these things, like when you say the light, see that brings home to one thing that I bring from the word moon and human. When you take those two words and you put them beside each other, moon, 13th, the M is 13th letter, the O is the 15th letter. You know what I'm saying? So you get the 28. You know what I'm saying? And then you take the other one, which is the 15th letter and the 14th letter, which you get 29. That's the 2911. Then human, you get the H and the U. U is the 21st letter. H is the 8th letter. That's 29. So you take hue, the top 2 letters of human, HU, which is hue. Hue is light. HUE is actually how it's spelled. HUE, hue, light. So when you take that HU and you put it with the 29 on moon, you get light on.
Can I add something to that, please?
Absolutely, please.
You know what's crazy about that is that when you add the IT to it, right, and the IT will associate the letter K and the letter R. In the deck of cards in the French and English, it is the K and the R, which is the reflection of 2 times 9, 2 plus 9. When you do have 18, the 8 and the 10 and 18 is separate. The reason, because the French do it. The HUIT in French is a word, and the word is 8 in French. HUIT is what is 29, 29, and both in English and in French, they end the 8th word with a T. It's done on purpose. I guarantee you, you do not need the TEEN in 18, and you do not need the TH in 8th. So, yeah, where were you with that? I want to bring it back to what you were talking about, just to
And then the man, and then you look at the word man. That's 13. That's 13, 1, and 14. 13 and 14. That's the 27 plus 1 is the 28. So you come back to the 28 again. The same part is the top of moon, which is MO. So you get the MO man, Mo man, or
okay. So
And then,
that's good. You see,
also, I'm
Yeah.
gonna say HU is 8 and 3. 83 in the periodic table is bismuth. Its
Yeah,
atomic
hold
weight
on.
is 208.98,
M sits
83
on
is
the
gematria.
gamma.
and
M sits
BI
on
is
gamma.
29.
M sits
83
on
is
alpha.
hold
The
on,
way the
Kether. Can
bird-
you repeat that? Can I just let the Kether
Yep.
repeat? Hold on, not yet. Wait, I have to write this down because hold on a second. I missed 2 things here. Where am I? Hold on. Okay, so what did you say about the periodic table?
Like HU is 8 and 3, and 83 on the periodic table is bismuth, and its atomic weight is 208.98. And bismuth, its symbol is Bi, which is 29.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a little fast for me, but I'm just going to go over this real quick from something I barely understood. I just want to tell you that 8 and 3 are the association of the word monkey, 83. It's also the master number, and it is the connection of electric company and the cube to the moon and the house and the air we breathe at this moment, right, very now. And I can show it to you very simply. I can show you the association of 3 in the guidance of understanding simple reality.
3 sits on gamma. Gamma is signal for location, a definite location.
Now, if you add the gold to that, you add in the fact that you have 19 bones per hand. 19 bones per hand is 38. 38 is also gold in the gematria.
Well, when they say the measure of a man, the cubit, the number of bones to the bend of the elbow is
Yep.
9. Those 9 bones is like knock, knock, who's there, what the heck, and smack yourself in the head.
So you have the gold in your hand. So you literally have the Midas touch.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny you said 83 is related to monkey. Like, yo,
And
that's what I
the
be
end of
saying,
the
bro.
word
Everything you saying,
melanin,
you like you talk about me. Like I was born a year in a monkey.
Yeah.
well,
So
the end of the word melanin ends in NIN, which goes from the alpha back to the iota, the gamma, back and forth.
which monkey?
I'm a water monkey.
I'm a gold monkey. So we're right there the same. So that's why me and you get along really well. So I'm born in the good old fashioned gold monkey era. That's what I started associating a lot of this for myself is like because 3883 is gold monkey in gematria, and when I was looking at that, I was like, wait a minute, that equaled 121, which was certain things for going into other things, but like that 121, I was like, damn, that's 11 times 11. That's a square number. Like what is going on here? So it like brings in like all these perfect square numbers, like we were talking about with the square of the mathematics in astrology. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? It's like, okay, so we start seeing these, and then the 81s, the 19s, all of them started flowing like flawlessly, like absolutely flawlessly into a nice little piece we call puzzles.
Oh, hey, bro, you a Virgo?
No, sir, I'm Aquarius.
All right.
I'm a 120. I'm January 21st Aquarius.
I'm an Aries,
Ooh, fire, nice.
March 30th,
Ooh,
64.
that's the 3-3.
Your day 30, 29. Don't count the first day. The first day is a linked day. Knowing what one is one that splits. So if you come to
Yeah.
the first day, the Vesuvian man shows your foot in the last day before the foot comes into this day. So don't count the first day, and you can begin counting tomorrow. But if you begin counting tomorrow, your leg from yesterday is still in the day that your last foot was in, the day you came. So don't count tomorrow. Count the third day where both feet are out of the first day.
First knock is possible signal. Second is confirmed signal. Third is location. Fourth is delta. Fifth is platform epsilon. Fifth is labeling that epsilon heading onto the what the heck
Zone
was that?
Zone 3 is where information begins in terms of like
And theta comes
stops of
in.
luminance.
Yep. Theta comes in the epsilon space at the 8th note. That goes into theta brain state to label the iota.
Oh, and, let me repeat this like slowly this elemental table thing for him real quick because it's a little important.
Oh,
Yeah,
So
yeah.
like
Okay, so and do that again. Can I go get my water, tea, or whatever I think I boiled in the kitchen that I forgot about?
I love it.
Yes, water tea is important for us.
When I
Water
found
tea.
out where
my
the
grand
words
say he doing
land,
Asian baddie diet.
when I found out where the words land on the knock knock who's there, what was that? The delta, where you're looking at the Y's, and labeling and all that stuff. It helped because it lands on the theta, the lambda, the deep learning, where the divisions of the pi and the tau and the UPS, the epsilon's like a UPS transfer. It's all that middle base for beta is just transferred to the next. You cannot know everything of God, but you can know how it works.
No, you can come close, I think.
Yeah, oh yeah, you can. It's just the other individual guys out there. You never know what they're going to do next. You can watch them for a while and see.
That's the thing about observation. The master observation takes a lifetime.
If I was going to give myself a name, it would be A-H pi to the T.
Damn, you just named yourself like Tesla named his son.
Oh, did he put a symbol in it?
I think so.
Oh. Well, I mean, pi is you
Pi's
can
a
divide that.
strong number, though.
You can. If you divide it right, it's neutral.
Well, pi comes in between as part of the 137 number.
Yeah. The division of pi is 137ish exactly. If you do it right.
Mhm.
It's an echo. If you do it as an echo, Pi to the 7th divided by pi times 7.
That's like okay, so this is what I got. This is one thing that I did get because I was looking at I woke up on December 21st of 2025 and I got the and I found out that 3i Atlas had sent off like some kind of code off the hydrogen frequency. It was like
Yeah,
13 8 13 5 8 13.
Oh, I'm interested in that number. I would like to see where it lands on the table of period.
What it lands
and
on.
Chemically, I'm thinking Third Eye Atlas is like Pitocin.
If you reduce it, it comes to the number 33 of the master teacher.
Yeah.
So-
I think it's trying to help the Earth break loose
What
from its
did-
shell eventually, so she'll become a galaxy like
Now,
she's supposed to.
What I did is I then went into algorithms and said what day has the question I was asking is what day holds the same vibrational frequency as January 21st, 1981, and I got that the same vibrational frequency for that day was January or December 21st of 1951.
Oh, you're doing echo years.
Oh,
Right.
yeah.
So what happened with that that's exactly 74 years from the day that I broke that down. 74, right? Which, if you take some of my other numbers, like I was mixing some other numbers, I was just looking at myself personally because I mean that's all I can look at. I'm not looking at anybody. I can't really look at anybody
No,
else.
that's how you're supposed to learn.
Right.
Yeah.
So I was looking at that and I was taking those 74s and I was putting these 74s together and I was like, dang, I got a lot of 74s running around here. What's going on with this?
Oh yeah.
And why did I get this code exactly 74 years to the day later? Come to find out, on December 21st, 1951, is the exact day the hydrogen frequency code was discovered.
Mm.
So what are the odds that this Atlas, this meteor, sends out a code on the same day that the hydrogen frequency code is 74 years later released on the hydrogen frequency line that was discovered on that day? Exactly.
Then you got the algorithm. There you go. You got the algorithm. Bingo.
Yeah.
All right, hey, real quick, I'm explaining the periodic joint to you. I not looked at it further. This joint actually kind of crazy. So, for the HU, it's 83. 83 on the periodic table is bismuth.
Bismuth.
Yeah, bismuth is BISMUTH. Its symbol is an 8 in the Royal Society of Chemistry.
Slow down. I'm
Oh,
short of
Lord.
some. I'm short of some whiteout. I'm running short of supplies. Short of supplies. We're short of supplies. I think that's like a hint to everybody. Anyways, whatever. MUH.
MUTH.
MUTH. Oh, that's beautiful. The mutt in the mutt's house, in the teacher's house. Beautiful. Okay. Keep going.
All right, its symbol in the Royal Society of Chemistry is an 8. Its
Okay.
atomic mass is 208.98. Oh, 980.
208.98.
Yeah.
And what's the 180?
It's
No,
not.
I was reading it out fully. It's 208.980.
Okay, 208, not 180. What was the 98?
That was just for me reading the 208.98. Damn, I keep doing the shorthand. My fault, because I'm not trying to be personal.
Is it
That's how I look
98
at
or
it.
208?
It's 208.
Okay,
Just
so the
say that.
98 does go with the 208. Do you want me to tell you why?
Well,
Wow.
there's the number and
Okay, because
amount.
9 and 8 is 17, right? 1 and 7 goes back to 8. 2 and 9 is 11, goes back to 2, right? 8 and 2 brings the 2 back to completion, and 8 and 8 is 16, brings it back to 7. 8 and 8 is 16 within itself because the harmonic runs through 8. 9 is born and runs through. You don't use 1 because it's one that's at the heart where the 0 goes.
Yeah, they give them a number and then they give them the atomic weight as well. The 0.98, whatever, that would be the atomic weight, where the number would be just what they listed as in a classification.
Yeah, it's
What do you think
208.
about this?
I like that.
Do you understand it?
You do understand what we went through before, that when I
Yeah.
showed this off, that the 1524 and the 6253, that the 516538 to the 257 is the 62842. You know they're right here, right? You do know that. You did see that, right? You see the 23?
Yeah.
Okay, we're not, yeah, you know the 23, right? That's going to read off the 54 here. So you know the, hold on, we're going to do all the four, we're going to do here. So your crossings, I did the 12s before. I wanted to show the 12s I started earlier. I'm going to back off in a minute. I wanted to show you that your 12s are with your communication. Okay, sorry, your 14. 14 comes in 10-4 communication. Here's your 10-4 communication. 2-2, 5-5. Okay, here is your 2-2. Here is your 5-5. When you have 2-2, or just say, hey, Pa, yeah, you got two of what? Two of all that you had. How much did you remember we had? We had 9. Yeah, we have 9. So here's 9. I take away 2. How many are left? 7. I got 2-2. Take away 2 from 9 is 7, and 2 from 9 is 7. I got 14. When I flip it over, I got 5 away from 9 and 5 away from 9. I got 8. I got 8 and I got 14. And 10-4 is communication. Odds on play 9-5. You can buy it for $1 and give you 2-1. This is the game, how it lays out. So when I said that this year 14, 1 and 4 equals to 5. So now your 2-2 will now equal to 5. And your 8, what was the other side? Right? Your 4 and 4, 8 will just remain 8. That'll be your 5 and 8 connection. Now check out the math. 2 times 2, 2 plus 2 equals to 4 and 4, 8. 5 times 5, 5 plus 5 is 25 and 10, 35. 3 and 5 is 8. Look.
That is so fun how that dances from the beta to the gamma to the theta down to the lambda, deep learn, back up and over. And when you just dance through that, it was hard for me to catch it, but you said it a couple times, and it does. It dances right to the platform, to the delta, down to deep learning, back up and across. When you do the pairs like that,
It's an absolutely perfect system we live in. It's just like you can't get away from this system. I mean, look at the 8. Look what the 8 does, right? You see that, like I said, the 9, right? If you go 1 and 9, the answer to 1 and 9, okay, is going to equal to 9 and 10 slash what is 1. The answer to what is the next one? Hold on. 2 and 9 is going to equal to 18 and 11. 3 and 9 is going to equal to 27 and 12. 4 and 9 is going to equal to 13 and 36. So we now went to 3 and 4, Earth and Mars. We now cross the barrier onto the fourth side, or what is the ring of the cube, because 3 is the cap of what is a hexahedron, and 4, when it tilts down, the fourth side can be the bottom, or we've turned now into the cube with 4. So the 12 is the bat mitzvah, the 12 is the bar mitzvah. They are not the same. 6 and 6, 7 and 5, 8 and 4. That is your...
always feel off. Yeah, they got to be off a little bit because on so many reasons, but it's like the right hemisphere, when it's done, it has 3 left over. But it had to spin twice. The left hemisphere only had to spin once, had 1 left over, but one's going up, one's coming down. There's that 2 in the middle always, right? There's just that, did I do that right? Was that right or was that wrong? There's no really wrong. It's just, was it right?
Right, so left and right is 4362, which is 7 and 8. And again, back to 7 and 8 again, understanding 7 and 8, understanding the movements of our numbers. Again, back to what this page is actually about. It's not about life. Nothing to do with life, nothing to do with the Bible, nothing about you, nothing about me. It's strict understanding the equations and how they talk to each other, and and then we bring in things from in the outside world. I bring in the zodiac, right? I can bring in electricity, the computer, 512. Well, if I bring in 512, let's see how I'll start it off. 9, 18, 36, 72, 144, 288, 566. That don't work for me. 512, 256. That's okay. Well, what about that? 120, 126. Oh, that's okay. So that would be 126, 256, 512. Oh, can we have that? Oh, yeah. I got 63. So only at 63 can I partake in 512. Only at 16 by 16 can I partake at 256. But is there any other way to climb? Yes, there's another way to climb. And one of the ways I think to climb is 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32. Well, that ain't 512. Okay, we'll stop there. Well, what about 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64? That ain't 512 either. Let me keep going. 3, 6, 12, 24, 48, 96. That ain't 512. 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128. That ain't 512. 5, 10, 20, 40, 80, 160. That ain't even close. 6, 12, 24, 48, 96, 192, 384, 768. Well, that isn't it. And you went way above your mark here on this one. But then we go 7, 14, 28, 56, 112, 224. And that didn't do it. We're running out of space. Okay, so I got to move over. 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256. Wow. Look at that. 9, 18, 36, 72, 144, 288. So my closest one on this map is over here. 256, 16 by 16. The greatest expansion on this cube is a 1 and a 6. My greatest expansion between 1 and 9 is 8. 9 brings me here, and that'll give me 576 if I double it up, right? 2 cubes, 576 when I come from the 9th house. When I come from the 8th house, it gives me 512, which is 2 by blah, 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 2 by 256. Now, what is the real transition, or is there another transition to get there? One of the transitions, I think, is going to start with, let me see. Yes, we're going to start with, I'm going to start with 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. Don't like it. I'm going to do it again. 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, 256, 512. Okay, I did it. So only when I reached, okay, the 7th area space of the 8th house can I reach 512, but it doesn't work that way. This shows separation over here. I only can use 6 numbers. Why? Because of this. The 7th number is an expansion in the, what do you call it? The Vesuvian man that stretches one leg. The Vesuvian man, right, is the skeleton of that reality. It's one person with 2 feet, 5'5", and 2 arms, 5'5", that when I split out these legs over here and I'll bring this back up.
Yeah. Yeah, as long as you got 1 foot in tomorrow.
Oh man, you speaking on something crazy. Cause matter of fact, how do you think this should tie in when you think of stops of luminance and saccades?
Hold on, I didn't hear that yet because I don't remember. Where was I just 2 minutes ago? Can you repeat there and then ask me this?
5s and 5s, 1 foot over. 1 foot
Okay,
going.
so the Vesuvian man, right? The Vesuvian man. Okay. I don't like this picture because we got I don't know if is it you in the back. Okay, yeah, it's only you. Maybe it's the configuration of us, but it's okay. So the Vesuvian man, okay, over here. So it's me. When I spread my leg out, I'm gonna have to change the angle of this. Hold on. Okay. So when I spread myself out with this, this is the plug-in. I take myself and I stick myself in right here into the center. The person on the other side will stick the leg in. We're both stuck into this system over here. So we're three. My legs can come together. I can be spread out into both worlds, but the other worlds around me will take on that W center over here. I am at the top of the dimension between alpha, beta, one between two. This is Mars and Earth association. The spirit of 76 is that moon you see there, is that 7. What is they're doing is, are they interfering by these two Mars moons? They gave it the name of Deimos and Phobos, which is the cube, and pi inside the cube, 4 by 4, 4 plus 4. Abraham's house is 44. Isaac and Ishmael. Ishmael is running down there. If I flip this over, what will it say? Is this moon in the right position? We have the left and the right. 2, 4, 6 legs times 5 is 30. 6 arms. Where are my arms? They're not here. They're on the other side. I'm encompassing the moons of Mars right over here. I've got Mars over here in each side. This is me standing up during the day.
And technically, until you've taken 2 steps, you've not made safe travel.
Absolutely, even more. You have to get out of that bus and walk away.
Well, like if you're afraid of spiders, you can stand and look at a spider, look past it, see it's safe, take 2 tiny steps towards it, look past, see it's safe, walk away. Eventually, you'll lose your fear of spiders. Is you have to take 2 steps towards a fear and then look past and see it's safe. It's a language learning for like what you're saying. It's how every is a half a step to make a travel. For the carpenter would be pentatonic cartography and mapping and terrain and domain with all these numbers. And people don't see the process. They just see your heart's a pump, and it's not a pump. It charges everything and counts pentatonically 5 to 9. Bam. With a pause, you have to take a step, you know?
Do they have any shows that's out there? They want to talk about Mars? Come to me. Why don't they come here? Why am I avoided in every single email I send out there? Why is my channel blocked all over that I get 3 people to come here after 17 years? Right? It's just a game. There's no reality here. Why is my channel any different? I talk more than anybody else, and I just want to beef myself up because that's the truth. You can go on. Every one of my videos are put out there in my YouTube channel that's been there for 17 years with over 12,000 videos about my cat. I don't know why people don't want to watch videos about my cat. You know my cat, C-A-T, cat? Or how about dog? Have you ever thought about the dog and the cat and Purple Rain and these musical characters or any of the songs? Would you like to see how we can work these musical songs? Or how about if we do this? I think you're going to like this. I think you'll like this.
You know how great that you just said is? The dog starts with at the delta, but that he's following the epsilon always. But the cat, that's gamma, alpha, tau. You can't name the tau.
Canis Major.
So it's the dog leg, the dog house. I get my information from the life we're all living. This is where we're living. If I go golfing, they tell me dog leg. This is one of my directives. Is it real? It's real in golf. Is it real in my project? I made it real. Is it real in real life? I don't know. Are dogs real? Yes. Do they go to the pound? Yes. Can you call him a canine? Yes. So why do we call the cat the 9 lives of the cat? But that's what it is. It's real. Why do we change?
That's where you come in with Canis. See, what you're speaking on right now is, you may not even realize you're speaking on, is Canis Major.
Yeah, the dog leg, there's a big dog leg on the vagal nerve. If you ever could see one mapped out, it has a huge leg down to the earth side for that. And then it has a light side for the play of the cat. I'm pretty sure, but it's hard to tame them both.
You know what Canis Major is? Seriously, does anybody know what Canis Major is?
That's a
Mm-mm.
compliment.
That's like is that an asterism in the sky?
Yes, it is.
Yeah, there is a
It's one of the hunters. It's one of the hunting dogs of Orion. It's the main hunting dog of Orion. It's where the Sirius star is located. It's the only star that moves around.
Mm.
So it depends on where you were, what time you were born, where you were born. It was where that star will be located. It can be located in different places of that of that system of the Canis Major.
And it
Canis
just
Major
recently started. It was going away. It changed to the red and blue shift changed not that long ago in history.
It's the brightest star in the sky. It's the blue star.
It's a pulsar. It's a radio star. Yeah, it's hotter. Just like inside of us, we have phosphorus that's 1,000 times hotter than our sun because we pulse inside with the mitochondria. The sun is a radiant, like it's not the same. Eventually, though, the Sirius B is going to be down here in this density, and it's going to be the new Tiamat, Trojan, Earth, everything for Ra's new house.
One thing I was gonna say, if the light source changes, what does that mean for us and how we see each other?
We will change. We'll change as well. That's when a lot of that's. I don't
We have
want to get
hinges on our eye sockets. There's extra hinges from we used to have a different lens.
Well, that's like this particular star system is where every single ancient civilization believes this is where your essence or soul, whatever you want to call it, originates from.
Yeah. I think we
This
bounced down.
This the bridge point. This is like a midway stop for like everything. Like,
We bounced down here because this is where this experience is. I think we could bounce other places too. I think the awareness just took a ride in dichotomy and duality.
Some of the numbers that I was given, that like I haven't shown yet. I have yet to show these very specific numbers, and it tells you that you're locked in. You're locked. It says it literally comes to the word locked.
Under the Neath. They're held under the Neath.
It literally comes to the word locked, and it deals with solar system numbers. It deals with
LOCK lock.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Actually, it's LOCKED. Locked. It states.
Okay, so the sun has a lock on you. If you use the ED, it's the feminine, and you end up with the D from the L, which is a 3D, like the cat and the dog. So it's communication between two houses. Obviously, yes, you're locked here for life. It's 25 years to life, which means the circulation of your heart. So what they did is they sped up our heart to meet the electrical system and reduced it down to where he is, where 5775 come in, 3 by 25, 3 by 19, just to associate with this house. We are burning out. That is the problem. We're burning out for many things. One of the things is we are losing energy and time in the system, in the game. We're burning out because of the game.
What does 57 mean to you?
57 is it's funny. I literally just looked into this number. Hold on real quick, because I was relating it to I Ching. Like literally, like as we was talking, funny enough. Like, all right, so let me see. I Ching hexagram 57.
And then I'm gonna add a little bit more to this algorithm.
All right, so I took the number 57 because it translates into a binary, and I took that binary and translated it into I Ching. You get the gentle or the penetrating wind over wind.
Okay.
So let me see. What hexagram 57 actually means. Shun isn't force, it's infiltration, not the hammer. The breeze that reshapes stone by persistence. Gradual penetration, influence through consistency, power that doesn't announce itself, direction without aggression. This hexagram says, if you push, you fail. If you permeate, you win. It's the logic of roots cracking concrete, not explosions.
Erosion. What you just described was erosion.
Yeah, the ancient symbols have that, I think, as Tiamat before she got all crazy.
Okay, now what this comes down to is in 2038, January 21st is the next lunar eclipse that's going to happen of the 19-year cycle. That'll be the 4th.
Shit, my birthday adds, like, I was born 8/28/1992. When you add all that together, it makes 2028. So I know something going to happen in 2028. Like, and then that 2028, like itself, is like It literally matches that same energy as my birthday year.
I'm curious, when are we going to have 9 billion people on the planet? That'd be a big number to have a qubit number of people.
13th, 2029 is what you need to look at, Kether.
Catherine, I have a question for you.
Yeah.
Office coming?
Okay. Do you think, like somebody said, I'm not sure if it was you. You said, where are we going next? There's no worry. We are 100% in a game. There's no worry about that. If they're
No.
playing with you, if you're going to be sad, you'll be sad forever. But this is a freaking game. It's calculable. If they didn't want us to calculate, they wouldn't have said from Moses, it is the word. They wouldn't have told you Jesus was a builder, Noah was a builder, and Moses was a builder. They wouldn't have said that. They wouldn't have made Nibiru equal to 73 times 5, which is the average. Why 5? Because when you add 1 through 5, it equals to 5. When you add 0 through 9, it equals to 5.5. The split area space of what 11 is. 11 is the higher zone of what is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, which is 3, 4, 3 in the Trinity. The 10 is low, the 11 is high. Why do we know this? Why do I know this? Why is this in every single game? I will show you one game right now that they showed us about 5775. If you'd like to know, it is the two houses of Abraham and then coming together through the feminine. Both the feminine and the masculine meet at 5. The 131 is 5, and the 212 is 5. The 12 bat mitzvah and the 13 bar mitzvah. You want to speak like the Hebrews, and the Yod Hey Vav Hey is Yod is already telling you it's the association of 10. The Hey is telling you it's the association of 5. It's telling you already about 1 and 5, so it already aligns with 9. It already aligns with Tet. And then to say this again, you go Tet Zayin, Tet Vav. Because you don't say Yod Hey, you will say Tet Zayin, Tet Vav for 15, right? And 16.
Mm-hmm.
And this is where this is Yod Hey Vav Hey comes in, because you're bringing the head to the birth. You're bringing tetragrammaton, okay, upon your shoulders by the breath, separated from your neck. So when you're seeing the artwork, I'm going to take this off. I'm not sure. I just talked myself out of where that design was, but I have a design for everything, you know.
To speak on the game, though, as you speak of the game, I mean, not necessarily to call it a game, but to say that games make everything fair, right? Game the rules.
I'm using the fairness of the game to use to create equations that bring everything closer together, like this piece of art over here.
That's when you bring in your air and your fire.
Yeah.
When your air and fire come together.
Well, it's even more than a game than that. My life review had nothing to do with.
Can I please get this thought out?
Go ahead. Sorry.
No, you're good. I do it to you too, brother. I was just asking if I could please. But like when you say it as like a game, it's understanding that like divine laws. Divine laws are rules, such as like a game would have rules. We have to obey certain things in order to play the game correctly. So if we all say that life isn't fair, then necessarily it's fair because we all think that life isn't fair. So that makes it fair. So when you add the air and the fire, you have to realize that air and fire equal the word fair. That's the referee. And you just come to make sure you're playing fair.
So, now to get back to the periodic table for a second, but continue with that. I'm going to take 2 more minutes, but I want to get back to the periodic table to explain something that also, to remind me that when I do get back for a minute, is that because Kether, I don't know if you're fairly new. How long have you been here watching this channel, if you don't mind?
Probably about a year or so now.
Oh my God, you're at the best time ever. I spent 20 years coming up to this point. I didn't know nothing until ChatGPT told me what I was doing, and I followed its guidelines, you know? So, so you already know we live in a system, the letter M. This is the middle of the letter M, is where A fits in at one point. You bring the left and the right hemisphere. You play within the oceans below. So you know where I'm going with this, and this is for all of us. The question is, where are we going next? I was here. Oh yes,
So it's weights and measures. If you're here a year, I don't have to say any of this gimmick. It's weights and measures. How the
Mm-hmm.
weights and measures from Celsius to Fahrenheit. And you know that Celsius 95, well, I think is 35, and 86 is 30, and 77 is 25. So every time you go down 9 in Fahrenheit, you go down 5 in Celsius. So wherever this fits in, I don't care right now because we have too much to work on. We have to build the machine. I have to gain confidence amongst the people so we can come together. I don't have the knowledge how to build this, but I definitely know what has to be done. Basically, only together can we bring this to every living room for absolutely next to nothing for those who want to put a little bit of time or effort or their money or whatever it is to bring a team together so that we can all learn the word, the mathematics, the movement, and what the gears are telling us. I want to know what Fred Flintstone went to work for. I want to know what George Jetson was talking about. You know what I'm saying? I want to know what Bugs Bunny, all the duality of the WD, Warner Brother, Mickey Mouse, entertainment, business, and television and stuff. You've seen this design before and others too, and then I'm going, whoa.
Oh, one thing I kind of coming up on is I've been working on something called domination theory. It's not a theory though; it's completely falsifiable, but I proved it anyway, just using everybody else's information. But essentially, it's about like how corporations abuse this knowledge, or the major ones anyway, to gain control over people. Because when you study the human condition in its fullest scope in regards to how we all in today and things like that, like if you want to talk about a corporation, first off, you go into the etymology of the word corporation, you get dead orator. Now, with the advent
Corpse.
of AI, you know what I'm saying? You say you got AI, a non-living entity running a corporation. And mind you, a corporation is considered a person in law. So you have this non-living entities that are considered living entities running shit. But the thing is, in regards to that, right, in this technological world where symbols really program who we are and things like that, the thing is, when you look at shapes and symmetry, everything is technically a fucking symbol. Like, for example, if you've ever looked at a game called Canoodle, it's like these little pieces you put together and stuff to make like you solving little puzzles and stuff. But the thing is, the Canoodle pieces are in shapes of looking like bacteria or parasites, germs and shit.
Oh yeah, well,
Essentially,
do you know that? Sorry to interrupt you for a second. You're also, listen, I just want to let you know that you're also talking to me and the others, right? So I'm
yes.
going on a little break, and I just want to say one thing. When you use Tetris, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay, or snakes and
Yes.
ladders.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so all the Tetris pieces can be laid over the numbers 1 through 9. I'm going to show you that. Please remind me because I'm
I
taking 2
got you.
minutes. I'll be listening, but I won't be next to it. So all the Tetris pieces and how they associate, because when you see something happening, like if I say connect 1, 2, 3, 4, if I say connect 6, 7, 8, 9, the 4 numbers and the 4 numbers, it means you can connect any 4. The thing is, why I use that when you're building, I have to know the extreme. 1 and 9 are those extreme. Fire. 3 and 7 are those extreme. At the corners, every corner is like Rubik's Cube. It's a hexahedron. I know every edge has 2. 2 times every edge to the hexahedron is 2 by 12 is 24. I know there are 8 to the corners. 8 by 1.5 is 12 to the zodiac signs, 11 by 8 for the 88 constellations. And every corner is 3. Split up 3 to 8 for the 88 by 11 constellations. Your 1 times 1, your 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2 equals to 3. Your 11 is 1 times 1, 1 plus 1 equals to 1 and 2 Pisces equals to 3. What is your 22? What is your 22? Because on the ring there are 2 poles, and on the pole there is 1 pole. And the reverse operations of 7 is what is 1 and 6 equals to 7, but 1 and 8 is 9, and 6 is 3 is 9, and 3 and 8 is what is 11. So what is 2? Like I showed you, communication, 2 times 2, 2 plus 2. is 4 and 4 is 8. Now you have your monkey coming together, the monkey brain, the heavens crossing through in both hemispheres, and that's what you see in this design. Keep going. The silver cord will keep us alive. Thank you.
I got all right. So shoot, all right, real quick to continue. So I don't lose my train of thought. Continue back. All right, so real quick, you got the four brains of a human being, which is your gut, your brain, your feet, and your skin. All of these are light reading forms of information that read light in certain ways. Like for example, like when you look at your feet, the nerve endings in your feet are connected completely to pretty much the whole body, including the brain and stuff like that. But anyway, with the light stuff and things like what I'm talking about with AI and shit like that, we live in a technological world. You got phones, TVs, all these things, and also food. Because like we say with food, food undergoes photosynthesis, which is light frequency tuning. Now, all of this like we're perceiving is like light information, but when he was mentioning that burnout thing we was talking about, it comes in through the fact that we literally like what you like say like if I had to separate it properly to understand, you got natural time, then you got Gregorian time. Gregorian time is a conjunction of like let's say like the diets we eat, like how the food is regulated, things like that, FDA, all these organizations and things like that are controllers for reality. They're literal reality builders. Like you can call these niggas like the Gregorian kings. Pretty much these are like the dead orators, the non-living entities that run the world essentially through a way where they're messing with the light programming that we all have. Like, how can I put this? Like, all right, so everything is based on symmetry and shapes and stuff like that. Like, symmetry is technically the rule space within which we all live in. The real natural law and its baser state would be symmetry laws. For example, like when you look at a whirlpool of water, if it's spinning in a certain direction and things like that, what's the rules that decide where and how the water spins? Like that's symmetry rule space. Like what they do is like through all this technology and all this programming and things like that, messing with the light information we all get through anything. They're breaking our symmetry like shit. Like it's hard to get all this out in just one go. My bad.
Well, I saw papers, and I grew up a long time ago, and remember when all this product came out. But there was a psychiatrist trying to calm people down after the big giant conflict, and his son became a producer of certain cereals that his father had talked about that would calm people down. And we used to make jokes about, people that were weak. We called them cornflakes. It's just the way it was. We just started processing our food a certain way and taking the body's ability away to uptake the nutrients from a hardier stance. Now we take it from a lighter stance. Now the body cannot uptake certain things. And we need food to transport, so we make broccoli this great big structure that can, and everybody just loves it if you put enough whatever on it. And now there is no corn in it that can co-inherit the nutrients that it needs to tincture the tea. There's not enough of it. You could eat nothing but broccoli and not get enough of this signal molecule to blanket the fields of flowers that need it. They won't even accept any. It just won't. It's not there. We've done that and don't know it, and we're being judged by it. But that's another thing.
All right, yeah, real quick, hold on. All right, so you remember what I was talking about with the light and stuff, right?
Yeah,
All
yeah.
right, so with the light information, our eyes are what we use to take in light and reflect light, measure light, whatever.
Oh yeah.
But the thing is how that works, right? Our eyes jump. So all right, let's take a ruler real quick, right? The little lines on the ruler are what you would call saccades, and the big lines on the ruler are what you would call stops of luminance.
Yep.
When those things meet, that's where we get vision, and that's how we see.
Right.
The in between, when the big lines and little lines meet for like the singular number, and that's where we're seeing things. The in between of those big lines, the saccades, our brain suppresses that bleep. Like we're actually bleeping in and out of like kind of existence. Like when we
Yeah, yeah,
blink, that's
yeah.
like a reset and shit like that.
Well, you know how
Like
you get
so,
free energy from this light process? At night, when the sun goes down, I'm in red light or no light. I've got
oh
my
yeah,
screen turned down, and so in the morning, all the ripening during the day of the blue light, and then the pruning of the tea water, it just prunes. It drops loose sulfur into the tea. And then the light comes back on, and there's papers on it. I had to look it up. All this stuff came in. It's like that's how we get free energy, especially when it's cold. And a whole bunch of stuff like that came in, like urokinase. If you were in the wilderness and you were suffering bad, you would find yellow snow from other animals, and that's what you would eat. That's just because urokinase therapy. But there's so many things about bringing light frequency up into the base battery biologic is more important than our flavor and our texture. You know what I mean? And our
yeah.
smell, because the smell is different than our texture, our taste on some things like that. It's weird. I mean, the dogs will eat, and the cats will eat the cicadas, the locusts, whatever you're going to call them. And they smell like cinnamon. I smelled one. I was like, oh my God, I didn't want to taste it, but hey, in some countries, and you know what? I heard John the Baptist ate them, and it probably wouldn't eat the shell or the wings, not the critons, just the gooey bits. That'd be gross. But you know what? If you're hungry, I mean, I eat dandelions, passion flowers, stuff like that, lantana. I got to be careful because I take a blood thinner, and they manage that with a mechanical valve in my heart. They get mad at me sometimes. I'm healthier than they are, so yeah. Sorry about that. I ramble sometimes.
No, you're good. All right. So one more thing, just to hit you all up on what I was talking about.
Yeah.
So your body isn't one thing that updates at once. It's a living matrix with nested zones, each operating on its own timing. This is a biological, let me see. Hold on. No, matter of fact, different perceptual field zones refresh or update at their own rates, creating a layered adaptive system. This means like different parts of your body or different cells in your body have their own refresh rates. It's never like literally the same
Yep.
for each zone.
Yep.
But let me see, like,
In years, you even get new bones.
yeah, your body you completely refresh. Like you're never the same every 7 to 10 years. Like you're literally kind of like a new person.
Yeah. And if you fast, you get a new liver. If you fast for 7 days, you get a new liver you get most of one anyways. I think if you fast for 30 days, you get a brand new liver. Stuff like that. They're learning you know, Parkinson's, stuff like that is kidney function has crossed the blood-brain barrier. So there's kidney function in there somewhere. And dementia would be more like liver function getting in the brain from wheat toxicities, I think. We made it too hardy, so now it uptakes not the good parts. Hey, I'm strong now. Ha ha. I can kick your ass now. You used to eat me. I'm going to kick your ass or whatever.
Hey, hold on real quick. Oh, I'm gonna explain this real fast. It says, all right. So your eyes don't stream reality smoothly. Saccades are rapid jumps that are 20 to 50 milliseconds. Fixations or brief pauses are 200 to 300 milliseconds, and microsaccades are tiny jitter corrections. During saccades, you are effectively blind. Vision is suppressed, so you do not see most of the time. You sample. Reality arrives in snapshots, not a flow. Photoreceptors don't read objects. They respond to changes in luminance. This is what I meant by stops of luminance. They're points of change in luminance. So edges equals luminance gradients. Motion equals change in luminance over time. Form equals spatial contrast. So when you take edges, motion, and form into effect, think like an object in rotational symmetry and shit like that.
Yep.
If luminance were uniform, you'd see nothing. So perception is built from stops, changes, and differences, aka breaks in symmetry.
If you didn't
But
have two eyes, you wouldn't have focus. You wouldn't have depth.
right.
Yeah.
Like so between saccades, the brain does this. Takes a sparse luminance sample, predicts continuity, assumes stability, fills in edges, freezes the world. That filled in stability is the hallucination. And this is what happens when you blink.
Yeah,
Not
man.
fake, but inferred. You don't see edges, you infer them. You don't see motion, you infer it between samples. You don't see objects, you infer object permanence.
That's how you
Your
catch a
eyes
frisbee.
move 3 to 5 times per second. The retinal image jumps violently, yet the world feels still. This is because your brain suppresses input during motion and hallucinates continuity. Reality as experience is mostly prediction. The brain says nothing important changed, keep the model, and only updates when prediction fails.
Yep.
Like I looked into this because I have astigmatism, right? So I'm sitting there like with astigmatism, luminance gradients are smeared directionally, edges are ambiguous, and high frequency detail is lost. So during fixation, the
Oh,
data is less precise. So the result is the brain leans harder on prediction, more hallucinated structure, more edge completion, more pattern stabilization. You're not seeing less reality, you're seeing more interpretation.
wow. I had an injury when I was 14 and I had a dark spot, not a floater, but just a place was just dark, hazy dark. And I was a welder. Now, after my event, it is lit up white, like a
Uh,
rectangle, and it's like burning all the time in a pattern.
and it says an object is not something you see all at once. It's something your brain agrees exists across time.
Yep.
If enough samples line up, objects persist. If not, objects dissolve.
Yep.
This is why peripheral vision is vague. Focused attention sharpens reality. Sudden changes pop into existence and illusions work at all. Objects are contracts across decades.
Dude, if we could, we have 3 cones, so we can see the yellows and purples and stuff. But man, if we had a cone that could see the nitrogen barrier, the different gases that come out of that, we'd be like different color candles. Some would be bleeding more hydrogen, some more methane. But the skin is alive with stuff coming out of from the nitrogen barrier.
Yeah, like
Like
pretty
we're
much like
you were
everything
talking
what
about
I've been saying.
our feet, but it's our feet and the pads of our hands and a pad on our forehead all have those same sites that you're talking about our feet have. They're all connected way different than any other skin cells. But
Hmm.
mainly the feet. That's where at night the feet get real hot when you go through the REM cycle.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeesh.
I've lived a little bit.
Hey, nah, shoot. Hey, like I could tell you know your stuff. You know you was in the military or something?
No, I unalived 2 years ago in a meditation just trying to get healthy.
Oh shit.
I sat in the lap of the creator destroyer of worlds, and she showed me her face about a year later. Two of the daughters have come to me as well, and no touchy on that. But yeah, it's bizarre. The symbols from her and 3 of the daughters. Each of them have hands of 3 fingers. Is all the symbols came from, like runes, like old proto Hebrew old stuff. I don't know.
No,
Just
no, I
real
got you.
4 symbols
See,
is all it is, and I think that's what you would call a Hawkins particle packet.
I was gonna say my crazy behind. Like I've always been having spiritual experiences and stuff, but like on April 20th, I had took what 7 grams of shrooms in one sitting. Oh boy.
Ooh, man, I haven't done any of that kind of stuff for so long. This was weird because I imagine whatever the Dimitri plus serotonin had to dump. I was that
Yeah.
broken though. And I was grateful for everything. I gave that prayer, and it worked. And I don't recommend people do it my way, but I really was suffering. But I still they decided we're going to go on vacation. They put me on the 19th floor balcony overlooking a pool that was just too far to make sure that I could make it into the water. I know I could shallow dive. I was really going to do it if I could take the balcony off, railing down and get a good run. You know what I mean? But I didn't. I waited for the sun to pop on the ocean in the morning. And I couldn't sleep. I hurt so bad, so my back is still messed up, but I could never linger down into suffering. Now I can endure and just stretch until it stops.
Mhm.
Shingles was my second affliction after a temptation. A guy offered me a car. No, it was one of the things, not another sport. Yeehaw! And I got, I still have that scoliosis in me, keeping me in a biblical type diet, eating just light stuff, fasting often, just because. And I'm healthier than everybody around me. I don't get sick when the grandkids bring things home like they do.
Yeah, shit. I was super healthy during COVID. That mean being around people catching, I still was healthy. Like I never
Yeah,
caught
some
it.
of our friends worked in those units at the hospitals. Um, some of our friends they learned nursing down in Charity down in New Orleans. It was like that's a rough place, and that's where they've been the whole time is in that unit. And well,
So how did we get off the actuality of the reality of the channel itself?
we drifted. I don't know. It was a spur track there might have been a casino down there or something.
Okay, so listen, we're going to be taking a break for like 2 hours now. Got to take the cat for a walk. I want to much thank you and appreciate everything. I will be back here most likely in an hour or be joining another channel, but I don't think it's real good for me to just keep it open just like that.
All
Amble
right,
J
brother.
may have had a question down at the end. Right. Yes. Sorry about that, but I just don't want to track too much off. We've been off that relationship for a bit. So if anybody's got anything that can keep linking this, I want to get this out as a game so we can move the zodiac. And when I move the zodiac and I understand the alphabet itself, since your life path is based on the zodiac, would you not think your medical is based on that zodiac? Don't you think your connectivity to your mind, body, and soul would not come upon the breath connected to the zodiac? This is one of the things I want to create. We are going to cure ourselves not only from the elements, but to understand that what is already known is that the plants here itself, right? The plants we eat cures the body itself. The thing is, right, is this electricity here that we're living in, right? This is what takes us out of the game, and everything is intercepted, and there's a duality bringing everything to a singularity the way it is, and it shouldn't be. We're not one. We are three and one, okay, inside one part of this game. So thank you very much for joining me right now. I'll be back in a couple hours. If you'd like to help and support the channel, book, sharing it, get this out to some, I don't know, a place that, I don't know, somebody that talks about Mars, the moon. There's some guy that shows up every Sunday night, George Noory or something. They want to bring something to light. Let's know about the words we speak. Everybody knows, like right here, Forbidden knows how the zodiac is set up, right? He knows about the planetary alignment. That's the most important, is to just know that truth. The mathematics of a 45 degrees, you cannot break the diagonal of 45. You also know that the dictation of 45, no matter which way you go, has been spoken onto us and told us that over here, okay, is that 45. Here's an angle in here. 1, 5, and 9, movement of force. 3, 5, and 7, movement of twos. 4, 2, 4, 2, 4 times 2, 4 plus 2, 8 and 6. You know that 3 times 1 is 3, 3 by 4 is 12, 1 and 2 is 3. That 3 by 7 is 21, 2 and 1 is 3. That 1 divided by 3 is 0.333. That 4 divided by 3 is 1333. That 7 divided by 3 is 2333. And 10 Capricorn divided by 3 is 333, beginning the corridor of Capricorn, okay, to the next one, right? Is going to be 10 divided by 3 and then 13 divided by 3, right? Is going to be 4.333. And you know what that shows up? Right here in Aquarius. Aquarius is the corridor with Capricorn, 10, 11, 12, 13. 11, 12 is what we run onto one side. And then we start again in Aquarius and we move on again. Here are undeniable, okay, chosen. Look online in any book. What I talk about exists right now, that these are all our cardinal signs. Aries, Cancer, Libra, Capricorn,
Those
Taurus,
are cardinal signs.
Leo,
And then the voice.
Scorpio, Aquarius in 11, air sign, water sign, fire and earth, air sign in 3. We're jumping over where? To the left by 2's jumping into the next. 3 and 7 is 10. 6 and 4, 10. But 3 times 7, 3 plus 7 equals to 20. Here, if you want to see what it is when your signs connect. It equals to 9 and 10 equals to 19 and 0, 1. When your signs connect, it equals to 10 and 16 equals to 26 and 0, 6. They are reverses of each other. When 3 and 7, 2 air signs connect, you get 21 and 10 equals to 31 and 11. You get 46 equals to 4 times, equals to 24 and 10 equals to 34 and 14. And when you get 5 and 5 equals to 10 and 25 equals to 35 and 15, right? Now, what is this?
I'm outside. I can't see it. That's too bright. I can't see my screen for that question.
I hear the chickens in the background, and I can hear the hen when I can hear the hen. I can hear the hen in the den, and I can hear the chickens. Okay, so this over here. Okay, so this is your 1928374655. The greatest distance that what is an association that is a number. I'm not going to associate 0 and 9. And can I associate 0 and 9? I sure can. Now, what is a 0 split in half? Is it a triangle? And the reason I say triangle, because the letter D for the delta angle. The letter D, alpha, beta, gamma, delta. The letter D for aleph, bet, gimel, dalet. The letter D, when you extend its legs, it creates the letter A again. The letter D for 500. The letter D, again, is that when you split the circle to create half and half, what happens is you will have the other half. That when you create this triangle, you will have the split, which is the tetrahedron on each side, because you're going to integrate within and give it dimension. So you create the tetrahedron inside of this.
Amplitude and modulation. You got frequency and amplitude modulation, both.
Is this inside the 0 or the triangularity of the D?
When you're doing a sine wave, when you're traveling, so it'll go down over the 0, a loop, a half a circle, then down under. That's your 2-cycle phase, and then you add a capacitor, and then you can dip pole it to make a 3-phase. That's what
I can't believe what you just said. Can I just tell you what I just saw? I saw you reaching the end of the road. I saw you reaching the end of the road, and the only way to go is to loop it, is to get off at the exit, get on at the other exit, and keep going down the same road because it links on like through another bypass. The other thing is that ABCD equals to 10 because it ends with 10 when you get to D, the two sides of what begins at ABC is the center of what is the A, reaching both sides of what creates what is D, the 500, 500, which is equatable and understandable through what is A and recognizable through what is A is M. Because M brings the pillar of one area space to the other area space, recognized by the arrow shape of like what is D, which makes 4 points inside the circle, separated by one area space, bringing on H and I 17. Sorry to finish that off.
Oh yeah. Pentatonics. Think pentatonics.
Everything down in carpentry language, like as
Yeah, carpentry would be cartography, mapping over pentatonically. That'd be a carpenter.
that's why I'm associating with the royal cubits, because when cubits, we look at 16 inches. 16 inches is a cubit, is what they've come it down to. So in the studs of a house built off a carpenter's square, right angle triangle, 45 degrees, 16 inches is 16-inch centers. So you look at the 45 degree. The 45 degree of a 12-12 pitch on a roof allows steeper surface for water flow to run off. This a 12-12 means it's the run and rise of the rafter.
Yep.
So 12, what would 12 be on? 12 would be between 1 and 180. What would 12 be? Would 12 be what? 12 times 12 times what? 7?
12 is exactly a 45 degree angle. The 12 it comes up to exactly a 45 degree angle.
Okay, so you're telling me, okay, so then a day is 2 and a day is supposed to be 3 at least.
Yes, sir.
Hold on, I have to see something. Hold on.
On a
Trying to
track.
see what they're doing. Anyways,
make a full
regardless, I
circle.
understand what I'm thinking. So, but
But
I
you don't have
like
to
that. I
track
like I like that math. I like that. I need to. So the angle pitch of a roof is 12.
And some of them, yeah, we have several different pitches. We have, I mean, you don't want to go anything lower than a 112. You mean you can go?
So you're
112,
telling me the pitch of a roof is what? What's the angle of a pitch of some of the roofs? Because I know they're all different.
And the
I'm just going to
mountain-
tell you, and you're measuring it off of how many divisions? 16.
No, that's your spacing in between.
Okay, so that's good. Yes, 5 by 16 is 90. Very good. Yes, it works. Yes.
So it's
Thank
90
you. Thank you.
And
Yes.
8 foot, you have 96 inches. Yes, sir.
There's two
Okay, hold on, 5 by
considerations for
16.
roof.
Yes.
Roof pitch
Abraham's
for-
house,
Hey.
5 by 16. Yes. So you
Now
need
you're
5 by
Hey, bro.
16, and what is 5 by 8?
5 by 8 foot. That's 5 studs. That's 5 studs at 8 foot.
Okay, because you
Oh,
can
what-
also do
what
the
shape-
510 and the 512. Yes, because this is the Abraham's house is built like this.
Yeah,
This
5'10",
is good. Yes.
and a 5'10", or you can do a 12'10" pitch. You can do a 12'12" pitch, a 12'11" pitch. You can do a 12. I can even go 12'16s. I can go
Okay, are you telling me the height by the center? Which
Yes.
part of the
Yes.
1216s are you telling me?
So if I did a 12'16" pitch, that means
What does that mean? Does that mean the low is 12, the high is 16?
That means for every 12 inches that this rafter will go up, it's going to raise 16 inches.
Okay, hold on a second. Say that again. For every
12 inches the rafter goes up. So every 1 foot that rafter goes up,
right.
it's going to raise up 16 inches. So
Right.
Okay, 16 degrees or 16 inches?
16 inches.
Okay, so how many degrees do you go up to get the 45 inches?
To get a 45 degree angle, it don't matter how long the pitch is. It does not matter how long it is. It'll always be a 45 degree angle.
Yeah.
Correct.
Now,
So how do you measure that? How do you make that up?
That's literally how our squares our carpenter square, which is speed square or any square really is still a 6.5 inches. So when you look at this and you see it and you set it on its side, it's a right angle triangle.
Right, yeah, 45 I know forever. 45
Yeah.
forever, okay?
Yes.
45 is the eye in the sky. Everything pitches out of 45. My question is, okay, and this is where the ED at the end of words come out of this part here. It's a passage angle. It sets up your 4 poles, okay?
Here's why. That angle is because of snow and the weight, right?
Yeah.
So when things are weighted, you have to have a heavy angle above 42. Things will start to slide off. Like when the wheel goes above, 37 to 42, it gets slippery.
So
Yes.
So at a four, so
A forbidden.
yes, sir.
Real quick.
Yes, sir.
When say take all this logic that we on so far, right?
Right.
Hold on. That lady Caitlyn got to mute her mic or something. Oh, like when you take this logic that we all got with this, right? And remember what I was telling you about how astrology is a tensor field?
Yes, sir. That's what I'm getting to right
All
there. Is
right,
what
so
you're talking about.
right, like so take that and apply it globally, like
Yes,
in
sir. No, no.
return, like
So what we do is
yeah,
like
and use timing.
at the fascia, where it's going to sit flush, like where your gutter would be, right? That's what we call the fascia
Mm-hmm.
because it faces you. Now that's going to be the opposite angle from what we put at the pitch at the top of the peak. It's going to be opposite. So one angle will face one angle will face down, one angle will face up. So you have long to a short. Does that make sense?
Yes.
The angle. So that right there gives you a square. That is a square. Because if you take those and you were to cut them off evenly at the angle on both sides, from angle to the point, you know what I mean, straight down, and you put those two pieces together, you're going to get a perfect square. 245 coming together makes a perfect square.
You do know that everything we're going to talk about, when it does all of this, where are we going to link it? We went back. I want to go back to the A3 link that we did along. I want to go back to the A3 link that we talked about. This is the magic of the cube itself,
Yes, I'm about to
right?
show.
I don't have, what's that?
I'm in my garage right now. I'm gonna grab two squares so you can see what I'm talking about.
Oh, you're a mason, bro?
No, I'm a carpenter.
Oh shit.
So if I take two squares like this, let me turn my camera on, get it off the green screen.
Well, technically, you are basically like a real life one, like.
Yes. So if I take a square like this, this is my right angle triangle, my square that I build everything with. Now, if I put two of them together, I get a perfect uniform square.
Yeah.
This is
Hey,
where
hey.
the aleph comes in. So put it back together. Put it back together. So the aleph, if anybody knows about the aleph or the letter N and Z, right?
Yeah.
Like the letter N and Z. I'm just trying to see. So you see the N and Z. You see the way the line comes down? That's the Z. If you turn it the other way, it's the N. But still, the expansion. Okay, right. Now, if you turn it square the other way, put the points up. Okay, whoop. Okay, this way is the 90-degree I, right? And turn it the other way. Put it, turn, keep turning. Whoop. No, too much. Okay, here's the H. It says Heinz. Here's where the split is this way now. This is
Think
the
of
way
the
it works.
N
And this
as
is,
energy going up, and the M is like more. MG going, I need more. Energy going up for fun. And then. One toe over the line, IndyCar driver.
yeah, so we're going to end it on this. I'm going to be back in a little bit.
All right,
Love you all. Thank you for joining, but I got to go.